Where's my...
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday Superchat stream. Today, I'm joined by everyone's favorite topless underwear model,
Why you make me put this picture up? Why,
Adam.
Sitch? Why?
Adam didn't want to show this picture.
Why? Why did you make me put this picture up? Okay.
Adam was like, Sitch, don't make me show this picture. I'm like, Adam, a fan of ours. They slaved over a hot MS Paint to make this beautiful picture of you, Adam, and you don't want to show it. Special thanks to Ocean for making this beautiful picture. Look at this. This is what everyone...
I gotta play the blues. I gotta put up with this shit.
This is what everyone, especially Adam, wants.
All right. That's it. I'm taking this down. I'm burning it. You're never gonna see it again. Thank you. Thank you for thinking of us. Maybe next time draw some clothes.
I think there needs to be less clothes.
No. Let's...
Rumor has it there's a even more. I don't know if it's by the same artist.
Oh my God. Why
there's
are you doing
even
this? I can't tell you anything.
Spicy picture out there. Whoever made the spicier picture, send it to me. I want to see it. Okay. I want to see it.
Too much.
The crappy robot for £2 just said, "Thanks. I am gay now." See, look,
No.
look at him. You're changing the hearts and minds of the people out there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Anyway, today let's read some super chats today.
Yes.
I don't think there was anything we wanted to go over before then, so let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, I don't know how long my voice is going to hold out anyway. It was already giving me trouble before the stream ever began.
Adam's still dying of long COVID. I only slept for 4 hours last night, so listen, we're gonna do it, folks. We'll get through this.
Let's do it.
For $5 says, I learned that the punishment for adultery in the Talmud is death, so I'm converting as we speak. Oh no, Riggs. Have you had some issues? I'm so sorry, Riggs. I'm so sorry.
You can tell Riggs has had his heart broken by some adulterous slut, right? Somebody's broken Riggs' heart.
I can feel it. I can feel the energy, yes, coming off of Riggs. Listen, Riggs. It's not. It's there's more fish in the sea. Okay, it's not women. It's just people. People are just shitty. I hate to break it to you. People are just bad.
Yes,
just bad people. Okay.
Yes.
Don't go MGTOW on me. Riggs for another $5 says, "Who cares about A Team or S Class? The real question is Britta or Annie." That's not a real question, Riggs. There's only one answer. Everyone obviously knows the answer to that question is Annie. Who wants to go out with Britta? She's named after a water filter, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the hell? What's up with this Britta bitch?
Yeah, that's not a real name. Come on. Haven't you heard the song, "I'm leaving Britta, I'm getting rid of the bee"?
I haven't heard that song, but it sounds great.
You've never seen Community?
I have seen Community, but I haven't heard the song.
It's like the third episode.
I'm on Community.
Okay. No, you're not. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm the one guy.
I was wondering if there was like a story there, but no. Okay.
I'm the Indian guy.
I see.
I do. Okay. They do a lot of hair and makeup before this.
I see. Yeah. No, Annie way better and way hotter, in my opinion.
What is this? I can't share GIFs. You know this.
Well, you have to download them and then share them. Okay. Do whatever the magic is that you do. We have a bunch of art and memes. Okay.
CT sends it to me.
Listen.
I know. I'm listening.
You'll figure it out. Japsland for $2 says, thoughts on Dave Cullen's channel taken down. I didn't know about this.
What?
Does he have a different channel? Because I typed in his main channel seems to be still up. Or at least what I believed was his main channel. The Dave Cullen Show is still there. So did he have a different channel take it down? His last video was 8 days ago. The Fermi paradox. Are we alone in the universe?
Wasn't that computing forever for the longest time?
Oh, you're right. Maybe
computing forever got taken down.
was his maybe because the Dave Collins show, I don't know, has 163,000 subscribers. Didn't Computing Forever have like a bunch more than that? Or am I misremembering?
I don't remember. Computing Forever was in the 100,000 range, definitely.
Yeah, I knew that. I thought he was in like the 300,000 range.
I made a video that was critical of Computing Forever when he called out Sargon for something, and he made this super cringy video. Dave Cullen made this super cringy video where he was like just all yelling and screaming and losing his mind at Sargon over communism. And he was coming at it from like this hard libertarian perspective that I just tore apart. Yeah. And after that, I think he saw the video and just never wanted anything to do with me. So, which is fine. I mean, I don't care, but whatever.
Oh, here we go. Computing Forever, his main channel, had 500,000 subscribers.
Wow.
And over 100 million views. It was deleted off YouTube.
500,000 views.
In January.
Where did he go? Was he going, did he go the COVID route?
Let's see. Let's look on. He's got his videos on BitChute.
I am surprised. I listened to Scott Adams on Monday because we had the Joe Rogan. So Scott Adams a couple weeks ago said Joe Rogan's podcast, all it needed was, the counterpoint, and it would be perfect. Like if he brought someone on that gave the counter argument to the people he had on, it would be perfect. So Joe Rogan does this Instagram video where he basically says that's a good idea and he was going to consider doing it. Now, he didn't mention Scott Adams, but I was like, Scott Adams is going to be all over this. He's going to be like, I predicted this. I am insanely smart. I'm God's gift to the world and the simulation. But he did mention it on Monday, but he didn't take credit for it, which I thought was okay. Scott Adams. Maybe the ego is subsiding a tiny bit. Maybe he's stepping back from egomaniacal.
He didn't quite. So Scott Adams suggested that Joe Rogan hosts like debates, which he's done occasionally.
Sure.
Which would be interesting. And I'd love to see, like, especially with the COVID stuff, I'd love to see Brett or Dr. Malone or any of those people, talking to some other someone on the other side. That'd be very interesting to see that kind of conversation. I don't know if someone on the other side would be willing to have that conversation.
He famously did it. He famously did it with Jack Dorsey and Tim Pool. This is what made Tim Pool huge. Because he was like, I'm not gonna bring on Jack Dorsey and his lawyer and just let him fucking lie to me for 2 hours. So he brought in Tim Pool to navigate through the bullshit, which was a good ploy. So
I'm kind of shocked that Jack Dorsey agreed to that.
Well, he thought I have my attorney here, so if he says anything, I can just shut up and she can talk. So
yeah, but I'm assuming Jack Dorsey was going to come on, and then once this idea about having Tim Pool on was floated, that's when the lawyer was going to come on. Like, I don't think Jack Dorsey's like, I'm going to come on your show with a lawyer. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Maybe.
It seems strange. I mean, anyway, I give Jack Dorsey. Look, I'm not a big Jack Dorsey fan. I hate Twitter, but I give him a lot of credit for.
How can you hate Twitter? I don't get that.
What do you mean everyone hates Twitter?
I mean, I guess you have to say, oh, I hate Twitter, but I mean,
because it's evil. Twitter's evil, Adam.
Twitter is like crack cocaine. Okay.
Yes, that's what makes it evil.
You just have moderation. All things in moderation.
Okay, there you go. Adam's coming out in favor of cocaine in moderation.
You have to know your limits, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Handle your shit, okay? Don't get addicted to Twitter. Twitter is fun. I'm only joking about the crack cocaine comment. I think I would say Twitter is more like fast food. Like, it's not good for you, but it is fun, and occasionally I don't think it's going to kill you.
Twitter is like Taco Bell at 3 a.m.
Totally.
Normally, you're like, this is terrible, but something makes this shit. You know it tastes bad, and you know it's bad for you, but for some reason, in the right situation, it tastes really good.
What do you think of
Doesn't make
this
any
idea?
sense.
What do you think of this idea?
Okay.
Man only Twitter. Twitter just for men.
I feel like that would defeat the point of so many people on Twitter trying to peacock. So maybe it would be good.
Listen, I don't.
Maybe it would be good.
We don't need to make like hard and fast. It doesn't have to be like a no woman, like a
On
no woman
Twitter,
zone.
everything is hard and fast, baby.
Well, yeah. If like women and girls can come on Twitter and hang with the boys, but they understand they've entered the man cave. Okay. The different rules apply on man Twitter. Okay. We say things that are offensive to one another. This is how we bond. Okay.
I don't know.
If you don't like it, get off man Twitter.
I don't want the sausage fest of man Twitter. I'll be honest.
Really?
Don't want it. Don't want it.
Really?
Too many dicks. Okay. Twitter is like the cop waiting around the corner from the Taco Bell 3M. There you go. No, that's the mob. The cancel mob is the cop.
There is no canceling allowed on man Twitter. Okay. Man Twitter does not allow canceling.
Right.
If you attempt to cancel someone on man Twitter, your account is revoked immediately.
I like that. Of course, user named Nose Magician is on board with your drug take, Adam. A little bit of nose magic. Sheepless Dreamer made this very cool, or Sheepless Draws now, made this very cool 8-bit Sitch grabbing the little monetization icon. He's using this for his game. He's still working on the Sitch game that we showed a while back. But I love that. That looks cool as fuck.
It is. It's great. Is this where you jump up?
Trying to get the monetization for stream, which we never get. We just don't get.
We get a few days later after everyone's watched it.
Yeah, we get the stream is monetized on Thursday when everyone's already watched it. So
yeah, basically.
That doesn't matter.
The clips help though.
Whatever. The clips do help. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think I don't know what I see that speaking of Dave Cullen, because that's what we got off on track. He's on BitChute. I see as a video about him being canceled, so I'll see what I'll watch it. It's like 40 minutes. I'm assuming it was something COVID or conspiracy theory related. I'm assuming, but I don't know for sure. But that is unfortunate. He said a lot of things I disagreed with, but it should still be allowed on YouTube.
Obviously, yes.
Man Koala Pig for $2 says Matt Damon in Eurotrip is the best cameo. Don't at me.
Eurotrip?
I'll be honest. I've seen Eurotrip so long ago. I barely remember it, and I don't remember Matt Damon's cameo in it. I apologize.
I have a thing with my wife where my wife will watch just garbage movies. They're just, it's painful to see.
Eurotrip's funny. I mean, I remember it being good.
Well, I've never seen it. Maybe it's good, but I will watch, instead of watching a garbage movie that I've never seen before, I will tend, if I'm going to just, waste time watching stuff, I will watch a movie that I thoroughly enjoyed again, because you always get something out of it the second time through, or, if it's something you haven't watched for a while. So I've watched a lot of movies multiple times.
Okay.
Do you have a take on that? Would you rather watch something new that's garbage or something? Of
course not. Why would anyone want to watch something that's new that's garbage?
Yeah. Well,
so Adam's wife is like, honey, let's watch this movie. And Adam's like, sure. And then she puts it on and he just like whips out his phone and he's just like,
it's garbage. Yeah, exactly.
Watching his own movie. It's like, whatever.
That happens a lot.
Yeah.
I put on a podcast and like just put it in my ear. Well, it depends.
Your wife doesn't care that your wife doesn't care. She's like, I want to watch a movie with you. And you're like, yeah, honey. And then you put on earphones and you just fucking do your own thing. She doesn't care that you do that?
No.
Wow.
She does care a little bit.
I was gonna say, like, I think Adam struck gold here.
She does care a little bit.
Dr. Diddler for $5. Thank you, Doctor. Says A-Team defends himself on Twitter with a burner, and half of his name is literally dumb. It's in the name.
Adam.
Yeah, exactly. That's why S-Class is the best class.
Completely untrue.
Thank you, Adam. That's true.
On
That's
both
true.
points.
How did I never put that together in my head before? I must be dumb too.
Yes, you must be.
Riggs for $5 says, Sitch, if I convert, will you give me a wrench? You can't know, Riggs. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Listen, we tolerate when people convert to Judaism, but it's not the same. We all know you're like, an outsider, a pretender. Okay.
So mean.
You can never truly be one of us, Riggs. We were chosen.
Chosen by an invisible sky daddy that doesn't exist.
I am so offended right now that you said that. You just did you guys hear that? Adam attacked my faith in being part of the superior people.
Yeah. Did you get cognitive dissonance?
I did. The crappy robot for £5 says how the COVID conversation goes. Person 1, Joe spread COVID misinformation. Person 2, really? What did he say? Person 1, blocks you.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's true. I didn't even listen to the Malone Joe Rogan, so I don't even know what was said on it.
I listened to a little bit of it, and it was super, super boring. And that's another thing this is another reason why I'm out on Scott Adams. Like, Scott Adams is the COVID report every day. Is this what people on the right want to talk about every day?
Oh, no,
COVID,
his audience hates
COVID.
It. They're so triggered whenever he talks about COVID.
Why? The pandemic's over. Let's be done with it.
Adam says this, he's coughing.
Well, this long haul COVID is going to make me immune to everything.
There you go. I will say,
cancer.
Joe Rogan the other day, he put out like a 10-minute or 8-minute video that was a response to, the Neil Young and all that stuff. And it was like the classiest response in the world.
I agree.
God.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan just oozed like smooth, silky smooth class. He's like, listen, I hear you. I think there's some merit in your criticism. I think I'm merited in myself. Some of the stuff isn't, it's not worth merited. But he said it so nicely and so smoothly. And it's so funny because whenever I see like a celebrity or famous person handle a criticism or attacks that classy, I'm always like, why am I not that classy? Why are we not so classy, Adam, when people attack us or criticize us?
I am that classy.
And I no, first of all, you're not. Secondly,
don't ruin my self-image.
I'm like, I'm gonna make an effort to be that classy. That's what I think. And then like 2 seconds later, someone criticizes me, and I'm like, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit. It's all out the window. It's all gone.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
It's life. That's life. Life is suffering.
There you go.
When are you gonna realize it?
I'll try to be more. I'll wear a little wristband that says, "What would Joe do?"
Yeah, exactly.
WWJD. What would Joe do? Sobek for $10 says, Adam, will you be at Freeze or Felix Fair in LA this February? It's going to be my first time in LA. What are some must visits for an artist?
This always comes up. The Corey Feldman Gallery is good. Oh man, there's another place that I've been a number of times. It's really good. I think it's the Frick. Let me look it up.
The Frick.
Los Angeles. The La Luz de la Jesus Gallery is a place a lot of people like. That's actually the gallery that I have shown at. So props to me. Pat on the back. I'll take a look.
Asif Artsy.
I'm not going to this thing though. What is this thing?
The Freeze? I don't know. Freezer. The Frieza Fair. There you go.
What is that?
Adam, you're losing your artist credit. You know about the Frieza Fair in LA? Jeez.
The Temporary Contemporary, I think, changed its name, but that's a pretty interesting place. I don't know. It's like it depends. I mean, if you're an artist, there's like all these hoity-toity high art places that like a lot of people. I mean, I go to those places with my wife just so we can appear to be cultured. And the whole time I'm there, I'm like, this is fucking tired old shit. Like I'm pointing at stuff on the wall that's worth millions of dollars and going, that would get like 3 likes on Instagram. Like no one in modern culture would give this
modern art sucks, Adam. I don't know what you're talking about.
Any credibility.
It's all about the classic. Modern art is like, oh, I'm gonna throw some red paint splatches on a wall, and then idiots are gonna put an NFT monkey on it and charge someone $1 million.
They have a really cool aquarium in Long Beach that I love. Every time we go to, as an artist, I love the aquarium. But yeah, there's like the Getty Museum. Oh, the Broad. That's the place. The Broad is pretty interesting. And every once in a while, the Broad has some really amazing painters. Like I go out of my way if there's a John Kieran show. I really like John Kieran. If there's a Joe Soren show, I go out of my way. If there's a Robert Williams show, I go out of my way. If Tara McPherson shows, I go out of my way.
Okay.
Like there are certain painters that I fucking love. But
incredible.
Yeah. But a lot of the stuff that's, I mean, art went fully woke too. So a lot of it is you're gonna see like a naked, huge, obese woman that is just disgusting,
holding up a BLM fist,
painted in epic detail, like realistic painting of like her JJ open up to the world and every single hair, and there'll be pimples and stuff. It's like,
oh my God.
Are you really trying to make me throw up in this museum? I feel like
that's the goal.
I feel like actually the stated goal. Yeah. So be ready.
Asif Artsy did this great GIF. This is when Adam and Aiden were arguing about monarchy, and they were both quoting from the Dictator's Handbook. So there's Aiden. She's like, here, the book says, and then Adam gets triggered and he's like, give me that. Here, the book says, and then Aiden gets triggered and she goes, give me that. And on it goes. I do feel like
that's Aiden.
That's Aiden.
Oh, okay.
I do feel like Adam's use of the Dictator's Handbook was far more appropriate in the context.
Of course.
But
yeah.
That's just me.
Well, thank you.
Riggs for another $5. Thank you, Riggs. Says this will be my weekly $20 tithe. I'll finish this at work tomorrow. Well, thank you, Riggs.
Cool.
And hello, Riggs, in the future and in past.
Yeah.
Vendarian29 for $10 says S-Class or A-Team. Who cares, really? When the push comes to shove, we all assemble under the shared narrative of the Jordan Peterson Defense Force.
True.
Also, I've given the necessary $100. Wrench me, dudes, please. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'll think about it. Adrian. Darian. The rules have slightly changed. I don't know if you noticed.
Why would you change the rules mid?
Because I'm a malevolent and mischievous god, Adam.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're a god.
The rules were never set in stone. They're very flexible. Kind of like whatever I feel like at the time.
God damn
it. Democracy of the Dead for $10 says, if only The Daily Show was a comedy show. I know. Whatever. It's so, Trevor Noah is so unfunny.
Used to be? Remember when it used to be? I mean, it used to be. Something changed. Something insidious happened.
What happened?
It just became unfunny.
That's true. It became woke.
It
went woke, went broke.
This is the plague of wokeness. This is the same thing what I was talking about in the museums. It's like wokeness is more important than actually entertaining people. So, sorry, being woke is more important than being funny these days.
Right.
It's lame.
We need critical comedy theory, okay?
We do.
Crack Rock for $5 says, feigned outrage. It was very feigned. Oh, sorry. Crack Croc. Oh, excuse me. Charlie Fools for £5 says goblins have large noses and are bankers and are greedy with money, kind of linked. Also, have you heard about the dwarf controversy? Yeah, I did. So it's very strange. Peter Dinklage, I don't know why. There was some like trailer, or it wasn't even trailer, I guess. There was just there's going to be some new Snow White movie because, God, this is what we really wanted, right? 2022, people were just staring up at the heavens and they're crying, Disney, please give us another fucking Snow White movie. Oh, this is what I really want in my horrible life. One of the worst children's tales ever told. Please give me another version of this. But Peter Dinklage was very offended. He said, oh, how dare a movie feature 7 dwarves? This is offensive to me. Mm-hmm. Which I don't even understand, because I always thought that the 7 dwarves in Snow White were not like little people. They were actually dwarves, like mythical humanoid dwarves from like Lord of the Ring types, realm. Mm-hmm. I didn't think they were supposed to be people. I thought they were supposed to be mythical dwarven people. But so apparently Disney responded to this backlash, and they, I think they're going to cancel the dwarves or do something different. And apparently a bunch of dwarf actors came out who were supposed to be hired for the role and were let go. And they shit all over Peter Dinklage, saying, wow, this millionaire, former Game of Thrones star Peter Dinklage, took this job away from fellow dwarf actors. What an asshole.
Yeah, that's awful.
So
he couldn't see that coming from like a gajillion miles away.
Right.
Was like, I guess it doesn't. When things don't affect you personally, you're just completely oblivious to how they affect other people. It's bizarre because considering the argument that he's making, isn't he making the argument that the movie itself is going to affect little people?
He's saying like the portrayal of dwarfs in Snow White is like harmful to the little people community or something.
Right.
It's fucking ridiculous.
When the little people community is just like, hey, we want to work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's so bizarre to me.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm conflicted on that. Does it? Does it?
How?
Make
it depends. It depends. Like
little people's stereotype.
Well, first of all, I don't even know what the stereotype for little people is. Mm-hmm. Are there stereotypes? I didn't think there were. Like personality wise, I'm not aware of any stereotypes. I'm not aware of like the stereotypes that little people are overly subservient to white women or something. Like,
yeah, I was going to say, what is the stereotype?
Stereotypes is that they work in mines and they are overly subservient to random white women that wander upon their cottages. But the comment that he made was they're like incels that live in a cave somewhere. He was offended by. I mean, that's fair, but it's not like a dwarf stereotype or something.
I know, that's what I was going to say.
I mean, it's actually, that's like a stereotype of like the mythical dwarves, not of like little people.
Everybody knows these racist stereotypes.
They're so weird.
I can't think of one little people stereotype that I've ever heard in my entire life.
I know.
Okay. Peter, you need to get off Twitter.
Yeah. What am I looking at here?
I brought up the tweets from Dialogue Always.
Dishonest Always. Dishonesty Always was very upset. We clipped that's the part from Sunday where Sam Cedar accidentally was about to 1350. Mm-hmm. And he's like, this video is by far the best example of the manipulative nature of, quote, radical centrism.
Notice how he makes a fucking bigoted stereotype right there, because he says, look, this is all centrists now are manipulative. You fucking moron. Mm-hmm. You just made a bigoted stereotype. You just 1350'd us, you fucking moron.
Right.
What the fuck?
There you go.
You think all centrists are manipulative? You think manipulation is what we're intent on doing here? No, I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Adam,
I'm pissed.
Everyone knows that centrists have a long history of being sneaky, manipulative people.
Well, don't come at me with your oh, this is we're the ones that are doing the manipulation here. You did the manipulation in your first fucking sentence. You didn't even get past a comma before you started manipulating people. Look, all radical centrists are fucking manipulators. It's like, come on.
Adam and Sitch present themselves as referees while clearly steelmanning Jordan Peterson while deeply strawmanning Sam Cedar. First of all,
yeah, exactly.
I don't know if we've ever portrayed ourselves as referees of anything. I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah.
I don't. We try to be anti-tribal. Obviously, we're biased. No one is completely free of bias. However, I always find it funny when people make a criticism and it's very vague, so they don't have to defend it. Mm-hmm. How are we strawmanning Sam Cedar in that clip at all? I mean, Sam Cedar deeply strawmanning Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson says one thing. He had like one sentence. Jordan Peterson says, "Oh, I think generally as a rule we should look at specifics before we take the problem and kind of project it on a general situation." That's all he said.
Yeah.
So let's look at the specifics first before we take a low resolution look and broaden it out to general statements. And Sam Cedar's like, Jordan Peterson doesn't believe in society. He doesn't believe that society has an effect on anything, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Yeah, right.
It's like, it's the most ridiculous straw man ever.
Yeah.
So listen. Dishonesty always. Get out of here with your BS.
We have a new quackademic agent. I've done my best. To be good faith with dialogue always. Well, I always do my best to be good faith, or
always
to treat someone as if they're treating me with good faith. But now I'm skeptical. Now I'm very skeptical.
There's so many times where
this here, example of manipulative nature here is, do you not realize that that's a fucking bigoted stereotype against all people? You think everyone who calls himself a centrist is a manipulator?
I can't tell if you're actually upset by this or
I am.
Why are you upset by this? This is actually silly to me.
It's just
centrists aren't like bullshit. A group of people.
But he is grouping us together in the same way he would lose his shit if, like, the Trevor Noah clip that we watch. You don't understand. White people are the ones that put us in this black group. It's but hey, guess what? You're like doing the exact same thing here, bro.
I don't agree with this critique, but
okay.
So, I mean, centrists aren't like it's not like a racial group. Like the centrists from Central America.
It is trying to put anyone who calls him. It's trying to paint anyone who calls himself a centrist in a negative light.
Sure.
I mean, you could do it you could say like all goth people are morons.
Right.
You could do the same thing with goth people.
I know you could.
So does that make it any less bigoted?
I guess it's bigoted against goths.
Yes.
The damn Visigoths.
Isn't it the same thing when somebody says, "Oh, all liberals are morons," or all conservatives are racist? Right. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
I agree. He's just a dirty centrist hater. He's like, pick a team. I don't know how to think about you. Well,
I don't understand how you can be on the left and say, "Oh, I'm so worried about racism and bigotry," and then just be a big fucking bigot to everyone else.
There you go.
It bugs the shit out of me. It totally bugs the shit out of me.
Are the most oppressed of all people. Nobody likes centrists. Okay? Mm-hmm. We are the most oppressed. They're like, all the extremists on both sides are like, centrists get the wall first.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. History has shown that to be true.
Sitch doesn't feel the same rage as me.
I know. John Masters for $5 says, any fantasy sci-fi race that like money. Progressives. Well, this is clearly about Jews. Yeah. It feels that I can understand both sides of the goblin thing. I can understand both sides. It's more than just the money stuff, but yeah, people need to let it go. Just let it go. If you let it go, no one's going to think about it. I can guarantee you that all the children that went to see Harry Potter did not think, "Oh, goblins. I'm going to like think that these goblin bankers are Jews." No child thought that until you told them to think that. So just let it go. Ivan Petrescu for $5 says, if only these people had been as upset to find out voting for Biden makes you black. That's right. I don't know if you guys knew that. If you guys knew that. If you want to be black, you have to vote for Joe Biden. If you don't vote for Joe Biden, you get your black card.
Does that mean you possess a black card? I guess so.
I do.
You're technically black.
I am technically black. That's right. Does that mean I get to say the N-word now?
The N-word pass.
Do I get the N-word pass?
Imagine if he just came out and said that and then was like, what? I voted for Biden.
That would be pretty funny.
Trevor Noah is not going to buy that.
He should. He should. Get this dumb tweets out.
No, look at this. Okay?
We got art to show.
I know, but this is hysterical.
We talked 3 times already, and you've talked to multiple others that clearly explain what's the difference between 1350 and systemic racism
Hold
arguments.
on a second.
But this is okay. Wait a minute. This is why this is part of why I hate Dunning always. He's so fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks he's so smart. Every time he criticizes me, every time he doesn't know what the fuck he's taught. He doesn't understand what I'm saying at all.
Yeah.
We didn't say that the concepts of systemic racism in 1350 are the same thing. We didn't say that. We said that Sam Cedar, who's criticizing Jordan Peterson for not looking at things from a group level and only looking at them from an individual level, then starts to talk about crime and how crime should be looked at from a group racial perspective.
Mm-hmm. Which is the exact same argument that the white nationalists make.
Exactly.
Fucking moron.
And it seemed to me, and I said, because I watched the, I didn't say that this is what happened. I said, I feel, my opinion was it seemed that Sam Cedar didn't realize the train of thought he was going down until he was already going down it.
Right. Yes.
That's what it felt like to me.
Well, I'm curious if does dialogue always want us to start looking at the crime statistics from a group level, the way that Sam
group
Cedar
racial
is suggesting?
perspective.
Yeah, because this is like he doesn't even understand that's literally looking at it from the 1350 perspective here,
right?
And we're the ones arguing, and Jordan Peterson is arguing, and I'm assuming Sam Cedar, when he doesn't have his head so far up his ass, he can fucking do his own rectal exam. I'm assuming he doesn't believe that either. So why is he making these terrible arguments? Like if anyone, if a centrist made that same argument that Sam Cedar made, fucking dialogue always, you'd be saying you're doing 1350, dude. Like you'd be fucking pointing the finger. Oh, this guy over here 1350 in me. That's what you tried to do with me. You tried to accuse me of 1350 and I didn't even know what it was. You're the motherfucker that explained 1350 to me.
I forgot about that.
We've talked 3 times already. Multiple times you've explained 1350. I went and looked into the 1350 after you brought it up. Okay? I like this response here. I honestly don't think you've ever clearly explained anything. We've ended up in a conversation a few times, and it's been constantly vague claims and shifting definitions each time.
See, I'm so glad that Unknown Answers said this, because that makes me feel a little bit better, because that's every conversation I've had with Dunning always too.
Yeah.
Is he'll make some claim, and I'm like, what the fuck? You don't understand what I'm talking about. And then we'll start getting into it. And then he immediately starts shifting definitions or shifting whatever the conversation was about. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Fuck you. Get out of here. Get out of here with this shit. So whatever. That's why you should just ignore him.
Well, I
just ignore him or mock him.
Well, this right here, the fact that he doesn't seem to understand that this right here is the fucking bigotry that drives me insane. This right here is the fucking bigotry that drives me insane. When you have a pass to be a fucking bigot, when it's fine for you going out in the world looking for bigotry that you can point out and don't even realize you're being the big fat bigot, pull the fucking sliver out of your own eye before you try to find the log in your neighbor's eye, okay? I know I'm not technically a Christian, but that's fucking wisdom to live by. That's wisdom to live by. Okay, like don't go trying to point out the 1350 and other innocent people's fucking arguments when you can't even see the 1350 in your own argument. Okay, rant over. We can move on now.
Get this crap off the screen and show some more amazing art and memes.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Ruvain13 for $5 says, "Hey Sitch, did you see the Canadian truck protest had a random masked man waving a Confederate flag? Must be the famous Canadian Confederates and not glowies." Well, unless you're suggesting that the American FBI agents went to the Canadian truck protest for some reason, because the American FBI, for some reason, which I don't understand, gains a benefit from trying to make Canadian truck drivers seem racist. I don't know what the fuck you're suggesting.
Is that about the honkathon thing?
It was. Yeah. But this is a problem. Again, this comes back to this. People don't realize how cringy. I mean, have you guys never been to Poll?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been on, Gab? There's so many cringy racist basement dwelling white kids out there. I know that's a stereotype, and that there's a reason, because there's some of those people exist, and they will go to these protests and they will try to get people on board with their dumb racist message. And like with that video with the guy with the Confederate flag, everyone's like, "Get the fuck out of here! Shut the fuck up! We're not racist. Fuck you, you piece of shit."
Mm-hmm.
And they tell the guy to fuck off. There's lots of cringy people out there, guys.
So this was a guy with the Confederate flag. He tried to get in the parade or whatever, and they told him to fuck
everyone
off.
told him to fuck off.
Really?
Get out of here. Yes.
And the mainstream media is trying to act like they were all that guy.
Right.
Hilarious.
Well, I don't know if I haven't been following the news. Have they been reporting this?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were like, "You and your racist flags." Yeah, everyone brings up the racist flag. They all bring up this like beating up homeless people and stealing their food. The way
you're right, swastika and Confederate flag displayed at Freedom Convoy protest.
Right. Yeah.
Man, well, I didn't realize this. Apparently, there's multiple of them. The video I saw was there was a masked guy who came up with a flag, and they told him to fuck off, and he did fuck off. But apparently, there were multiple people doing this. Oh no, wait, this is an old article. So I don't know if they're referring to the same guy or not, but I mean, it is super weird that someone would show up to a Canadian protest with an American Confederate flag. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah. There's lots of crazy people out there. Okay, everything's not a government conspiracy, guys. Just relax.
Mm-hmm. You don't think that was a false flag?
No. Well, for what reason? How does it even make? Why would the
Mika
FBI?
Pravinsky can talk about it on her show with her dim-witted husband.
Do we think that the FBI wants to paint Canadian truckers as racist in order to what? In order to keep the lockdowns going, because the FBI gives a shit about COVID restrictions,
so that they can reinforce the negative stereotype that conservatives are racist. That's why.
This is peak tribalism, and a lot of people won't be able to see it, but this is peak tribalism, because until 2016, the FBI was squarely in the territory of being evil, right-wing, conservative, knocker down of communist governments going around the world stamping out leftism. That was the conceptualization of the FBI in the year 2015, the year of our Lord 2015. Okay. The FBI was seen as an evil right-wing organization by the government that was doing a bunch of sneaky, right-wing stuff. And then what happens? Trump becomes president, and there's some dust up between the FBI and Trump. And all the tribalists, they say, "Oh, well, if there's a dust up between Trump and the FBI must secretly be left-wingers now."
Right.
And to me, it's so crazy. It's so crazy because it's so obvious to me what's happening here.
It is very much peak tribalism. There is no other explanation for it. All of this, everything that's happened with the pandemic, all that stuff, man, we're just in tribal hell right now. I can't believe people are making their health decisions based on fucking whether or not they're Democrat or Republican. It's insane. That's insane. Is that not insane?
It is insane. It is insane. Yeah. So I will say, I actually, the other day, I was talking to my parents, and I actually did convince them. I think I persuaded them away from being in favor of vaccine mandates.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice. I mean,
because
I don't understand how you could be in favor of them. Like, just on a practical level, it makes no sense to me.
Well, I think, and I'm wondering, for this was their perspective, and I wonder if this was a lot of other people, like a lot of other standard normie Democrats' perspective, was that, because I said was, well, what's the point of the mandate if the vaccine doesn't prevent you from spreading it, and it doesn't actually change your viral load contagion amount? Why would you mandate it? It doesn't, like, if I understand at first when the vaccines first came out and they thought, well, maybe the vaccine will prevent you from getting it and prevent you from spreading it. Then you say, oh, okay, then maybe the mandate has some like logic behind it.
Right.
But we now know that that's not the case, that all the vaccine does is it makes you have better health outcomes generally.
Yeah.
If you get COVID, it doesn't prevent you from spreading it. And it doesn't even prevent you from being less contagious. And in fact, it could make you more contagious in terms of, if you have less symptoms, you're more likely to go out in the world.
Exactly. You're at the arcade playing Space Invaders right next to Adam. Field trip of kids.
Right, exactly. And then I actually did. They didn't know that. They didn't know that the vaccine didn't have that effect. And I went on my phone and I was looking up studies and saying, like, yeah, look, most of the studies show that even if you had the vaccine, it's either very little less contagious or none at all. And then especially with Omicron, it seems like it doesn't affect contagion level at all with Omicron, so it's all moot anyway. So I think I got them to shift off that. So I wonder if most of the people pushing that are still operating under that belief that the vaccines do prevent spread.
Yeah.
Merv for $5 says the A train.
Oh
no,
is it good or bad? Break it to me easily.
Define good or bad. The A train shoots his viral load all over the arcade.
Okay.
A train spreads his load all over California.
Okay.
But S class is still the best class.
Well, I mean, I kind of had that coming, so.
Thank you. Cyborg for $2. Hey, Cyborg. Says, you're all just jealous of my chocolate charisma. Thank you, Cyborg, for $4. Cyborg's dripping in chocolate charisma. That's why, that's how he was able to snag Hassan. He puts on a little wig. Hassan's like, my Oni-chan. Gets stuck in a dryer. And gets unlimited tendies. Cyborg knows all about Hassan's tendy. Okay. Mojaves for $5 says, quote, exterminate the brutes was supposed to be a warning against hatred, not a flag to be captured and then flown yourself. True. Very, very true. That's why I hate all this woke leftist crap.
That's the only reason?
They don't understand that, Adam. They want to bully the bullies. They want to become, there's nothing scarier than a man who thinks he's truly righteous.
I know. Yeah. Or one that feels that he's oppressed.
Right.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Bad situation.
Like, if you have someone, that's funny because I think I was rewatching Game of Thrones over the last month. And even in the shitty
rewatch. See, you are a rewatcher.
I am. I rewatch. I'm not against rewatching. But even in the shitty last season, Tyrion has this line like, if people believe that they're building utopia, then they'll do anything to get to there. They'll sacrifice anyone to get there. And that's where the socialists are right now.
Yeah, it's hard to fight against that, which, yeah, I don't know how you do.
You expose it. Expose them as fucking morons and hypocrites and shitters. And this is why we can't let go of liberalism. Throw it in the trash for either communism or neo-reactionism.
It is avoiding blame is a natural human thing, though. And I feel like so much of it is, people wanting to offload responsibility for their own shitty behavior
of course
onto other.
Yeah, that's 100% what it is.
Yeah, which it just, people are going to act shitty. People are going to end up at the bottom of social hierarchies, competence hierarchies, and instead of blaming themselves and saying, I should have worked harder, I could have done things differently, they're just going to say, oh, the fucking system was against me. It was racism. It was fucking my parents. It was my mental state.
Right.
All of it is just excuse making. We need some sort of drug that we can give people that makes it impossible for them to make excuses, like forces them into like taking responsibility for their own
need a drug that makes people responsible.
The responsibility drug. Can you imagine?
Adam, that drug exists. It's
what
called
is
mushrooms. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? That would be awesome. A little bit. I do agree.
It always makes you like self-reflect on all your failings.
Hell yeah.
So there you go.
Okay. Yeah,
it exists.
You're right. We just need to get it to people.
That's right. Listen, the world would be a better place if everyone had done psilocybin at least once in their life.
Look at my new graphic design. I made a rainbow.
I saw.
Pour out of the Sitch and Adam logo.
Yeah. Thank
onto
you.
Lord PSA Sitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Put up some art, Adam. Stop dicking around.
Some more art?
Stop shooting rainbow. Stop shooting your rainbow load at me.
I have to. There's a lot of Twitter drama going on right now. I have to engage with.
Oh, why?
Because it's fun.
Twitter drama? What's the Twitter drama?
Everyone is going after Dialogue always now. It's hilarious.
Oh. Well, good. Fuck them. Let them. Don't address it. That's the point. We let other people do it for us.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true. Okay.
Satoshi was a Reploid.
I'm focusing on art now. Go ahead. Satoshi was a reptiloid.
Reploid. No, he's a Mega Man. For $20, says Dyson only makes sense if you ignore the big words. There you go. That's true, because if you ignore the big words, then you don't hear anything he says. That's the only time it makes sense.
True.
Boom. Hurl Hay for 2,000, I believe Nigerian, says Eric Dyson reminds me of people that use fancy words for the purpose of saying nonsense while trying to sound intelligent. Do you know why he speaks that way? I think that's exactly why he speaks that way. There's like this weird, it's super weird. There's like, and I hate to say this. I don't know if there's any way to say this like not offensively. Adam.
Mm-hmm.
There's a stereotype here. Michael Eric Dyson has like basically intentionally placed himself at the intersection of two stereotypes. There's like this stereotype that some people, and I guess it's not just black people, but like the stereotype of anyone that feels like they have to prove themselves. Though it is unfortunately attributed to some, not really so much anymore. This is like from like the 70s, I thought. There's like this stereotype of the person who is going to talk with these gigantic words because they feel so self-conscious that like society or other people are going to think that they're stupid. So like, no, I have to show off my college education. I have to show off that I'm well-educated and intelligent. I have to use all this like incredibly large, superfluous words. I have to open my thesaurus every time I talk.
Inferiority complex.
Sort of. Right. And then that's like combined with like the stereotype of like the black preacher and the way of speaking. And he combines both these stereotypes together, and it just creates, to me, the most like stupid, obviously bullshit way of speaking, mannerisms.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he does it. Well, it's weird because, I mean, obviously he doesn't see it that way himself, because if he did, he wouldn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think people look up to him for that. He probably gets a lot of compliments from people who agree with him politically, saying, "Oh, you have the amazing vocabulary. I love the way that you insult Jordan Peterson with all these big words."
it's weird because maybe he's trying to. It's like he's like trying to channel Malcolm X because Malcolm X has sort of fallen into that stuff, and maybe that's what's going on here.
Oh, really?
Is like that's what I'm saying. There's like this weird '70s stereotype of like, oh, if you're a black man, you have to show the world you're educated. You have to speak in this kind of way. And even then, like in the '70s, you could say, okay, maybe there's some logic there because it's the fucking '70s. It doesn't make sense in the year 2022. It just looks super weird and super obvious what's happening. Nobody talks like that except for charlatans. You know who else talks like that?
Used car salesman. No.
Vosh.
Okay. Oh, totally. Yeah.
Like only people who are trying to obfuscate the conversation talk that way. I've never heard.
I got it now. Obfuscate.
I've never heard anyone that I can think of who's like an honest contender, an honest peddler of information that speaks that way. Because when people complain about Jordan Peterson, they say he's speaking like word salad or whatever. Jordan Peterson's not using big words. He's using normal language. He's just talking about a concept that people aren't familiar with.
True. Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
I don't see how you could call low resolution thinking big words. Like literally low is like is 3 letters. Thinking is, that's an everyday word.
Sure,
resolution, we all know exactly.
Well, but I will say most people who are not familiar with Jordan Peterson, or I think Haidt talks about low resolution thinking, doesn't he? Or, I mean, most people aren't familiar with that, like the concept of what it means to have low resolution thinking or low resolution idea, which is unfortunate because that's such a useful idea.
It is a giant,
that you have this complicated, nuanced idea, and this is like the high resolution picture, and then once it gets disseminated downward to people, it becomes like much more vague. It's like the game of telephone. It becomes much more vague, and people just hone in on kind of a general sense of it, and it loses all the things that make the idea true, and it becomes this low resolution like version of itself. And that's such a useful concept for people to be aware of. So I'm glad that he's using the term, try to get it out there, but I don't fault anyone for not being familiar with it.
Have you watched this Jordan Peterson video, Theory of Enchantment, Chloe Valderi?
No.
You gotta watch this video. She has this theory. Well, she has this theory called the Theory of Enchantment, but she actually is doing anti-woke diversity training. The corporations call her in when they get the woke diversity training, the Ibram X. Kendi, the Robin DiAngelo training, and then everybody at work hates each other for about 3 months afterwards, and it's a bunch of fucking race riots at work and HR complaints. So they immediately go to the internet and start looking for anti-woke diversity training, and they run across her. And she has a program that Jordan Peterson and her talk about that just sounds fascinating. And she's like, yeah, we do get the Robin DiAngelo, Ibram X. Kendi types that are offended by the anti-woke diversity training, but most of the surveys that they get are like, this was transformational. Like, this was like so eye-opening in a way that I never expected, that they're just flabbergasted. And she talks about the black experience, the contrast between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and Jordan Peterson, what he says about Malcolm X is just so insightful because he's got all that Jungian training about integrating the shadow and this and that.
Right.
And not many people know that the Malcolm X story actually ends with Malcolm X starting to empathize with white people because he did a pilgrimage to Mecca or something like that and realized that there were actually white Muslims. And all of a sudden he started seeing whites as like human beings.
Right.
Yeah. So it's kind of a must see. And I'm curious, I would love, because this actually was a flip it remark in our conversation with Dave about, I brought up anti-woke diversity training and how someone was going to make billions of dollars off of anti-woke diversity training. And Dave was like, there's no such thing as anti-woke. You can't do diversity training that's anti-woke. Well, here's a woman doing it. Like she is going to make $1 billion off of this.
Well, and that's the difference between sort of like the ideas of failure,
Mm-hmm.
the more neo-reactionary ideas of failure, and actually solving the problem. Because
Yes.
I mean, Jordan Peterson and what's the woman's name?
Chloe Valderi.
Right. I mean, they're geniuses
Yeah.
because what better way to fight wokeness than to create an anti-woke diversity
I
training
know. This is what
program?
I was saying. This is what I said in
It
our
is
talk with Dave. I was like, what the
it
fuck?
it is brilliant because, and the reason this is brilliant is because you have all these companies. You know, these companies are run by normies. You know,
Right.
they're busy running their company. They don't know what the fuck's going
They
on in the
spend
culture war,
$15
right?
billion a year
Yeah,
on diversity training.
right. They don't know what's going on in the culture war, and all they know is that there's some PR pressure that's saying, "Oh, you gotta get your people to do the diversity training thing. So if we get sued, it looks like we're doing, something about it,
Exactly.
right?" And so they just need to have something
That
that
they can
has that
call diversity
name
training.
that they
Yeah.
can point to and say, "Oh, we did this." That's all they want. They want an out. And so to provide that out for them, to say, "Oh, well, guess what? We'll satisfied, that niche for you, but actually provide a useful service instead of the bullshit woke service that just makes everyone hate each other."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
perfect. It's genius. It is
Yeah.
that person. Those people they're saving the country. They're saving the world.
They are. Yeah. That's why I'm like, this is the future. This is the
Yeah,
future. Like,
we need more of that.
leave it to capitalism to, to step in and say, wait, what? Did I hear someone was spending $15 billion a year on diversity training? That's a lot of money.
It's so funny too how if you were to look at like race relations and how people feel about race relations and you correlate it to wokeness entering the mainstream, it's like a 1-for-1 correlation. Everyone starts to feel worse about race relations as wokeness becomes more and more prominent.
Of
It's
course.
so obvious to everyone who's not in this cult that this stuff is just toxic.
Yes, it is. It is. Everyone we I'm sure you get a bunch of messages. I always get a bunch of messages from people who are like, "Oh, fucking diversity training hit my job."
Yep.
Like it's hell on earth. Yeah.
Headed Telly did this cool picture of me and Adam.
Look at that. I like it.
Adam shooting the lasers. Very
Sitch
cool. Thank you.
contemplating being as cool as Adam.
No, this is Sitch contemplating why Adam's wasting his time on Twitter arguing with idiots.
Oh, that's true.
And there's Adam lasering his computer screen. I'm like, Adam, you're just destroying your own screen.
Fighting away.
You're not. It's not hitting the person. It's just hitting yourself.
Ah, sad. Very sad.
He'll learn one day, folks. Eric Smith for $2 says Don Lemon needs to get Jordan Lee Peterson on there instead. That'd be an interesting conversation.
You mean Jesse Lee Peterson?
I'm sorry, Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah. That'd be funny. Jesse Lee Peterson with Don Lemon and Mike Art Dyson. I don't think anything productive would happen, but it would be funny. Cyborg for $5 says counteracting Lucifer the Doberman. S class is the best class.
What?
Thank you, Cyborg. Thank you.
That's not fair because Lucifer for the Doberman was a $20 super chat.
Why is that not fair?
Well, it's counteracting it from like a completely different stream.
Yeah, from Sunday. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like I should read Lucifer the Doberman.
I don't think you should.
Anyway.
Lucifer
the Doberman for 20 Canadian. A-Team reigns supreme and S classes. Okay.
Pretty good. Okay. That's what it said. Is what it said. Speaking of A-Team.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Danimal the Bruce made this book cover. So you got a Sissy Mary son. A guide for parents, and you have the Virgin Adam on the cover.
The Virgin Adam.
Oh, I like that it says by Danimal the Bryce. So actually it's by Danimal the Bruce's brother, Danimal the Bryce. So there you go.
I will read this book, Dan. Well, thank you so much for writing it.
I will read it to every child I come across so that they don't become a Sissy Mary son.
Uh-oh. Did you lose your place?
I did.
It happens.
Immortal Mechanism for $5 says, we just witnessed the birth of critical light theory. Can't wait for children to be indoctrinated into hating light bulbs. That's true. That's true.
Terrible.
White is racist. Okay.
Whiteness.
Mr. Taco Bout It for $2 says, Destiny said Jordan Peterson isn't prescriptive. Dumb fuck. Yeah, I know. That's one of Destiny's dumbest takes on Jordan. I understand what he was trying to say, but it's a very dumb take. Jordan Peterson is very prescriptive about a lot of things.
Yeah. I made a video about that. That's hilarious. Right. We should watch it right now. No, just kidding.
We should not. The Shadow Knight for $5 says, so is there if the difference between black and white and blackness and whiteness? So if there is a difference between black and white and blackness and whiteness, can a white person experience blackness, or are they still tied to their skin color? Well, that's a good question.
No, you're not, because of the white passing thing. So you can't. Even if you were, ideologically black, they would still say, but you're white passing.
Right. And well, that's why it's so bullshit. A white person could be living the life of blackness, and yet they'd still, as you said, they'd still gain white privilege and thus still be an oppressor.
It's all a bunch of bullshit games.
Yeah, I know. Electro Master for $10 says, "Aight, boys. New goal to have a bigger audience than The Daily Show." We're getting there. Also, DS2 is greater than DS3. The DS2 subreddit is just on Copium. S-Team is A-class.
Nice.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what
centrist.
I don't know what DS2 and DS3 is.
I don't either.
Oh, Dark Souls 2. Okay.
Are we going to play?
They're saying Dark Souls 3 is greater than Dark Souls 2. Yes.
Are we going to play Carmageddon on Thursday? Maximum damage?
If you really want to.
I do.
If you really want to. Apparently Carmageddon's out there. Multiplayer's out there. Adam is very excited.
I am.
He's very excited.
I played some Carmageddon too. I was wondering, can people see how much I'm playing on Steam? Because I feel like I played Carmageddon 2 for a while. And
they can. You can change it so they can't. So if you want to hide your shame, you can do that.
I might have to. They're like, what's Adam playing this game from the 90s for? Jesus. Like it's all pixelated and shit.
Listen, don't boomer shame Adam. Okay?
That's my pleasure, guys. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with a little nostalgia in your life. Just don't overdo it. Contrast for 5 Aussies says, also in the wrong Sitch universe, Watchmen comic ending is better. GoBots is better than Transformers. Tiger Electronic Games is better than Game Boy. Listen. This is bullshit. This is how I know you're from the fake universe, okay? The Watchmen comic ending is better in all universes. And in all universes, Tiger Electronic Games are far shittier than anything Game Boy ever produced. You remember those Tiger Electronic Games were dog shit? Do you remember those?
So you are against Tiger Electronic Games.
Do you know what that is?
The Tiger Electronic. Yes. Well, I'm just gonna guess they're evil, like Chinese knockoff of Game Boy.
They were these little handheld games that be like based off a movie, be like Ninja Turtles handheld game, and it would be this.
It's like a dot floating around on the
it would have like arrows on one side and like 2 buttons on the other side, and it'd have that stationary background. And the only movement would be it would project these like black sprites on top of on the static image of the background, and every game would be like, you're this shape that vaguely resembles a Ninja Turtle, and you just jump over enemies, or you press a button and your like shitty pixel sword would maybe swing forward or something.
Yeah,
you never played any of these things? Yeah, they're so terrible.
Yeah,
I don't even understand like the market for this garbage. Oh my god, there were graphing calculator games that were superior to this fucking shit.
Did you ever have a PSP, PlayStation Portable?
I did. It was a big waste of money. But I did,
really?
yeah.
I had a lot of fun.
There's never that many good games on it. I don't know.
I played Prince of Persia on it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Remember graphing calculators? You kids might not know this. Okay, because you have your fancy cell phones. Before fancy cell phones, the only thing that was even close to a fancy cell phone was the graphing calculator. That's right. And it was so funny because some classes in high school, it's like you had to have your graphing calculator.
Oh yeah.
So parents would have to get you the graphing calculator, and you would just, there were all these like weird, shitty pixel games that people somehow created for the graphing calculator, and everyone would just use their graphing calculator like a little Game Boy.
Yeah. Fun times. Those were simpler times back then. That was before Twitter.
That was before Twitter. It was before we had the entire world in our pocket.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I think I missed.
BW85 for $5 says, bird's eye view. Arms make an O while hugging. 2 pairs of lips make an X in profile. Well, to our universe, there's no going back. A-Team reigns supreme.
So Gabbles for 20 Knock Knock says Adam shorts are a part of American history. XOXO. Yes, everyone. Everyone was very, very much on top of how I'm completely wrong about XOXO. Listen, I should be right. That's all I'm gonna say. I should be right. That XOXO stuff doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
I had no idea if you were right or wrong, and the simulation winked at me yesterday. I watched Nacho Libre.
Yes.
And in Nacho Libre,
they talk about this.
He dictates a letter.
Yeah.
And in the letter, he uses X's and O's, but he dictates it as hug, kiss, little kiss, big kiss, hug, hug. And the O's are definitely the hugs, and the X's are definitely the kisses.
Doesn't make any sense. Okay. Doesn't make any sense. I looked it up. Everyone's like, we don't know why this is the way it is. And I'm like, see, listen, I'm a leader. I'm not a follower. I'm not going to follow the lemmings off the XOXO cliffs. Okay. You all are going to XOXO your way into a grave. The superior Sitch mind is like, you guys are doing it all backwards. Okay.
Well, where did you get yours from? I mean, that's a big Hollywood movie. You figure
through deductive reasoning. Okay. That's where I got my throw. You guys are like you're like the primates with the TV remote, and you're smashing the TV remote. And you're like, why is the TV not turning on? And Sitch is over here like, listen, the batteries, you put the batteries in backwards. You see where it says positive and negative, you put them in reverse, but the primates don't want to listen. They just want to smash the remote around until, they accidentally turn the TV on by flinging poop at it. Okay. That's what's happening in this situation.
Likely story.
Gabbles for another 20 Knock Knock says, where's my wrench at, huh? X's are kisses. XXXX. There you go. eBray for $2 says, thanks for the perspective. You guys are doing well. Thank you.
Okay.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 50 Knock Knock says, I bought 7,500 followers for Sitch to make him feel better. A-Team reigns supreme, but are also nice people. Well, first of all, thank you for buying me followers, Satoshi.
Is that even you can do that? What?
I assume you can. I assume most people buy them for themselves, but
he bought 750 follows for you on Twitter.
7,500.
Right. That's a lot of followers.
He did. Yeah. Thank you, Satoshi.
Holy cow.
I appreciate it.
That means I have way more followers than you.
It means that people appreciate me more. They're willing to actually spend their money to buy me followers. Okay. That's what it means. I take quality over quantity any day, Adam.
I don't think he did that. It seems like your followers are real.
That remains to be seen.
BW85 for $5. Oh, I already read that one.
That's the bird's eye view one.
Yeah.
Kristen for $5 says, don't worry, Adam. The gay toys will stay right where they are at the back of Spencer's. Is that just for you, Adam?
Is Spencer's a toy store? We don't have Spencer's in California, so.
Oh, okay. Likely story. Contrast for 5. Aussie says they should scan your eyes before driving to see if you're an A. Oh, never mind. There you go.
To see if you're
an asshole, obviously.
Oh, okay.
And an A-Team asshole shouldn't be allowed to drive. I mean, what? Satoshi was a Reploid for another 200 Knock Knocks. Thank you. Says, here's some Petro knockers to confirm that supreme reigning A team knows more about economics than the detractors. Hashtag blockchains are Ponzi's. There you go.
Yeah.
Satoshi is on board with your anti whatever you're anti. You're anti blockchain now?
I'm not really anti-blockchain. I think that's his.
Okay.
That's what he's saying, but I'm definitely blockchain skeptical.
I see. I see.
I don't, is blockchain, like, I believe they're gonna come up with a USD crypto coin. It's actually gonna be done by the Federal Reserve.
Government?
Yeah. You don't know about this?
I don't know about this.
Yeah.
What's the point?
The Federal Reserve is going to take the technology. Well, I mean, remember, people pay a lot of fees for like credit card transactions and stuff like that. Remember how you used to pay a lot of money for long distance calling and now it's just all free?
Yes.
That's technological advance. There is going to be sooner or later a technological advance where all these credit card fees are all going to go away. It's all going to be free for electronic transactions. It's kind of stupid. I mean, that you can't pay with cash. Like, why do I have to use a credit card? Why can't I pay electronically with cash?
Oh, I see. That's interesting. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I'm on board with it too. Yeah. Why are we giving 7-8% of our money to fucking Visa and MasterCard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. That's true. I mean, a lot of people use credit cards to get loans, which is a terrible idea.
Yes. Yeah.
And a lot of people use credit cards just like they'll try to pay off the full amount every month. And they're just using it because you have to use a credit card to like buy stuff online, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm hip on all that stuff. And right now there's these things called stable coins that the different companies have created that are supposed to mirror the value of a dollar anyway. But the thing is, they're completely unregulated. And a lot of people believe that they're taking people's US dollars and not really buying US dollars to back them up with. So if they had to, they're like a tradition. They're in the situation that banks used to be in, where if they had a run on the bank, if everybody asked for their money back at the same time, they'd be fucked. So the Federal Reserve wants to avoid that because it would be catastrophic. We're in kind of a situation where there could be bank runs right now because of crypto. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. No. We got another housing crisis going on right under our feet with crypto.
How so? Oh, the banks are all investing in crypto? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if these private entities are taking a bunch of cash from people that they don't have the ability to refund, and they're telling people, this coin that you own is equal to a US dollar when that's not remotely the case. Yeah. They're creating toxic assets. It's the same thing.
There was some big NFT scam. I don't know if you heard about this in Minecraft. I don't understand how any of this stuff works. They were trying to make someone was claiming that they were going to create, what is this? A Minecraft server. An NFT project sells a ton of tokens, makes a shit ton of cash in the process for a thing that will probably exist in the future. Then the project and the folks disappear with the money, leaving those who bought it screwed.
Yeah, that happens quite often. Well, I don't know if it happens quite often, but
I think it
happens enough to be. Often. It happens enough to be a thing. Like this also was common when the stock market was created. There was all kinds of stock market schemes and scams, and most of the regulation comes out of people getting ripped off over the years. They're like, okay, we need to solve this. We need to plug this hole, fix this problem. But that doesn't exist in the crypto realm.
So yeah, there's this thing called Blockverse. Maybe someone in the chat knows. I don't understand how this is supposed to work. It was like a private Minecraft server that you had to pay, you had to buy an NFT of a token of like a Minecraft avatar to get into the server. But I don't understand why anyone wants to get in the server in the first place.
When they could make their own server or go to a different server? I don't know.
I don't know. I thought there was something about being on the server. Somehow you being on the server would generate crypto for yourself. I don't understand how it was supposed to work. But anyway, people bought these NFTs for the little avatar people for this Minecraft server. They made about $1.2 million in. It said they sold out in less than 10 minutes.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. They made $1.2 million. And then what happens a few days later after they make all the money? Oh, the website for Blockverse just disappears. And the Discord just gets deleted. And the game server just disappears. And there was an interview. I'm trying to remember who it was. There's an interview. I think it was Coffee Break or CoffeeZilla. He did an interview with someone involved in the project. And the guy, and he's like, don't you feel bad like ripping people off all this money? And the guy's like, fuck them.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, the CoffeeZilla, the famous live streamer who stole $500,000 from his fans. So actually, this might be unrelated to the Minecraft thing. Maybe this was a different crypto scam. Yeah, this was a different crypto scam. There's all these crypto scams going on. I mean, that's the problem with having everything being so completely unregulated. It's just so easy to rip people off and scam them. There's no recourse for any of this stuff. But see, that's the question. If USD has its own blockchain currency, what does that mean? Does that mean that there are going to be some kind of, is the US government going to be involved with regulating crypto now or something?
Yeah.
How's it going to work?
I know all this stuff from listening to the hearings on the crypto regulation. Yeah. Yes, they're having hearings in front of Congress about regulating crypto.
Wouldn't that defeat the whole point? I thought the whole point was for it to be unregulated. Like, that's why people like it.
That's why the anti-government libertarian types like it.
I see.
Sure.
I see.
But, I mean...
No, but I mean, if it becomes regulated, would it immediately lose its value because the whole point was for it to be unregulated? Or I guess the whole point is also for it to be free of central control. Even if it's regulated, the currency is still generated free of central control, I guess.
First of all, the only reason crypto has value is because people want it. They desire it.
It's for everything, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
So I do believe part of the desire is that it is unregulated and free from government intervention. I think that does create some of the desire, some of the interest in crypto that could vanish and could, take the value of the crypto down a bit. But it's all a psychology game. It's hard to say. I don't have any desire to own crypto. I don't think I will ever own crypto. How about you?
No. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe eventually. I feel like you kind of have to. There was Sean, Actual Dust War, made this video, came out yesterday, the day before yesterday, that it triggered the fuck out of me. Oh my God. I was like in a rage after watching it. And it was all about how California, your home state, the regulations they put in out for the legalization of pot are so onerous or odious or whatever the word is. There's so many of these stupid fucking regulations. They're so crazy. They're so over the top of these regulations and taxes that it's actually cheaper and more efficient and easier for people to just continue to buy and sell weed illegally in the state of California.
Really?
And yeah, and I was just so pissed off. I was so enraged. Like like you should be trying to me, it's disgusting if you have a product that everyone wants to buy and you can't even sell it because of the amount of regulations and taxes and all the bullshit and all the red tape you have to go through literally makes your product unsellable.
It's not unsellable. I buy it all the time. I don't. What is he talking about?
Yeah, but he's talking about like he's saying it's so difficult for people to sell marijuana legally in California
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
that people just turn to selling it illegally.
well, I'm curious what the regulations are, because if the regulations are, you shouldn't spray DMT on your marijuana, then I might like that
Well, you watch the
regulation.
video, you'll see that he didn't go over any of that stuff. It was
Okay.
just
Oh, so it's complete. So
it had nothing to do with and had nothing to do from what he was talking about, had nothing to do with like the health of the plant or anything like that or pesticides.
okay.
So, and that's what's but and I wish the only thing I wish though, and I know he wasn't because he was kind of just on the anti-government rant. I would be curious if that was compared to like Colorado or isn't there another state where it's legal? I don't know, wherever else marijuana is legal, not just medical marijuana, but just like legal. Because his point was that if marijuana was legal, you'd expect that crime and police dealing with marijuana would go down, right? Because it's illegal. But in California, it's gone up. There's been an increase in the selling of illegal weed, and there's been an increase in police having to deal with illegal weed drug charges and stuff like that. Because the regulations are so crazy, it's just easier for people to go out and sell it illegally.
Mm-hmm.
But since it's legal now, the demand for it has increased. So it's like this weird situation.
Well, I'll have to watch the video, obviously.
Yeah. It's super terrible.
Sword and Scale responded to reptilioids, and we were going to invite Sword and Scale on, but I don't know, because you said you have like 4 hours sleep. Maybe this isn't the day to do it.
If Sword and Scale wants to come on, go for it.
Sword and Scale for $20 says reptilioids' argument against crypto is asinine. It's like saying the internet is a scam because Nigerian scammers exist. The benefits of programmable money is obvious. Watch some Andres and
Antonopoulos
videos.
There you go.
This is what I was saying, because I do agree in the benefits of digital money. Like I said, I mean, I made it pretty clear when I said, why can't I get cash on a card? Good old American cash on a card. Mm-hmm. Why do I have to do this crazy thing with Visa and MasterCard and all that kind of stuff? So,
right.
I think that's coming. I think there'll come a time when we will all have like a Federal Reserve Bank cash card.
Satoshi was a Reploid for 500 knock-knocks. Thank you so much. Says, I didn't mean to ascribe any stance about crypto to Adam. That hashtag was just a response to the super chat before mine. But if anyone needs a critical book recommendation, try Attack of the 50-Foot Blockchain.
Attack of the 50. I might read that.
And then Satoshi was a Reploid for another 20 knock-knock. Says, Sword and Scale, fight me, IRL. There you go.
Well, I have to be pro crypto, because I think a lot of these giant super chats that Sword and Scale is giving us are a direct result of him buying Bitcoin at like $1,000 a Bitcoin.
There you go. See, there you go. Bitcoin's obviously the best thing that's ever happened. All right.
And I know I have a few friends that are definitely rolling in the money because they bought Bitcoin. I have one friend too that bought Bitcoin, I think at like $1,000 a Bitcoin, and ended up selling it and making like $20,000. And the last time I talked to him, he was like in tears about how I would have been a millionaire. Like,
I know, it's sad.
I would have made like 500 million.
I know. This is like me in high school. In high school, we had to do a stock project.
Right.
And I'm like, parents, buy Google now.
Yes.
Buy lots of Google stock, and they never did. I was like, we could have been contenders.
I mean, I've done that so many times, and it is painful. It is totally painful.
Yeah.
You know, you buy Apple at 50 and you sell it at 90, and then it goes to 400, and you're like, motherfucker.
Yeah. I know. Layman made this very funny meme. Not for us, but he just made it on his own. I thought it was fantastic. It's we've all seen the terrible, surf carrying sticks with the guy in the well meme comic. And here we have the Jordan Peterson version exposing the utter hypocrisy of the leftists. Where Jordan Peterson says we should clean our room somewhat. And then the guy at the well says, "Yet you have flaws. Curious. I definitely understand what you meant by this." And he's envisioning the fact it was bring up the fact that there's some picture of Jordan Peterson's room being very messy, and it was like, and apparently this is all bullshit too, because this was like when they were moving, or there's some specific reason for why there's so much crap about. It wasn't just like the normal state of the room anyway. So
yeah,
great meme, great memes. James Miller for $5 says, I was happy to hear radicals aren't in leadership positions after my super chat last week. Also started S class, but Akira the Don brought me to A team. What's going on here? What, Akira the Don's out here shilling for A team?
I had Akira the Don on my Thursday stream, and everyone loves Akira the Don. So
yeah, of course, he's a good guy.
Well, I'm friends with him, and you are. So that's why. That's why people people.
I see how it is. I see how it is.
I mean,
it's not what you know; it's who you know.
I mean, that's not untrue. I mean, that's definitely not untrue.
Listen to Adam. Adam is classic LA schmoozer over here.
I mean, I've done my share of schmoozing. Akira the Don was going to come out to our studio when I had the studio with Owen, and he never got a chance to. But before he bugged out of Los Angeles,
bug man. Hippo-sized cat for $2, the most dangerous of all animals. Says, meow.
Meow.
Meow. Sneeko Robbins for $2 says, based Canada take. Yes, that's true. We are going to take over Canada. I don't know if you guys knew that.
But of course.
Yep.
It's already begun. The psychological warfare is underway.
I mean, do we even need psychological warfare for the Canadians?
Not really. Canada's like a needy little bitch anyway, so.
That's not exactly the direction I was going, but sure.
Canada's always looking for America's approval.
Yeah, there you go. Canada's like America's little brother. He's always chasing after us. He always wants to be part of our games. And we're like, listen, you can be, but we also get to take over your country. Okay.
Canada doesn't even have their own racist flag. They have to adopt America's racist flag.
I know. How pathetic is it that Canada can't even have its own racism correctly? It has to use American racism.
Yeah.
God.
Living vicariously through our adventures. Yes. You guys.
I know.
Get your own history.
So as per the conversation on Sunday.
This is so good.
We had two people come up with the Michael Eric Dyson button memes. The first one, this is from Captain Forehead. And it says, one button says, solve racial inequality. And the other says, build career on racial inequality. That's great. And you have Michael Eric Dyson like, oh no, what do we do?
What's going on here? Which one do I press?
Which one do you
We
press?
all know which one he pressed.
We all do.
It's no mystery.
It's no.
I brought the other one up too. It says, end racism and have a career grifting off of racial tensions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was made by Based Arnold. So thank you, Captain Forehead and Based Arnold.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
These are great.
Stug for $2 says Thomas Sowell and Bernie Sanders 2024. There you go. Now that would be the most bizarre ticket of all time.
Thomas Sowell and Bernie Sanders. I
I
would have to vote for that ticket, but
that would never be a ticket. They're like violently opposed to each other's ideologies.
Yeah, I guess
Bernie Sanders and Thomas Sowell do not believe the same things about how government should function.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders wants to privatize wants to publicize the healthcare system, and what is it even called? Nationalize the healthcare system.
He wants to socialize it, Adam.
I think it's called nationalize.
Yeah,
which is bizarre that it is called nationalize, but we need to nationalize the banks.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders wants everything to be run by the government, and Thomas Sowell wants nothing to be run by the government. So I don't know how that's going to work, but it would be a fun ticket.
Those debates with Trump will be amazing.
That's true. AD for $2 says Michael Eric Dyson is trash class.
True.
There you go. Oh, it's funny. I told my parents about our bet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
The Trump will run for $500.
Did they tell you I was gonna win?
They did. They're like, Sitch, what are you doing? You're gonna lose $500. I'm like, and so whenever there's any Trump news about like a rally or him saying he's running for president, they just send it to me. Mm-hmm. They send me a message with the picture of the article, and they're like, "You're gonna lose $500."
Oh, Sitch, this is the best thing that I can teach you. Okay, the most important thing about life.
I'm like, listen, you're all rubbing your hands here. You're all like, hey. Like, oh, we're gonna get Sitch. But listen, at the end of the day, you're all gonna be eating crow, and I'm gonna be sitting here like on my mountain of $500. The money doesn't even matter.
It's
just the I told you so. 500. I told you so. I mean, sitting here on this mountaintop, looking down at all the peons who thought that they knew what was what.
Sitch tried to tell me I didn't have to pay, and I was like, "What the fuck, you? I want the money. I'm paying. You're paying. Don't try to get out of this shit." I know how these welchers work. They're like, "Oh, I told you didn't have to pay." So,
okay, to be clear, because you're sort of mischaracterizing the situation. Okay. Adam sends me a DM, and it's all like, "Oh my God, Sitch, you were right." And I forget what it was about, but it's some article, and Adam was convinced that Trump was not going to run.
Right.
So in response to that, I told Adam he didn't have to pay me. I didn't just go up and say, "Adam, let's cancel our bet."
Yeah, but
pay. So don't make it out like that's what happened.
But we've already had $500 worth of fun out of this debate.
That's
easily.
true. That's true.
Easily. Someone needs to tell Doomer though that he's not getting any of my $500.
Oh, is he trying to sneak in on that?
Well, we had a stream where he did sneak in on that, and I allowed it. And after thinking it through, I was like, okay, this is a bad idea because, like, if I lose, there's no way in hell that I'm gonna like demand $250 from Doomer, right? So I'm in a situation where if I lose, I'm gonna have to pay the $500, and if I win. Doomer thinks he's going to get the $250.
You got stoated.
So I'm just saying, I'm not paying. I'm taking the $500, Doomer. I'm in this. I'm in this alone. I'm taking the risk. I'm taking the reward.
Weasley little Doomer, stoaty little Doomer.
Yeah, I'm not this. On second thought, Doomer, no, it can't happen. No. Yeah. If I have to pay, I have to pay. But I don't know. I think I'm sitting pretty here. I think I might be $500 richer.
You guys, everyone thinks they're riding so high.
I know.
They think they're riding so high. You guys are all like the media. You're like, Trump's gonna get blown out, and I'm just down here like, all right, we'll see.
It's a difficult. When I do see these articles, though, I do get a jolt of adrenaline. I get a jolt of like happy adrenaline. What's the other one? What is it? What's the one that makes you feel euphoric? It's not adrenaline. I can't remember what it is.
Dopamine?
Dopamine. That's it. Yeah. I get a little dopamine. Oh my God. I'm going to win. It's so fun to win a bet. It is. It is. On election night, I had like 3 or 4 bets out on Trump winning.
And Trump, yeah.
And I went into that night thinking, okay, I'm just going to lose these. No big deal. Who cares? And through the night, I was like, I'm winning.
I'm winning, bitch.
Come on. Come on.
Get
it's fun.
fucked.
It's fun.
Yeah, it is true. That's true.
It
is fun to tell people that they were wrong.
It's fun. Now you're even having fun with your parents. Your parents are shaking their, every time they read, they're like, oh,
I know.
Sitch fucked up.
I see, but to me, it's just every time I get that. It just makes it's just going to make my eventual win more powerful. It's true. It's storing up the energy.
It is true. It is true. Every time, every article is another I told you so. Yeah. Because you can say, oh, remember this article?
Remember when you sent me this article telling me that Trump was definitely going to run?
Remember?
And I just shook my head and said, Adam, don't you understand what's happening here?
How about this article? Remember this one? Oh, remember this one?
Well, I will say, I have changed my opinion on DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
So I originally thought that if Trump did run, that DeSantis would end up winning against him in a primary, because he's basically like an actual politician version of Trump, as opposed to just being crazy like Trump is. And he actually is getting a lot of the anti-woke red meat that people on the right want to get done in Florida.
Yeah.
But I've actually changed my position on this. I think if Trump does run, he will completely annihilate, nuke from space DeSantis.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what the nickname for DeSantis Trump is gonna foist on him immediately.
Because and the thing was, I hadn't really been listening to a lot of DeSantis. I just been seeing articles about what he was doing. Because the other day I was listening to a bunch of his clips. The man has charisma. The man has as much charisma as a cardboard cutout of Neo from the Matrix, from the latest Matrix.
DeSantis does? You don't think DeSantis is charismatic?
Oh my God, no.
Oh,
he's so boring.
Yeah.
So wooden. He's putting me to sleep. I'm listening to him talk. I'm like, oh. He's like the energy vampire and that TV show.
Yeah.
What We Do in the Dark. And it's just sucking my life force dry. He's so dull. And the problem is, not only is it just when you're dull, when you're a politician and you're dull, it makes everything you're saying sound fake.
Yeah, because you're talking about dull shit to begin with.
Well, but even if he's not talking about dull shit, if he's talking about something, even if he's talking about something I agree with, he's passing the anti-CRT bill. The fact that he is so bad at communicating emotion and energy makes it sound like it's all calculated, even if it's not. That's just the way it comes across, I think, to people. So unless he can figure out how to energize himself, I don't think sleepy DeSantis is gonna.
Oh no!
Be able to push past Trump in the primary.
Sword and Scale says dopey DeSantis. Crack Rock says dull DeSantis. Oh,
dopey's a good one. Dopey DeSantis, sleepy DeSantis.
All those are going to be devastating. It's Sleepy Joe. Come on, Trump isn't.
That's true. Well, but that's the thing. He would want to conflate them, Sleepy Joe and Sleepy DeSantis.
Oh yeah, maybe so. That might be a good thing.
He could go back to the Bush, the low energy DeSantis.
All of the polls seem to show Trump annihilating DeSantis, which is something that I would not have anticipated.
Well, no, but that makes sense now. I mean, most people don't know who DeSantis is.
Right. Okay. Yeah. True.
Right. So
sure.
I don't know. You'd have to see what the polls in Florida are more. If Trump's annihilating DeSantis in Florida, then you'd say, oh, okay, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
And as I said, I mean, Trump is attacking DeSantis right now.
Yeah.
He's doing it a little bit on the DL, somewhat on the DL, but he is doing it. So that does give more credence to your side of the bet, Adam.
It does. Yeah. You even said if he attacks DeSantis, it's over. I'm just going to pay you.
I never said that. Okay. Who made this meme? Let me see. Hassan's stepsister, Cyborg, made this meme.
Cyborg.
It's got Joe Rogan and Adam. Adam says, "Hey Joe, great to be here." Adam said, and Joe Rogan says, "That's crazy, bro. Ever tried DMT?" And Adam says, "Nah, bro. That's crazy. Ever try MMT?" There you go. There you go.
Joe hasn't had any MMT people on because he wants to actually.
Stephanie Kelton. Am I imagining that conversation?
Nah, Joe Rogan's never talked to Stephanie Kelton.
Oh, you're right. I'm confusing him with Mark. Talk to Stephanie Kelton.
Yeah, Stephanie Kelton was supposed to go on Michael Shermer's podcast, but I don't think it's happened yet.
Mm-hmm. We should get on that. Where were we? 95 Geek for $5 says photosynthesis, pedantic circumference, supercalifragilistic, cucumber. Am I smart now? Can I be openly prejudiced on live television yet?
That's the thing that's saddest about it right there.
That's pretty good. Hippo-sized cat for $5, the most dangerous predator. says, I cannot identify any flaws with Sam Cedar's argument, but I'm just a hippo-sized cat. So what do I know? S-Class is A team. Best class reigns supreme.
I like it.
John R. for $2 says, Sam Cedar sounds like Fenton from Home Movies.
Does he now?
And then John R. for $2 says, never mind, I just looked it up. He was Fenton from Home It's funny because when he first sent that, I thought that was a joke, but no. It's because it's so funny because I actually saw Home Movies before I ever saw Sam Cedar. So when I saw Sam Cedar, I'm like, what the fuck is Fenton from Home Movies doing talking about politics?
Really?
I can only ever see him as the Fenton character from Home Movies.
It's been so long since I watched Home Movies.
Yeah, Home Movies is an old show from like adults. It was even like pre-adult, before Adult Swim even existed. Home Movies was on like 11 o'clock at night on Cartoon Network. And it was made by Brendan Smalls, same guy does Metalocalypse. And so that also had what's his name? My favorite voice actor of all time, Benjamin. Yeah. What's that guy's name?
He plays Master Shake. Right? Oh no, yeah. Is it Master Shake?
No, that's my second favorite voice actor. Right. John Benjamin's he's the coach. John Benjamin's the coach.
Yeah, Coach.
Coach McGurk.
Coach McGurk.
Yeah.
Oh, Coach was great.
No, Master Shake's voice actor is Dana Snyder.
He's on Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell too.
Yes.
Which I rewatched some of those, and there was one episode on guns that I was like, okay, this is pretty woke. It was still hilarious, but it still was definitely. I could see conservatives watching it and going, but they're straw manning the gun argument.
Yeah, Sam Cedar's also on Bob's Burgers. Yep, and so was so is Benjamin. So it's funny. I don't know if that's a connection. And so I was so sad when I saw John Benjamin do that commercial for the Commie Institute.
It's so weird.
The Gravel Institute. Yeah, I was like, no, John Benjamin, no.
You could never, like, Sam Cedar makes money doing political commentary on the side and also continues to keep all his voice acting gigs. Right. But if he did political commentary on the side that was conservative, he would lose all of his voice acting gigs.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
That is a huge inequity in society.
It's true. That's a very good point. Because he works in Hollywood. Yeah. You can be an open socialist and it's still, which is fine. I mean, I think people should be allowed to be socialists and work as a voice actor. But it's crazy that you couldn't be like Gina Carano made the most milquetoast of comparisons of of tribalism to the Holocaust. And they're like, I'll kick her off the Star Wars show.
And I don't even think she's conservative. I don't even think she came out as a conservative. She did that talk with Ben Shapiro, and I was like, she's not conservative. She's
just anti-woke. There's so many people that are just anti-woke.
Yeah. She seemed apolitical, if anything.
Right.
Can you imagine if you think of it in the context of it being like a religion, this conservatism and liberalism being like replacing people's religions? There was a time when if you were a voice actor and you were Jewish, you weren't getting work. You had to be like Catholic or Christian or whatever. I don't even know. They might not even hired Catholics. They might have been like, you have to be a WASP.
You dirty Catholics. Yeah. What are you going to take your answers from the Pope?
We've totally reconstructed that same bigoted system where you had to be the same religion as somebody in order to work in certain industries. We've recreated that same bigoted system with political views. How is it any different? How is this thing with Sam Cedar not being able to be only anyone who has a voice acting gig only to be able to do political commentary for the left? Right. Not the exact same thing.
That's true.
It's crazy.
Stug for $2 says, quote, I think Sam is intelligent. Adam, 1 hour earlier.
I know. I ended up taking that back.
No, I know.
That was demoralizing. Sam Cedar's a moron.
He is. Well, he was triggered. I don't think he's like. I don't think he's stupid. Like I'm pretty sure he has a reasonably sized IQ. He's just so partisan. It just blinds him. His elephant's out of control.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think usually when I call someone stupid, that's what I mean. I mean they just have no control over their biases or their elephant.
Well, the less intelligent you are, the less control you do have over your biases.
I completely disagree with you.
Really?
I think there's no correlation between your IQ and your ability to
control your biases.
To control your biases. I think that's zero difference.
That's an interesting concept.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting concept.
I mean, I'm just there's so many stupid smart people walking around.
Let me pitch you an argument that may change your mind.
Okay.
If you like, it takes cognitive resources to overcome your biases. Do you agree with that?
Maybe.
Okay. So you have to have a certain amount of cognitive resources available to address your biases. And you have to have the desire and willingness to devote those cognitive resources to identifying them.
Okay.
So that's two hurdles that you have to overcome. That if you
There's
don't
a problem
have...
there,
well, if you don't have those cognitive resources, you're not able to overcome those biases.
There's a problem here, though.
Okay.
You're falling into the trap of assuming that it's some intellectual process that lets people get over their cognitive biases. Right. I don't think it is for most people. Maybe for some people. I think for most people, I think it's just you have to have a certain level of
desire,
of agreeableness and openness. You have to have a certain emotional state to just be like, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Or, oh, maybe this is incorrect or whatever. Like for me, with like the woke stuff, it was the thing, like the only reason I think the only reason I probably noticed it was because I'm very triggered emotionally for like hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I saw the hypocrisy, like the emotion of it is what sets me off into thinking, to start using my brain power to say, oh, what's going on here? Why am I noticing this? What's going on the left? Mm-hmm. And then I started to get into all this other ideas. So it's not like I thought my way into this position originally. Like I still had to have that emotional reaction first and foremost.
Hmm. So, but you did devote resources to overcoming your biases. Though.
Right. But so what I think it is that like, if you have someone, who's not like a giant big brain genius, like we are, Adam. Okay. Mm-hmm. Someone who's in the, the doomer IQ range. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking like low 80s, right?
Yeah. Low 80s. What was it? Moron or whatever the term is. Okay. When you have the doomer moron, low 80 IQ range. No, I think people, they'll still have that, even if they can't rationalize it out, they'll still just say like, oh, they'll have the same opinion. They'll be like, oh, well, I can be wrong. People can be wrong. But it'll just be like a feeling, and they'll still believe it. They'll still hold it, even if they can't rationalize it as well as we could.
So you're saying the temperament is completely divorced from the intelligence.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think that's a much easier way to say it. I think it's really a temperament issue more than a cognitive issue.
Yeah, I mean, I lean in that direction too. I do. Because I'm just thinking about it. I realize that, yeah, you can't. There are plenty of people who are, well, I guess it's difficult because in order to nail anyone on bias, you really have to identify what they care about in a certain way.
Well, like,
bias creeps in when it's something, emotional that we're attached to.
Right. But just look at it this way. When we look at all the political pundits that we don't like, none of them seem like stupid, like they have like 80 IQ points, right? Like none of them seem like, well, that's not true. Some of them do. Hassan seems like actually stupid. But that's the difference. That's when we could say, oh, we can conceptualize the difference between Hassan and Vosh. Okay. Yes. We could say like, oh, Vosh, obviously, if they do an IQ test, Vosh is going to destroy Hassan. Hassan's in like the 70s.
He's got 20 IQ points on him easily.
Right. Yeah. So we can all make that distinction. And I feel like with most of the commentators we watch on YouTube or even in the mainstream media. Like, I don't think they're low IQ like Hassan. I think they're just so wrapped up in their elephant, their tribalism, their emotional biases, blah, 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 that it makes them say stupid shit and it makes them believe stupid shit.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay. Smurfs, hashtag Smurfs are oppressed for $5 says you should react to a video called Homo Nationalist White Gays. It's hilariously bad.
Sounds
okay.
Awesome, actually.
Check it out. Homo Nationalist White Gays. It sounds like it's right up Adam's alley. So there you go. We'll check it out.
It sounds terribly irreverent.
The Butter Amble for $5 says, as a 21-year-old who can't cook for shit, I've been teaching myself using Adam's Ragusi videos. I don't know what that means. Highly recommended for your kiddies out there to give it a try. Is that a YouTuber, Adam Ragusi?
Sounds like
I thought he meant like you had Ragusi videos, and I was very confused.
I do not. I have not made any cooking videos yet. I may. You never know. I could branch out. Sometimes I do crazy things for fun.
Adam Ragusi. I'm assuming I'm saying the name incorrectly, but there you go. I'll check him out. Do your own syrup from trees. I don't know if I want to do that.
But... That sounds amazing. Can I do it from a citrus tree?
No. Get some orange syrup. CT made this comic. She said it was a rough draft. Oh no, this is the colored version. I don't know. I said it was perfect the way it was. And it's got Adam saying, "Hey CT, what are you? Don't you fucking dare!" And there's CT. She's about to stick a metal fork into a power outlet.
Right. I've done this experiment.
You really?
Yeah.
You've stuck a fork into a power outlet.
Yeah, I did it when I was a little kid.
I was gonna say was this last week?
No.
What happened?
It shorted out the power in the whole building.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. CT says, "Don't tell me what to do." She's about to do it. This does feel like an actual conversation that you guys had. So.
Yeah, she makes comics of these conversations that we had that I don't always remember. So
I'm pretty sure this happened.
But anyway, CT is 100% driven by a thing called psychological reactance. If you want her to do anything, just tell her not to do it, and you can be guaranteed 100% of the time she will do it.
There you go.
Yeah, reverse psychology works on her every time.
CT, whatever you do not ban Doomer. Okay.
Oh no.
Whatever you do not ban Doomer. He's a good kid. Okay, he's a good egg. Don't ban him.
Yeah, I like Doomer. I don't know why everyone hates on Doomer now.
Prodigy for $2 says, "I've done my due diligence and then hit the like button." Thank you, Prodigy. Thank you. Everyone, smash that like button.
Smash it up.
Oh, this was so shitty that their last stream got copyright hit.
Yeah.
Because it was so pissed. It's because we watched that dumb idiot's video whose name I've already forgotten, Michael something, and he just played that long clip from the Jordan Peterson interview that like we watched two, but we were pausing every 10 seconds to talk about it. But since we'd seen the clip before, we just let it play, and we got hit by the damn dirty Brits. Hit us with a copyright. So
yeah. Oh well.
Shaking my head. The white privilege. The source of white privilege. Can you believe it?
Yeah. I blame Sargon.
I blame Sargon too. Personally. I knew it was him. He pressed the button. William Kerr for $5 says, how Jordan Peterson, just one man, could bring out this level of insanity in people is so amazing. I know.
Yeah.
It's true. One man who says things that are both very interesting and not that controversial.
The podcast is amazing. I've been listening to it, and I did get bug out at just the wrong time because it did get super interesting right after.
Yeah.
He's hanging out with Guy Ritchie. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, the Jordan Peterson Joe Rogan podcast is great. First 20 minutes or so was kind of boring, but after that, it really
Yeah.
really takes off.
There's so much clippable stuff in there. There's so much stuff that
Yes.
should be clips. I don't know if Rogan's people are on it, but
They only do like two. They already clipped it. They only do 2 or 3 clips for each podcast.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's stuff in there that should reach a wider. Well, I guess Rogan people watch the whole thing, so it will reach
11 million
wide.
viewers, Adam. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
So it reached. It reached.
Yeah.
Stug for $5 says, "You don't understand, Sitch. Ryan Long actually has a great video breaking down why left-wing political leanings protect you from COVID." I love Ryan Long.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Long does all the funny political videos.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I'm talking about.
Yes. Yeah. No, he's awesome.
The guy, he's like, "Oh, when woke and racist actually agree on everything." That was his most famous video. So yeah, he's great.
He is awesome. He's been making more videos like that because that video was so popular. So
it was genius.
It is.
Kano for $10 says, "Let me just hit the old chat bungler.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, Sitch, don't release the 2008 housing video. Economic reflection pieces led to tribbing, and I'm already tapped out." There you go. S-Class is my hall pass. Thank you, Kano. Thank you.
Ooh, got a hall pass, huh?
S-Class is my hall pass. That's true. Any teacher will let you out of class if you hand him a little Sitch.
That's not what a hall pass means.
Was it? Oh.
You're
right.
A hall pass means that he gets to have sex with you and his wife doesn't leave him.
I was taking it much more innocently because I'm a small child who doesn't know the ways of the dirty, degenerate sex yet.
Of the hall pass.
There you go. Listen, Sitch was everyone's hall pass. Let's be real. Sitch is Adam's hall pass. He told me. He just didn't want to admit it on stream. He's like, "Listen, honey, can Sitch be my hall pass?" I
don't believe in hall passes.
She's like, baby. She's like, "Baby, if that's really how you feel, then yes."
I don't believe in hall passes. Get your ass in the classroom.
You don't believe in hall passes?
There's no hall passes.
Okay. Listen to Adam. Listen to the party pooper here. Doesn't give out hall passes. God.
Hall passes a step
it's like
on
he
the
believes
road.
in enforced monogamy or something.
Hall pass is a step on the path to cucking. The only thing different between like a hall pass and a cuck is you're in the room watching.
That's true. That's a good point. I'm now anti-hall pass.
How can you be in favor of hall passes? Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Bart, what is this name? It's too long to even see in the super chat window. This channel does not exist. Okay. Barbie Pink McDonald's for £2 says, "Have you ever dreamt of tying up a woman?" No, I have never had that dream. So no, I missed that dream.
Tying her up, as in,
I assume
talking to her when she has to leave.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking to a nice lady on the phone, and it's very clear that she wants to get off the phone.
But
you just keep talking, and you're like, "No, I'm gonna assert my dominance, my male patriarchy. I'm gonna whip out my male patriarchy on this woman and put it right across the phone, and she's just gonna deal with it."
You should say deal with it. You should. That's what I say. I'm like, "Oh, you gotta go. Deal with it."
I feel like that has the exact opposite connotation in that situation.
What do you mean? Like you're telling them to go?
Yeah, you're telling them to leave.
Oh, maybe. Well, you're not going to go. Deal with it. There you go.
There you go.
Fixed it up.
There you go. Colavar for $5 says, "Adam is the people's hero and Sitch is the people's anti-hero." That's true. I will be the anti-hero. Okay, not the anti-hero you want, but the anti-hero you need. So to programming, there's a famous S-Class A-Team meme of the bird that Adam put out.
One of my
to programming made a new template one, and Fizzy Mints made the caption of this, where they gave the bird the red shorts, and they gave the black bird the Sitch teeth.
Yeah.
And the little bird says, "A team reigns supreme. A team reigns S class is the best class."
Man,
there you go.
I fucking love the look on the bird's face in the last panel. That embodies my feeling so perfectly. So perfectly.
Whoever drew this original comic is like is a genius. How do they capture a look of contempt in a little bird face so perfect?
It's so perfect. It is. That is contempt right there.
That is the perfect look of contempt. I don't even understand it. Why does that look so perfect?
I don't know. I could stare at it all day. It's amazing.
Like just the slight furrow of the brow. I don't know what it is. It's just the perfect face.
It says fuck you. That face definitely says fuck you. That's a fuck you face. Is it not?
It's the perfect fuck you face. Yeah.
It is. It's like, get the fuck off my branch.
Is it all the eyes? Maybe.
It's so good. It's so good. I'm with you. I couldn't tell you why this face works like it does, but it makes my brain laugh and understand. The credibility on that face is immeasurable.
Yep. Chaotic Intention for $5 says businesses have a right to do whatever they want except protect their own property. Assuming that the satirical response to when we were talking about why businesses can't discriminate, but that's pretty funny. The Copy Robot for £2 says, "Thanks, I'm gay now." I don't remember what that was in relation to, but there you go.
That was in relation to the first drawing that you forced me to.
Oh, that's right. This is updated. That's from the first drawing. I thought this was from last Sunday. Yes. This is Adam. Listen, Adam has a big fan base, a large fan base, an ever expanding fan base. If you know what I'm trying to get at here.
An ever engorging fan base.
An ever engorging fan base. Look at this. We got him, boys. Adam's usually so tepid. He's such a prude, and we're slowly corrupting him. Slowly corrupting A-Team.
Who did this? Mia's a big fat dude.
What are you looking at?
The meme.
Oh.
Yeah. This very
Christian Baller.
Meme.
Christian Baller, he did 1 million of these deep fakes. Here we have Shank Friended.
Here's another one. Here's Adam losing his
the face. The face makes me laugh. You look so funny. Like your face is too small for Chank's fat head.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. It looks so great.
It's like a racer head.
You almost look like the nerdy guy from Office Space.
This one I didn't even know who it was. Sitch had to inform me that this is Scott Adams.
I was going to say, look, it's a picture of Adam when he was younger, guys. Don't you see that? It's Adam. It's not deep fake. It's just a picture of Adam. I mean, you might hate to admit it, but you and Scott Adams have very similar body types, at least in that picture.
Not. I mean, I think Scott Adams is shorter than me, but
there you go.
I don't know. Scott Adams is claiming to be ripped these days.
There you go.
All right. Did I finally show all the art? I think I did.
I don't think you did. No.
I did. What are you talking about?
There is something you missed.
No, I got it all.
Could you download the GIF?
I did.
No, there's another GIF.
Another one?
Here, I'll resend you the link. I don't know if you can download it from that, but if you can,
I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try my absolute hardest.
Definitely worth. Very cool.
Oh yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $1 says, "Can't do super chats. Have to file a police report later because somebody stole my bike.
Ouch.
Somehow, some way. This is Norway's fault. That's true. Fucking Norway.
Ouch.
Damn, someone stole your bike. That sucks.
Have you ever got a bike stolen? It's the worst feeling ever.
No, I haven't.
You go out to unlock your bike and your bike is gone.
I know. I mean, I could imagine.
You see the empty bike rack and you think,
you see your lock sitting there.
Yeah, you see your lock in pieces and you're like, fuck. Yeah. I've had that happen to me, Dr. Diddler, and it is not fun. It is not fun.
Way back a million years ago, when I was playing World of Warcraft, there's a creature in World of Warcraft called a Naga. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It's like a snake person.
A what?
A Naga. Naga. A Naga.
Say that 10 times fast.
Okay. No, you already know where this joke is going.
I take it back. Don't say it again.
It's like a snake person. Okay.
Oh, it got it's even worse.
Well, so there was a guild. I was not part of this guild, but there was a guild called Naga Stole My Bike.
No way.
And I couldn't believe it. That guild for almost the entire was it 2 years at the Xbox run? I don't know. For a long time, that guild was not banned. It was only banned at the very end of the season or the game or what the story arc, whatever it was, the Xbox. I couldn't believe it. They got away with it for years.
Yeah.
So there you go.
They must not have been Biden voters.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this was in like 2000 and I don't know, 5 or 6. I don't whenever the fuck.
They could have been Biden voters. They could live. What if they lived in Delaware?
Right. There you go. They could have been.
Well, that's their inward pass then. They're allowed to make that guild.
That's right. That's right.
Maybe they were black. You don't know.
It's true. It was on World of Warcraft.
A lot of black people play World of Warcraft.
Yep.
Don't be racist.
There's a lot of great guild names. Another great guild name was She Told Me She Was Level 18.
Only a guy would come up with that guild name.
There's a spell or an ability for rogues in World of Warcraft called Sap, which like it's supposed to like render you unconscious. You can't move your character, and so there's a guild called Sapped Girls Can't Say No.
No.
Oh.
The internet.
Back when the internet was allowed to be horrible and degenerate
and cool worst. And obviously cool. This GIF is amazing. This GIF is going to be a permanent fixture on the show right here.
Yes. Sheep made that GIF.
This is great, Sheep. Great.
Yeah.
Amazing
Isn't that
work.
sick as hell?
Yeah.
Looks so good. And the little eye swipe looks really cool too.
I like the red tie. And
the red tie is a good addition, yeah. It really makes pop.
Yeah. Cool stuff.
You can do that whenever I'm destroying you in an argument, you can put that up.
Well, I want to actually have it on the show occasionally. So, I mean, that would be difficult to do.
Or you could change.
What?
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good touche. He was saying you can make it the maybe you make it the Streamlabs animation. Maybe we could start switching out the Streamlabs animations if we get enough Sitch animation.
I don't know if this.
Have them like a rotation.
I need to turn it around.
Yeah.
Wait, I just realized I'm making him piss rainbows on my head.
Yeah, he's painting rainbows on you. Yeah.
That's not good. It's perfect. Let's turn it around here.
There you go. You just owned yourself. Okay, classic Adam.
That was a cell phone. Look, I fixed it. Okay. I fixed it. I was pissing rainbows on you.
Look at this guy.
Look how LGBT friendly our show is.
There you go.
He's literally giving himself rainbow showers.
I am. Listen, I care much about the LGBTQA plus community.
Yes.
Okay. I don't care about the MAP community. We can throw them out. We can throw them in the trash can and light the trash can on fire. But everyone else I care about.
Reactionaries. We have to know how you feel about this.
Ollie Willie for $6.66 says honk. Thank you, Ollie.
Oh yeah, free Canada.
Free Canada. Did you see that horrible comic everyone was
about
making
Canada?
Fun of? It had the guy label all the trucks with the words fascism.
I couldn't figure out what I couldn't figure out what it even meant. I mean,
It
what does
means
it
that
mean?
being against a government mandate somehow makes you pro-fascist.
That's completely. Isn't that backwards?
It's a little backwards. Yeah.
Government mandates are the fascism.
Generally, the fascists are on the side of more government control, not less.
Yeah. Fascists are ultra nationalists.
Right, right.
Yeah. Which means shut up and take your vaccine.
There was this video I retweeted today. This is so crazy. I knew that in China they had like this. There's like a social credit score that people have.
Yeah. It's
But
great.
apparently, like I didn't realize the extent of how crazy it is. Where this journalist, because he was investigating and reporting on corruption within the Chinese Communist Party, they lower his magical Facebook government score, and now he can't buy train tickets to travel anymore. Like, how fucking insane is that? Can you imagine living in a country where your government says, well, unless you praise us on social media, you can't travel across the country by train anymore. You can't leave our country. You can't buy an airplane ticket.
We wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
That's insane.
Yeah.
And I couldn't. And what's so fucking even more foul and disgusting to me is that when I looked at the replies in that tweet of this video, most of it like the likes were off the chain, but there were so many people in the replies. They're doing like this fucking whataboutism, like, oh, that's just your FICO score. Oh, that's just your credit rating. I'm like, fuck you. What is this? I hope these are like the Chinese tanky bots. I hope these aren't real fucking people. They're comparing the government saying, oh, because you talk shit about us, you can't buy a train ticket. You can't buy basic goods and services that you need for your life. People are comparing that to your fucking FICO score or your credit rating. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that doesn't. Normally us doing the show doesn't affect my credit rating.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm just hoping these are the Chinese bots and not actual people. So. Dr. Diddler fake Dr. Diddler. Oh no, that was from last week. I'm not gonna read that one. That was the evil fake Dr. Diddler from last. The real Dr. Diddler for $2 says, it's weird how Sitch's hypotheticals always begin their sentences with, oh, maybe they're all friends. That's true.
Who is?
I don't know. I actually don't understand this at all. Dr. Diddler.
I'm friends with who?
But
maybe
usually when I start a sentence with oh, it's because I'm about to blow Adam out. I'm like, oh, Adam. You just activated my Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card.
All arguments begin with well.
Oh or well. That's true.
Yeah. Well is this universal signal for we're about to disagree.
You might want to hold back for a second. Eddie for $1 says, Sitch, did you see the evidence of Doomer fraud that I sent you? I revived a years old Twitter account I used once just to send it to you. Also, Adam, thoughts on the new Mpreg emoji?
The new Mpreg emoji. It's disgusting.
Did you see? Why are you?
Why am I what?
Such a hater. Okay.
Well, why is this a transphobe? People started messaging me on Twitter with the pregnant man emoji, and I saved a meme. I don't know what it means, but it says pregnant man and biting lips are among 37 new emojis coming to your iPhone.
Yeah, they're adding the Mpreg emoji.
Yeah.
Kava is finally rejoiced.
Yeah.
Did I see the Doomer evidence? Let me see. Let me check.
It's gone mainstream.
Let me check if you revived a year-old. Oh my God. Here we go. They sent this to me. Look at this. Wait, Eddie, I got this from someone else. Or maybe this is you. I'm confused now.
Probably their secret account.
Maybe. So I thought this was someone else though, but whatever. Anyway, so here's a bunch of tweets of Doomer liking being a simp on Twitter.
I get those all the time.
Proof that Doomer is a simp. He's liking a bunch of what's her name?
Destiny's girlfriend.
No.
Destiny's wife.
Punished Mother, that redheaded socialist lady.
Yeah.
That was a picture. She was in the picture that Quackademic agent was complaining about.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's liking a bunch of tweets from her. There you go. Classic Doomer simp.
I wonder how Doomer feels about her praising Surfs for straw manning Jordan Peterson, because Doomer's a big Jordan Peterson fan too. Surfs always goes after Jordan Peterson, and Punished Mother's always just lapping it up. Is Punished Mother her name? I mean, that's
her Twitter name. I don't know what her fucking handle. I don't know what her real handle is. I don't follow the socialist ad.
She was giving Academic Agent a hard time for using her in the thumbnail.
Yes.
And she was talking like there might be a debate between her and him, and I don't think it ever happened, but I mean, I got to admit, I'd be interested in that. I'd be interested in seeing that.
I thought he said he wasn't interested. He's like, I'm interested talking to a degenerate or something.
Just for the lulls. I mean,
yeah, Abdi, I thought you sent me those. Yeah, that's right. I didn't know. I know what Eddie. I'm not sure which one you're referring to here. I don't. What's your Twitter handle? I'm so sorry, Eddie. I don't see it. Doomer is a simp and a cuck. Doomer's getting triggered on Twitter. I was like, Doomer, just relax.
Oh, you mean the tweet storm about his financial
homeless people?
situation?
Or not, I'm sorry, that poor people should not be able to buy fast food with food stamps. Was his debate, which I disagree with that, but
fast food's often less expensive, so
right.
That's a tough one.
He's
advocating for the. Yeah, you shouldn't be telling people what to do.
I just don't think you should be telling people what to eat.
Also, I mean, the person who is on food stamps, I mean, you assume they're working like for shit wages and have no time to cook for themselves.
That's true too. That's very true.
That's what it was like. I mean, when I eat fast food, it's not because I'm dying for some Taco Bell. It's usually because I'm working my ass off and I don't have time to eat.
Because what's the first word in the word fast food?
Yeah, fast. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's why like most people eat fast food, because
of course,
convenience sake. Right?
Of course, yes.
People are biased towards convenience. So
people are biased towards, hey, I have a million things I have to do and I don't have time to eat.
I know when I changed my diet to start eating healthy, my cook time increased dramatically.
Yeah, hugely.
So yeah, I
try to make myself a healthy breakfast every morning. It's like, oh, that's gonna take an hour.
Right. Well, it depends. What do you eat? It depends what you're eating. You need some oatmeal and like eggs or something.
Is that oatmeal? Yes, that's the quick breakfast.
Yeah, oatmeal's good for you.
Not so quick.
Well, what do you mean? How the hell are you making your eggs? I make my eggs over medium, I guess. Oh, well, I mean, the way I cook an egg, you can't really describe to someone who, like, you can't order the egg. It makes eggs so amazingly special and unique that words haven't been invented yet to describe the type of egg that Adam makes. Eskimos have 300 words for snow, while Adam has 1,000 words for egg cooking. Yeah, I do. I like that you fully understand and are able to articulate the level of detail my eggs require. Okay, I am super stoked about that. Yes. I mean, how do you eat your eggs? I am scrambled. Oh, over easy. No, over easy. Yeah, over easy. I don't like the whites. The whites just. You like snot in your eggs? The whites don't taste like. Well, no, because if you make them over easy, snot. Or like it's not, because oftentimes you can't flip them the best. And so the yolk breaks. But then it's like, as long as if Like I like when it's either over easy or the yolk breaks, but you still get it like quick enough off the skillet so that it's still like the juices, like it kind of mixes together
You
the
like
whites and
the runny
yolk.
yellows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you sop it up with like
It's
bread
delicious.
or oatmeal or something. It's
totally
really good.
delicious.
Yeah. It's the best part.
So I make my eggs where I cook them for an extremely long amount of time on one side.
What?
So half of the yolk gets cooked like a hard-boiled egg, and half of the yolk is runny, like a
why would you do that?
over easy egg? Because it's the best of both worlds.
That's very strange.
You get the best of both worlds, though. You get like hard yolk and runny yolk.
I don't want hard yolk. I don't like hard yolk.
Oh, it's delicious. It's so delicious.
Well, that's why it's taking you so long. I'm gonna say like it'll take me. I have like oatmeal that cooks in like 3 to 5 minutes, and I'm like, I can make an egg in the same amount of time. Like, what are you doing with your eggs, Adam?
I do. It takes 5 minutes. I put it 5 minutes just on one side.
What?
And then I flip it over to the other side for like a second.
This is like insane.
This is the way my eggs need to be prepared. Okay.
Okay, there you go, guys. If you ever have to serve Adam Lord friended eggs, now you know. It requires 5 minutes on one side and 5 seconds on the other.
1 second.
5
seconds. 5 seconds is way too long.
Oh, sorry.
5 seconds.
5/5 of a second. Okay. It's half a second. This is so weird.
I love my eggs that way.
Right.
Plus, you need the right mixture of like onion and jalapeno and tomatoes.
Wow, he's getting real fancy now.
Sauteed with.
This is why it takes you an hour.
Sauteed with truffle butter.
Okay, like Adam comes out to his fucking stove. He has to whip out the truffle butter, burn it in the pan. He's got to be like, oh, I got.
You have to make the truffle butter first. You can't just whip it out.
He has to. Adam goes out to the front lawn, his backyard, with his fucking pig to go search for truffles. He digs up some truffles. He makes the truffle butter.
Me and Wendell, yeah.
Then he has to cut up an onion and cut up a pepper.
I usually cut that stuff up at the beginning of the week, so I'm ready.
Oh, okay. So he's got them already cut up. He has to saute them.
Up.
He has to saute them in a pan for like 3 to 5 minutes beforehand. Then he would you put the eggs in? Do you scoop them out and then put the eggs in, or do you put it all in together?
I do. I usually do the sauteed vegetables first. The saute. Well, it's not really. I don't know. It's not vegetables.
Right. So you saute the vegetables, then you dump them out.
Yeah. Well, I saute them along with the eggs.
Why don't you do them at the same time? You don't have 2 pans?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I do them at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, this is why it takes you so long. You're overcomplicating the fuck out of your.
But it's such a delicious breakfast. Come on, you can't get that from Taco Bell.
For me, I don't know. I've never been super hyper motivated by food. So for me, there's a very clear like graph of taste versus quickness that I'm willing to accept. And you were going the realm that I'm sure it has a very high taste, but the quickness level is just dropping way too much.
We get eggs from this local market that 50% of the eggs are double yolks too.
How's that happen?
Which they're just giant eggs. They're enormous eggs.
You know what that means, right? They're like pumped full of growth hormones. Like,
oh, really? You think that?
I would imagine.
Why you gotta ruin everything, Sitch? Why you gotta ruin everything? These eggs.
I'm just saying.
These eggs make me so happy.
If you're getting like gigantic egg, you're like, geez, I'm getting like turkey eggs from these fucking chickens.
They're like ostrich eggs.
Listen at it.
I've never eaten a turkey egg. Can you eat a turkey egg?
I have no clue, but I'm just assuming they're probably bigger than a chicken egg. Yeah.
How come they don't sell turkey eggs?
I don't know. Adam's got like ostrich eggs, and he's like, geez, like these. I don't know why all eggs aren't like this.
Have you ever eaten quail eggs?
No, I've seen them. Yeah. I've seen them sold. I've just never. They're like tiny, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're like about as big as a quarter. I actually fried some quail eggs up one time, but I didn't. I wouldn't eat them because they smelled funny. I was like, okay, I'm not going to eat these.
Well, there you go.
They're cute. I mean, it is cute to have a little tiny.
I guess. I mean, I'm assuming I could be totally wrong. I'm like, I've never. And I think about it, I've never actually had anything but a chicken egg, so I could be completely wrong. I just assume all eggs taste the same, but that could be
they smelled way funny to me. Yeah.
So, interesting.
Mm.
Wow.
Well, that's why breakfast takes so long for me.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Silver42 for $5.42 says, "Hello, I've been enjoying the show for years. Thank you. My 12-hour Twitter suspension from October for saying Kyle Rittenhouse did nothing wrong is still in effect. I find that interesting, but not having Twitter has made my life 1,000 times better, though it has been hard to connect with new artists." Is that with? Well, I don't know if that's because Silver42, the Twitter bans do this thing where they're like, we're banning you for this tweet for 12 hours or whatever it says, but you have to click a button that deletes the tweet or something.
Oh yeah.
Like you have to put yourself up on the cross and like admit false. And then once you do that, then the 12-hour effect kicks in. So maybe that's what's going on. Though maybe I just doomed you. Maybe you were happier off without Twitter. So maybe I just made your life worse. I apologize. Hassan for $1 says, as a Hassan Piker, look at that. Hassan Piker, big fan of the show. For $1 says, as a certified retard, I hereby grant you lifetime access to the R slur.
Yeah, we use the R slur generously around here, which
not that generously.
Come back to haunt us.
We don't use it that often. We say it occasionally. But thank you, Hassan.
We usually don't feel bad about it or anything. I mean,
no, why would we?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a goat egg? No, CT. I've never had any mammal egg. No, that's true. I've never had the eggs of any mammals. No. Duck eggs taste like genocide. There you go. I'll have to try some duck or quail eggs at some point just to see. CT also made these great pictures that are on screen right here. This was Sitch and Adam playing Human Fall Flat.
Yes, we played a couple times now, maybe 3 times even. I'm not sure.
CT actually made very cool custom Sitch and Adam little avatars for us to use. I tried to draw one, and it was so embarrassingly bad that CT's like, "No, Sitch, let me fix this for you."
Yeah, it's fun.
So
we get to look like ourselves as we run around,
as we wobble around, as you do in Human Fall Flat.
I think I used one for a thumb. I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, "Stupid student, young idiot voters is why I'm against trying to encourage everyone to vote. If you have the better part of a month and you can't be bothered, why should we want you to vote? These are the people most likely to be ignorant of the candidates." There you go.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Go for it. Yeah.
But my whole thinking is they won't vote.
Right.
I mean, people are self-segregating for voting anyway. So I don't see why that wouldn't happen with younger voters anyway. So
Cerebral Friction for $2 says, "Adam just said resisting arrest should be a capital offense, so I'm switching from S class to A team." Sitch would probably vote to let people go who resist arrest, just like he voted for all this inflation. There you go. That's true. I did actually vote for both inflation and resist arresters. So that is what I voted for in November last year.
Are you for increasing? I
think we need more inflation. I don't know.
Well, not the inflation, obviously.
I think we need less. Listen. Okay, what were we gonna say?
Listen.
What were you gonna ask me?
No, you go.
I was gonna make a joke, and I realized the joke was probably really racist, so then I stopped myself.
Okay, good. That's probably a good idea. Now I can't remember what we were talking about.
There you go. That means
voting for inflation. What was the other thing we were talking about? Inflation and
resisting arrest.
Resisting arrest. There we go. Yep. So, are you in favor of maybe not capital punishment, but maybe making like 20-year mandatory sentence for resisting arrest?
I think no, I don't.
Why?
No.
Why?
I'm going to go the other direction.
You're endangering other people.
I think every crime should be a capital offense. I think we should have the Judge Dredd situation where like the cop is the judge and he sentences you right there on the street. and he can just give capital offenses left and right. It just goes pop, pop, pop.
What do you think a real sentence should be for resisting arrest? I'm sure here. Here, I'll look it up.
There's a problem though. There's a problem here, Adam. I don't have a problem with people who like
resisting.
Hold on. Well, it depends on state. It's all state level stuff. I don't have a problem with guys who, punch cops, try to attack cops. I don't have a problem with them getting like hit with these big resist arrest charges. But people get hit with resist arrest charges all the time for like the most bullshit of reasons. They'll be like, oh, the cop asks you like for your ID and you don't want to give it to them until they ask you like the third time. And then you give it to them like, oh, you're resisting, not arrest, but you're like, whatever they say, you're impeding an investigation or something. It's very quick to throw these charges at people who don't deserve them. And that's why I'm a little cautious about throwing out like the capital offense for all resist arrests. Okay.
Right. You drop your license on the ground and they're like, oh, yeah. Capital offense.
Yeah, exactly. You drop your license, he just pulls out a gun and shoots you in the head because you took too long in the hands of them. Yeah.
Well, here we go. Resisting arrest in California is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year in jail and or $1,000 fine. So,
well, I'm assuming there's got to be more than one level or one charge of resist arrest, right? Because like if you run away from a cop versus you like
drop your license.
Though I guess maybe is the punch a cop is just
that's like
I guess
assault.
resist arrest. I guess the punching cop is just assault, right? Yeah. And resisting arrest is its own thing.
Right.
I don't know. I just feel like there should be some division of resisting. There's various forms of resisting arrest.
I agree.
They should be treated differently.
There should be like resisting arrest, and there should be like running. Resisting. Sure. There needs to be levels here because you're right. You are right, and I didn't really think about the idea that you are like, what did I do wrong, officer? Now you're resisting arrest.
Yeah, right.
It's like, okay. That could be problematic. That could be hugely problematic.
That's funny because I've seen too many interactions where like cops are saints and the people they're dealing with are like psychopaths. And then I've seen just as many interactions where like the cops are like total pieces of shit.
Yes.
The people they're dealing with are nice. So I can't make these like hard, fast, sweeping rules about like
this is why stereotypes are absolutely useless, because the like all cops are bastards stereotype is useless. Because sure, there are plenty of bastard cops out there. Like I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah.
I mean, I used to love watching the Sovereign Citizens videos were my favorite.
I know. Some of the cops in there are just, you can tell they're resisting cracking up. They just can't believe this is happening.
I know. They're some of them are so amused. Some of them have like the patience of a saint. They're officer, I was not traveling. No, I was not driving. I was traveling. I was traveling in a vehicle under my control, but I was not driving it. I do not need a license to travel.
And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about, you idiot?
I love when they like the cop pulls them over. They're like, according to the bill C736, and they're like quoting like the statute. Though occasionally, very, very rarely it works. Very occasionally, you'll see the cop is just too annoyed and just lets them go rather than deal with them.
Really?
Often,
I have never seen one make the internet where the person gets away.
I've seen occasionally the cop lets them go.
Okay.
Though more often than not, the cop breaks the window and just sprays them with mace in the face and arrests them. So I wouldn't recommend this strategy for anyone. If you want to watch videos of smug people getting their windows broken and pepper spray in the face, look up Sovereign Citizens videos.
You made me laugh too hard. Now I'm coughing up a lung. It's true. It's true.
I apologize.
They made
that was it. It's funny now I think about it. Remember that video that got a lot of play last year with I think it was in Georgia. There was like a black kid who was pulled over at a gas station and he had his hands out the window and the police were like telling him to get out of the car. And they had their guns drawn on him. Do you remember this?
I don't remember, no.
It was like a big controversy. Because they're like, why did the police draw their guns on this guy? They're doing because he was black, blah 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 blah. Because it turned out they're like the guy wasn't the reason they wanted to pull him over was I don't remember, like expired tags. It was something minor. But the police like pulling guns was completely unwarranted. The guy wasn't doing anything violent. But the kid, the driver, was being super obstinate.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't following their commands. He refused. He kept saying, "What did I do?" He refused to show his hands. He refused to get out of the car. He refused to follow any of the commands, even when they had their guns drawn on him.
Resisting arrest, capital offense.
Right, and it was crazy because I'm like, can someone be so offended? like he's so offended that he's not afraid to die. Like that doesn't even make sense to me. Like if you're really scared that these cops are racist, why are you just being so obstinate? It doesn't make sense to me whatsoever.
I'm gonna admit something to you, Sitch.
It seems very performative. But then the cops came over and they eventually pepper sprayed him in the face because he refused to get out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to fire the cops and all this other stuff. And I was gonna say the whole point of me bringing this up was I was gonna say like I realized that a lot of this woke shit is like it's like the leftist version of the sovereign citizen, basically.
How so?
Because it's like, oh, let me just be obstinate to authority and claim that the rules that apply to everyone don't apply to me for some arbitrary reason.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. They're using a different reason, but the intuitions are the same.
Yeah, intuition is exactly the same.
Yeah. You can't. It's all psychological reactance. It is. That's exactly what it is. We need to measure this shit. We have to come up with ways to measure like how much psychological reactance is out there in the environment. Like, is this a really reactive day or is it like people are kind of mellow today? We need to know that. That should be like a weather report. Then you know.
I know.
Usually when you get triggered though, all bets are off. That's the whole problem.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
Stop peeing on me.
You're peeing on yourself.
Get that out of there.
The rainbow adds a whole new effect to it.
Get the rainbow out of there. Can pee on you. Okay.
The rainbow I wonder if I can sync it up so when you do it, it's like
you need to stop this.
I can't do it. I don't know if I can do it fast enough.
That's why Adam can't be trusted.
Caffeinated tweaker. Hold on here.
Adam can't be trusted. What are you doing? What terribleness have you done?
I'm trying to get it so when you do the down pose, the pee comes on. I'm doing it pretty good. I think I got it.
Who wants to be my new stream partner? Anyone? I'm taking this.
Look at this. It's perfect now. I got it synced up.
There's an opening. There's an opening filling on the Sitch, the Sitch and whomever show.
No, that can't happen.
Get this out of there.
It's too late.
Get the rainbow pee out.
Oh, I took it off. Big baby can't take a little joke.
Jeez.
Can we get this remade with a diaper? We need a diaper for the diaper baby.
You're just mad there's no cool Adam gif. Okay.
I am a little jealous.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that maniacal laugh.
That's great.
I wish it's a shame I can't pause it. Maybe I can pause it. I don't think I can.
I don't think you can. You'd have to take a screenshot where you want it to pause and just it'd be like a separate picture.
Sheep did this?
Sheep did this.
Yeah, Sheep. The blur in the eyes as he goes back is just. I mean, that's like the.
It's not a blur, Adam.
That's a level
an artist,
of detail.
You should know this.
There is a pixel blurring.
It's a smudge.
Okay, whatever. You understand what I mean. The smudge blur effect.
Or is it called a swipe? I don't know. I'm not an artist.
There's definitely a like effect on the eyes that is very. I mean that level of not all artists would be able to execute that level of detail.
It's very cool. It's very cool.
Very good. Yes.
Dream of Californication for $1 says make it legal to put male and female deodorants on different shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Or make it illegal.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right.
That's so funny. Big Dill Hayden Dill for $1 says, Eagle Scout. What was your Eagle Scout project? Mine was the installation of lights along a road. Took a while and would have cost around $2,000. Wow. But got out with no cost due to how much people were willing to help Scout with a project. Good hard work. Awesome. Wow. That's great. Yeah, my Eagle Scout project, I've said this before, was we helped. I got a bunch of people to send very nice letters and care packages that contained a lot of personal hygiene objects to people serving in Iraq during the Iraqi War.
No,
I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember during the Iraqi War, there was like a big controversy where our soldiers, U.S. soldiers, couldn't even get like basic necessities like deodorant and toothbrushes and toothpaste and combs and just very basic things they couldn't get access to. So because our government was failing.
Right. Rumsfeld was in charge, so obviously
go the army you want, you have, not the army you want. Yes. Remember, there was a big controversy. They couldn't even get, like, soldiers had to have their parents buy them body armor and mail it to them.
Disgusting.
It's crazy. Yeah, disgusting. The Iraq War was so horrifyingly incompetently handled.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, these people on the panel with Jordan are just staring out into space, thinking of ping pong balls going back and forth between paddles. They're completely lost. That is true.
Yeah, that one guy's look just said it all. The demoralized skinhead guy.
What did you just say?
What?
What did you just say? Did you just finger quote the worst racism?
What?
What? Rico Zorro for $5 says, guys, football movies are about a bunch of violent assholes, often including a racist ginger, with differences that gang up the beat shit out of other groups. It's very inspirational. There you go. Listen, there's nothing in the rule book that says dogs can't play football. All right.
Really?
Dr. Dealer for $1. Yeah. I don't know if you know that.
Oh.
Dr. Dealer for $1 says, you're right about all this being made to bring about socialism, but socialism was also invented by a flagrant racist during a time of flagrant racism. Big oof. Yeah, that's true. That's entirely true. How come Marxism? Marx was a self-hating Jew, he was anti-Semitic, and he was racist. Mm-hmm. So isn't Marxism therefore vis-a-vis systemic racism?
It's definitely anti-Semitism.
I feel like it should be. He was anti-black. I'm pretty sure there's some spicy letters of him being very anti-black. So
evil.
There you go. We're gonna need CRT for Marxist.
Yeah, we're gonna have to burn all the Marx books. We're gonna have to get them out of here.
That's true. LOL for $1 says the New York police had the best take on the NYP had the best take on the anti-work meltdown. Once again, we find that, like those weather underground radicals who blew up with their own townhouse in Greenwich Village, the left has a kind of genius for destroying itself. There you go.
Yep. Just stand aside.
Stand aside. Hayden Big Deal for $1 says, funny how moving quote marks around can change the context. For example, quote, Doomer has a huge dick. Doomer has a quote huge dick. Doomer has a huge quote dick. Haha, I got you, Sitch. Made you say Doomer has a huge dick 3 times.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Wow. In 3 different ways, too.
Yes. Though in all the ways the quotes made it out like Doomer doesn't. So
yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you got the desired effect you wanted, but
the last one is the funniest.
That's true.
Like, you call that
a dick? Well, I'm assuming Doomer has listen, we all know Doomer has a bussy, okay?
That's so bad. That's so bad.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, COVID was just being respectful and not showing up at the BLM riots. I thought that was fucking obvious. I'm so sorry. I forgot. I so forgot that. Yes, that's true. That's true.
We have a professional animator in the chat who's answered the dilemma about whether or
What
not
it's called?
it is a blur or a
What is it called?
smudge.
Smear. Oh, thank you. Hot diggity demon. That's the word I was looking for. I knew it was the S word.
The smear.
I knew it was an S word. It was a smear. Thank you, hot diggity.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes. It's just like what you do to Doomer every stream. A smear.
That's why I blocked it out. I didn't want to associate it. Asif Artsy for $3 says, will this be the day that you finally show my GIF and drawings?
Who said that?
Well, for your GIF, Asif Artsy.
Mm-hmm.
We showed the Paladin, you and Aiden Paladin debate one.
Is that name as if Fartsy? Is that what you're saying?
No, Asif Artsy.
Oh, okay.
Why did you just made fun of his? I cannot.
Don't say that name too fast, okay?
I could have swore. I think we showed all your pictures, haven't we? Maybe I don't know if we showed this. I'll put this on Adam. I'm not sure if we showed this one. He made one of us. He made one of us because we weren't showing his GIF. That he's very sad about. So
I'll bring that one up.
Adam is biased against GIFs. Okay, I don't know if you guys know this.
Well, they're more difficult for someone has to send it to me in a way that I can look at it. Is this what you're looking for? That's excellent. Great job. Put it in the pile. We'll look at it later.
Yes.
That's you, Sitch. You're the one saying that.
You're on the bullshit.
Computer.
Listen.
Look, I'm here playing the harmonica, just chilling.
Adam is the one who controls what's on the screen. Okay. I'm always like, Adam, here are a bunch of pictures, put them up. And then if he doesn't, it's on him. It's on his shoulders. Okay. Adam is the graphic artist of the group. As he said many times.
Hold on. Where's my rainbow P? I have an idea.
Exactly.
I have an idea.
I was about to say.
I have an idea. This will be good.
Dr. Diddler for $1 says Peter Dinklage is complaining about the mythical dwarves and Snow White. Managed to bring into dialogue that he thinks being diminutive is the same as being like a dwarf. Great work, dumbass. There you go. What are you doing?
I was trying to make the rainbow P on the picture. But it didn't work out. I hope you know I'm only joking.
Look, Adam's peeing on himself.
I'm only kidding.
Okay.
I'm only joking around, okay?
Okay. It's all we talked about this. It's all some male ribbing. Okay?
As if, yes.
Ribbed for male's pleasure. That's what they say.
Although right? I don't know if as if is a male or female name. So I don't know.
I'm assuming from the picture.
Mm-hmm.
If that's a male, I'm assuming.
Okay. We do appreciate the fan art. I don't want to give you
I appreciate
We also appreciate everyone who participates in the show. So
yes.
Very much so. This is I know it's the excellent you did an excellent job with the dialogue in this comic. This is exactly how it is. Excellent. Great job.
Okay.
Put it on the pile. We'll take a look at it later. Look, he's not even looking at you. Me, I'm giving you the thumbs up. I'm
at least saying, listen, we've talked about this. I don't look at people because I'm autistic, Adam. Okay. It's not fair to assume that I'm being rude here.
He's trying to get
that's very ableist of you all. All right.
He's trying to get some sort of mental illness privilege here.
Maybe. Dr. Diller for $2 says, Sitch, I think you need to stop operating under the assumption that when people say glowy, they always mean a member of one of the alphabet agencies. It's used colloquially more akin to someone deliberately doing false flag operations. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm definitely making the assumption when someone says glowy that they mean FBI agent or something.
Oh.
Interesting.
I didn't know
so
that.
There you go. It could just mean false flag stuff. Yeah, maybe. Dr. Diller for another dollar says, I agree it's an overused a little in terms of tribalism, but Project Veritas has shown us a lot of these ideologically possessed people have no qualms about lying and making their side look horrible, especially because of the presence of communists. No, definitely. That's definitely true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, in the context, I could definitely believe, more likely to believe, that if there's a guy out there with a Confederate flag, that that's not an FBI agent, but it's just some like Antifa shithead who's trying to make the protest look bad. I would believe that, over the FBI stuff very strongly. So that's definitely a possibility.
I think it's more likely because they don't want to sabotage their own movement. I mean, you have to be a pretty dim-witted to know, even if you do have a Confederate flag hanging in your bedroom, not to go like put it on the back of your truck and join the conservative parade.
I don't know. There's lots of these cringy edgelords out there who don't know how they come across, or they don't care. They have a different goal.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. They want to turn the whole conservative movement white nationalist. They're like, you guys are dumb. You guys are a bunch of cucks.
So no, I could believe it's some edgy asshole like that who's a fucking moron, or some Antifa guy trying to make the movement look bad. I could believe that.
The thing is, no one in the mainstream media is going to run up and ask the guy,
find out.
Are you a cringy conservative who wants to like turn the conservative movement white nationalist? Or are you an Antifa scumbag trying to false flag the conservative movement?
Right.
They're going to run the news headline that all conservatives are racist. Look.
Yep.
All conservatives have this flag. They didn't put it on their truck that day. Look, the headline would be 90% of conservative parade forgets their Confederate flag. Only one person remembers.
Speaking of that, the FBI, I don't know if you guys knew that, FBI, big fan of the Sitch and Ham show, for $1 says, Diddler is totally not one of ours. Listen to what he says. There you go.
Who?
There you
what?
Go.
Oh.
There you go. Dr. Diddler, totally not an FBI agent.
Somebody's
Thank you,
outing
FBI,
Dr. Diddler.
Yes. Thank you. Big word man for $1 says, I think Dyson explained it himself. In his opening statement, he talked about how there's preconceived notions about how Black people talk, and his whole grift is performative race representation. But it's weird because, I forgot, he did say that in his opening statement, or his closing statement, maybe. I don't remember which one it was, where he was like, oh, they attack us because they don't like the way that I talk like I'm educated. But to me, it's the opposite. Him talking the way he does is the Black stereotype of like the self-conscious, like freedom fighter from the 1970s who doesn't want to be labeled stupid. No one talks like that anymore. And for good reason. It sounds stupid and forced and artificial and ridiculous.
Yeah. I listened to John McWhorter and I'm forgetting the other guy's name, but I listen
Glenn
to
Lowry.
Glenn Lowry, yeah. I listen to them all the time, and they are totally articulate.
Like normal human beings.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not impossible to understand anything they're saying. Like, it's pretty easy.
And fucking McWhorter's a linguist.
Yes, yeah.
This fucking job. No, but I mean, like, even everyone, like back when I used to watch MSNBC all the time, Al Sharpton had a show. He talks like a normal human being. I mean, he puts on the preacher voice, but he talks like a normal human being.
Yeah. Lowry will throw out words that I literally have to look up, but it's like one or two. And
right.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the chain of bullshit that you get from Dyson. Yeah, no, I mean, even, Kendi, people don't talk like that because it's ridiculous. It's very obvious. It comes across so desperate. And it's just strange to me. Yeah, and it's just strange to me that Dyson's like living in the past with this. I mean, I guess it's not strange because his entire grift is that he's living in America's just as racist as it was 50 years ago. So maybe it all makes sense. He's literally living in the past.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for another $2 says having absolutely no regulation means they're inherently prone to scams. You can trust in these giant community websites, but if they get hacked and your Bitcoin gets traded away, your options are to either 1, get fucked, 2, get fucked, and number 3, to also get fucked.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. It's a problem.
There's a lot. If you search like Bitcoin hack, you'll get a million horror stories.
Right. That's why I don't know what you do about that. I don't know how you fix that.
Yeah. Well, there's different ways.
Dr. Diddler for another $1 says it's already happened before, and saying, quote, well, that won't happen again is a superbly shitty argument. Crypto isn't doomed, but being unregulated comes with a fuck ton of drawbacks. And if someone cheats you, there's nobody to appeal to. Yeah, that's the issue. There's nothing you can do. You're just literally nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
And that's the issue, because then that's why it attracts all the scammers, because they know they have such safety to do it.
Yep.
Hayden Dill for $1 says, to be fair to the crypto and NFT gangs, things like CSGO skins have existed for a while, even though they're having their Wild West moment right now. Do not neglect the very possible future of these ideas. Also, ever heard of the case of Richard Prince? No.
I respect the technology of crypto very much so.
Mm-hmm.
As I said.
Yeah, the CSGO TF2 hats thing is super weird. I don't know if Adam knows about this.
Mm-hmm.
So in Counter-Strike, people would sell like...
Oh, I definitely know about it. The scam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not necessarily a scam. I mean, there were scams involved, but in Team Fortress 2 and in Counter-Strike, there were cosmetic items for characters that you could basically... They had like these loot boxes, and you'd have to buy... I don't know how this was legal. It feels like gambling to me. But there are these digital loot boxes that you would get for playing the game, and then you'd have to buy keys that cost real money to open the loot boxes. And loot boxes would have some kind of cosmetic item inside.
Yeah, a bunch of YouTubers created CSGO scams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Based off this. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember all that.
Right. And there were different cosmetic items had different rarity levels. Mm-hmm. So you had, it would be very low chance to get like the flaming top hat, with a middle finger on top of it or whatever it was. And it was crazy because people like really got into this, and it became a whole market where people would be selling CSGO skins, selling TF2 hats for real world money, for like hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for specific things. And I don't know, to me, I can never wrap my brain around the people that were spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on a fucking cosmetic item in a video game. It just, I don't know.
That was the original
It boggles
NFT.
my mind. And you're right, that was the original NFT.
Yeah. They had gold farmers from, I don't know, is that World of Warcraft?
That's World of Warcraft, yeah. Right. Yeah, people buy gold from...
So there's literally like a job in China,
right,
called Gold Farmer, where you play World of Warcraft and earn gold so you can buy items and sell them to other people. Yeah.
But in the thing, for as bad as that is, that still makes more sense to me, because in usually in Warcraft, not always, but usually when you're buying an item with gold off the auction house, it's not a cosmetic item. It has some utility to the game that you're playing.
Interesting.
You're buying a better sword or a better armor or whatever. It's not like I'm just buying a flaming hat. And the thing is, even with CSGO skins and the TF2 hats and all that shit, I would say that stuff almost still makes even though I think it's bad, ridiculous, it still made more sense than a lot of the NFT stuff, because you still get to play the video game and you still have the thing on your character.
Mm-hmm.
So people get to see like, oh, that guy has, the flaming douche on his helmet. Like, with the NFT, it's not so much like, everyone can have the picture, right?
Yeah.
Now, maybe NFTs will take off in like the metaverse, because they'll have, I mean, I think they already said they're doing this. They're having like, you have to buy your NFT avatar or something.
Right.
That makes, a little bit more sense. I could see people shelling out the big bucks for that, but
I'm more interested in not paying credit card service charges.
Right.
Than NFTs, but
Richard Prince is an American painter and photographer. He's made drawings and painted collages that he has now disowned. Okay.
Really? Wow.
His image entitled Cowboy is a rephotographing of the photograph of Sam Abell, and appropriated from a cigarette advertisement. Was the first rephoto to be sold for more than $1 million at auction in 2005.
Has he disowned stuff because it's too...
I don't know. So I'm trying to get...
Oh.
Let's see. The process of rephotographing continued... Oh, wait. I don't know what the fuck this is going on. Weird sexual stuff is entering into this, but not related to him.
Richard Prince moves to dismiss lawsuit. What's this?
In 2008, photographer Patrick Kiru filed a suit against Prince and a bunch of other people for copyright infringement on his work. Prince was charged with wrongfully appropriating 35 photographs from Kiru. Several of the pieces were barely changed by Prince.
Yeah. I remember this scandal.
Oh, okay. Because so that's what they mean when they say he was re-photographing.
Yeah. Yeah, he was basically stealing shit off Instagram, and everyone got all up in arms about it.
Well, I guess what does it mean to
re-photograph? It's like a screen cap, but you take more of the screen.
Well, wait, what? Because I'm so confused.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm looking at this piece, the one that sold for $1 million. Is that what? Yeah, the one that sold for $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks to be exactly the same as the original, but he put like a blue filter on it.
Oh, really?
Like, I don't understand. How is that not obviously stealing?
What's a piece called so I can look it up?
I'll send it to you. It's called Untitled parentheses Cowboy by Richard Prince.
See, this is why. I mean, that just seems like a money laundering scheme.
You're probably right. I'm sure a lot of this art stuff is. Just
right. So he takes a picture of it's like a Marlboro ad from a magazine, and he takes a picture of it.
Here's an article. Instagram and artist and the $100,000 selfies appropriation of the digital age. Richard Prince has turned borrowing online images into high art and hard cash. But is the artist's work anything other than genius trolling?
Mm-hmm.
I always hate how, I'll be honest, and I've known people like this, people who I'm friends with, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate the people that like this high art shit.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the attitude where it's like you have some artist who's doing something that's either the most low effort bullshit ever or is literally theft.
Mm-hmm.
And I point that out to them. And they're like, well, that's what makes it good. It's like they're trolling the art industry or they're trolling the public. And I'm like, no, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
Being a lazy piece of shit does not entitle you to make $1 million off your garbage art. Like you don't get to smugly say that's the point, Sitch. They're trolling. Like, no.
Yeah.
No. They're just assholes. They're just bad people. Okay.
Yeah.
Artists don't get a write-off on being shitheads because they're artists. If you're a piece of shit,
mm-hmm.
you know, just because you sell your shit for $1 million doesn't mean you're less of a shit. All right.
Completely agree. This is why I call this fucking tired old shit, because it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna. I mean, that's a excuse they've been making for shitty artwork for fucking 50 years.
Yes.
Oh, they're just trolling.
I want to see if we can get a cowboy. I want to see if we can get like a picture of like the comparison of his version to the original. Just to see how like ridiculous.
I already looked it up, and it's.
Did you put it up?
No, it's not worth it.
Okay.
Well, if you type in executive decision.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, this guy looks like a fucking hack. I don't know.
I'm gonna pull up some John Kieran.
I'm anti Richard Prince.
I'm gonna pull up some John Kieran paintings instead. Actually, no, I'm not sure I can pull. I'm not sure I can show some John Kieran paintings. Actually.
Kristen Rennie for $10 says, piggybacking about whiteness and blackness. RPG Elite on YouTube has a great view of it through the lens of his actual black life and experiences of why no black people play tabletop RPGs. It's a good watch. Oh, check it out. I'm not super familiar with this channel.
Is it a doc? Oh, it's a YouTuber.
Yes. RPG Elite. Let me close the stupid Doomer debate I wasn't listening to anymore.
Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
What's up?
You just outed yourself as not finishing Doomer's debate. How dare you?
Yeah, it was his the poor people should not be allowed to eat fast food debate.
Oh, yeah.
It's boring. Though I don't know. I kind of want to listen to it because I heard I heard Doomer yelling in the
intro. I know that's the only thing I was.
Shit. I just want to hear Doomer lose his shit. I'll be honest.
That's the only reason I was listening.
Yes,
but it took too long to get there. It really did.
Doomer, give me a timestamp when you get triggered. I'll listen to that part.
Look at this painting. What do you think of this painting?
I don't see it yet.
Oh, I just brought it up. So obviously you gotta.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Daddy Jay. Says, hey, Sitch, would you be willing to put aside your ancestors' past feud to stand in solidarity with Doomer against the Force?
Now your ancestors have been feuding with Doomer?
There you go.
What happened? Yes.
We talked about this. Me and Doomer have a long-standing ancestral blood feud.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But the answer to the question, Jay, is no. Because Doomer is a poor. Doomer is a poor. He's trying to grift his way into not being poor by selling out his fellow poors. Doomer is. We have a new term for Doomer. You know what it is? Uncle Doom. If you know what I'm alluding to there. Doomer is an Uncle Doomer. So there you go.
Wowzers.
What is this picture that you've put up?
This is John Kieran.
I'm a little conflicted on this painting. Why is her head disproportionately smaller than it should be?
That's his jam.
I don't like it. It's creepy.
Here, this one you might like better.
I don't like it. It kind of creeps me out.
There's another one.
Oh, it's weird. That's like when you see in a movie and like there's like the woman's trying to seduce the guy and you're like, something's wrong here. I don't know what it is. Something's off here. She's really a bug. It's really a giant bug inside a human suit or something. It's gonna pop out any second, eat your face off.
It's good though. I mean, it's not low effort.
Oh no, it's a great pick, like a great drawing, great artistry, but I don't like this one.
You don't like this either?
No, I don't like that.
Really?
I like that one better. Yeah.
Well, you like Pinhead better?
I like Pinhead Larry better than SpongeBob. Yes.
All right, back to Pinhead it is. Look at that neck. That's like a wrestler's neck. I see what you mean. It's giant.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she needs a slimmer neck.
She needs a bigger head.
No, the head is okay.
Okay.
Could be smaller.
No, it's funny because you don't realize this because we're so primed to look at faces. It's like you almost entirely judge a person's proportions based off of their face and their head. And how the rest of their body should look.
I feel like this was a self-portrait where he was communicating what he wanted Kieran to paint. And he said
he's like, listen, honey, this is what I want from you. I want all body, very tiny head. Okay.
No, I think it was like a miscommunication. I think he said, I'm going to have you do this painting for me. And then my wife's going to give me a little head. and then all of a sudden,
no.
And then he fucked it up. Now,
like you said you wanted me to give her a little head. No, I said she was going to give me a little head. She's not drawing the picture. I'm drawing the picture.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you idiot.
I'm getting divorced, you moron.
I gave it to her. This was our 10th anniversary gift, and now she's breaking up with me.
Yeah. Big mistake. This happens though. Miscommunication is a bitch.
Okay, we can get rid of all the art.
All right. The art is gone. No more high art. No more high art for the stream.
Yeah. Obscure satellites in flight for 5. Aussie Buck says, does Sitch and Doomer's bickering remind anyone else of Shake and Meatwad? As long as I'm Shake.
Mm-hmm. Shake and Meatwad are the best.
I'm all for it. I mean, Doomer kind of sounds like Meatwad now that I think about it. He's got kind of that same voice. If he was just to pitch his voice up a little bit, I'm pretty sure Doomer would actually be Meatwad. So
I somehow I feel like I am Meatwad in this scenario, and like you are Frylock. and Doomer's more like Master Shake.
Okay, maybe that's very possible.
Why you gotta be mean to Doomer so much?
Exactly. Why you gotta be mean to Doomer so much?
Master Shake and Frylock are the ones that fight all the time. Meatwad goes along with everything. Have you not watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force? You don't know the character dynamics?
Well, that's it. Like in the later seasons, Meatwad would begin to fight back against Shake. So
Meatwad did?
Yeah, Meatwad became more cynical and jaded as the show went on. He had a real character arc. Can I have a sip of Adam's Coke Samimi for $20? Thank you so much, Gemini. It says in Japanese, Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Thank you, Sitch, for starting off the stream with a lewd Adam. Please keep doing the Lord's work. Man, I'm confused now because A-Team reigns supreme, but S-Class brings the lewd. There you go. There you go.
Fascinating.
That's a good point. If I'm Frylock and you're Meatwad, does that make Carl?
I always think of that because I'm trying to use Carl's real name now instead of Sargon.
Yeah.
And I always think of Carl from Aqua Teens. Yeah.
That's right.
Like that's the only Carl I really know.
Yay! What are you douchebags doing on my philosophical lawn? Let me explain to you why enlightenment is going to bring about communism, Frylock.
Hey!
Frylock, man.
I got this belt buckle at the concert back in 1960.
That's a good episode with the Moonanites. They steal the belt.
Yeah.
I actually kind of love the idea of Sargon as Carl. Try like putting all of Sargon's opinions through the Carl filter. Like the voice and just
these
dumbing the language.
Dumb scientists don't know shit. Get off my lawn.
Let me tell you, Fry, man, I stopped trusting scientists in the 80s, and I've never looked back now. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. I love it. Whenever I hear Carl, I think of llamas with hats. Carl, that kills people. So I gotta say Sargon.
I feel like we are straw manning Carl's science argument a bit, but I feel
we are, but that's part of the joke.
I know Carl's.
It's a comedy show, Adam.
Carl does straw man our argument on various
all
things.
The time. Every time I see.
Know.
Listen, every time I've ever seen Carl talk about our discussions with someone else, always straw man.
It's a straw man. Yeah.
Every time.
It's unavoidable.
It's ridiculous. No, it's avoidable. It's avoidable. Okay.
We all have warm feelings for one another, so it doesn't really matter.
Cryptomancer Lex for 100 Mega Man X dollars says, I read The Righteous Mind, and I'm concerned about Haidt's claim that people vote for their group's interest over their own. How to uphold an individualistic system when it goes against our intuitions. You just got to train people. Well, you just got to train people to think about it, I guess. I don't know. There's no other way, right? You just got to educate. I mean, I think we were doing pretty good with our hyper individualism in America for a while. It's only kind of recently this group shit's taken over, right? Or am I wrong on that? Have we always been group dominated shitheads?
I mean, it's give and take. It's hard to say. I'm like an individualist, obviously, so I feel the power is in individualism. I don't know. I have no idea.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you, Jay. Says, my son used to be a good boy, but ever since he watched Harry Potter, he's been marching around with a tiki torch shouting, they will not replace us. Curse you, Jewish fantasy creatures. Curse you, Rowling. There you go.
Ouch.
There you go. That's true. I heard that.
That it?
No. The looping gift keeps I just stare at it. You're gonna take it down. It's my ADD is distracting me.
Okay.
I keep looking at it. It's so
amazing.
good. I just can't tear my eyes away from it.
What's this?
The figure 13 for 15 Woolsies says it's not the American FBI, it's the Canadian feds. trying to poison the well to delegitimize it. Trudeau's personal photographer was caught trying to photograph these alleged racists. Oh, really? Trudeau has a personal. Why does Trudeau have a personal photographer? What's up with that?
Photographer. Is
Trudeau.
That how you pronounce photograph? Is that how you pronounce photographer?
Personal photographer. Photographer. I'm Canadian. Personal photographer.
Mm-hmm. He tried to take pictures of the racist flag carrier.
Apparently, that's.
Did he try to talk to him though? That's the thing.
I don't know. Let's see.
Did he have an Antifa tattoo?
Here's an article that's obviously biased, so you have to excuse the bias. It's from CBC. It says conservative MP falsely accuses Trudeau of sending photographer to misrepresent convoy of protesters. Conservative MP joined a chorus of social media users accusing Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's official photographer of misrepresenting protesters at this weekend's demonstration.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Scody is being accused online of photographing a protester carrying a Confederate flag during the demonstration in order to smear the protest as a whole. Prime Minister's office says the allegations are false and that Scotty did not attend the protest. Oh.
So he basically just took the pictures from online. Somebody else did it.
It's unfortunate that the Prime Minister, blah, blah, blah. Scotty said he did not even attend the demonstrations. Why did people think, why did people think in the first place that he was the one that took the picture? I guess would be my question. This article is not telling me, but what was the original claim? Or why did people originally think it was him of doing it? Oh, here we go. Those accusing Scotty on social media are using evidence of an image of the photographer taking a photo of a person carrying a Confederate flag. They say the photographer resembles Scotty, even though the man's face was almost entirely concealed by his camera and hat. Oh, I'd have to see this picture. Where's this picture at? We can get to the bottom of this. Oh, they don't show the picture. Huh. Anyway, regardless of the story, I think it's far more likely that the photographer, whomever it was, whether it was Scotty or not, you could definitely criticize them for seeing a wave of non-racist, like a sea of non-racist people, and then going to the one person with the Confederate flag for whatever reason and saying, "Oh, I'm going to take a picture of this," and smear the whole group, because that's pretty commonplace. That's what the media always does.
They do, yeah.
That's what they're looking to do. Yeah. So,
Adam's law.
Yep.
99% of political arguments are straw man versions of the other side. And
the biggest one is
it's racism. Right. Well, that's mine.
No, that is yours, but ours was in political arguments they always grab the extremists from one group to smear everyone else.
Try to paint the extremists. Right. Yeah.
The broad brush fallacy. So.
Ooh, is that what it's? Oh yeah, it's even got its own name, the broad brush fallacy.
I mean, I just made that up right now, so
really,
that's what we'll start calling it. Yeah,
that's not a thing. That sounds completely professional.
It sounds like it should be a thing.
Yeah,
we're gonna make it a thing if it's not a thing. Okay.
I like broads and I like brushes.
Oversized trash panda for $5 says, "I went into depression for years because I kept trying to take responsibility for things that weren't my fault. There's a balance to be struck here." Very true. Very true. You can obviously go in either direction.
Don't get depressed over nonsense, though.
Well, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, okay. I know. Negative emotion is a bitch. It is. Got to fight it.
Oh, wait. Is there a broad brush? There's something called a sweeping fallacy. Sweeping generalization fallacy. A fallacy of form that applies a general rule absolutely regardless of reasonable exceptions. That's not quite what we're hitting for. So I'm going to say we're claiming broad brush fallacy for ourselves.
Mm-hmm. We're taking over the world, guys.
Taking it back. We're taking it back. The figure 13 for 3 Aussie says the honking will continue until morale improves. There you go. True.
Yeah. And it should.
Do you have the IQ chart up?
I did. I brought it up. I added scientist below idiot just for Sargon.
How is a low grade imbecile? That's funny. I feel like low grade imbecile should not be above idiot. Like if someone says, "Hey idiot," if someone says, "Hey low grade imbecile,"
I know. I agree.
I feel like low grade imbecile is the much harder hitting insult.
I feel like moron is below idiot, and moron is way at the top.
That's at the top. It doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
actually, I think imbecile is the lowest. I think I would label them idiot, moron, imbecile.
Right.
That's what my gut intuition says.
I would agree with you. I'd agree with you.
Okay. So look, we're in agreement. I think you could probably go out and do like some fancy word analysis and find out that, you know, because you could analyze the context the word was used in and kind of gauge at how dumb they were trying to paint the person as, or how dumb the character actually was, and it would probably align with those things. Because our gut intuitions are always correct.
That's true. Well, mine is by law. I don't know about you or anyone else's, but mine is
by Sitch's law.
By Sitch's law.
It literally is by Sitch's law.
Yeah. By Lord Sitch's law, my intuitions are always correct and should never be questioned.
Yeah. Definitionally.
Tim the Ancient for $20. Thank you, Tim. Says it's unfortunate, but the left's enthusiastic support of the lockdowns and the vaccine mandate has led to the right to think of getting vaccines as some kind of left-wing baptism ritual. That's true. That's very true. That's the problem. It's become needlessly partisan. Cyborg for $20 says, fine, here's $20 for it. Thank you, Cyborg. A team is a pyramid scheme, and S class is the best class.
Boo.
There you go. Thank you, Cyborg. True. A team is a pyramid scheme. That is true. That's why it's an A, like the shape of a pyramid.
What's wrong with pyramid schemes anyway?
What's wrong with pyramid schemes?
You're always.
Is this your next John Stossel take?
You're always.
Pyramid schemes get a bad rep, but let me tell you why the government shouldn't be making these things illegal. They actually help people in desperate situations.
They do. Have you ever heard that?
If you're at the bottom, you end up getting screwed holding the bag. But no one ever talks about the people in the middle. What about the average good working American who wants to make money selling their cosmetic bullshit to people?
This is actually a good argument. You're winning me over.
I mean, shouldn't a smaller minority? I mean, if you think about it, you only think it's a minority of people, right, that are winning. But actually, if you take the bottom level of a pyramid, it's one group, and you compare that to everyone above it, it's only the minority of people getting screwed over in a pyramid scheme, right? It all makes sense, Adam.
Have you heard the term once bit, twice shy?
Yes.
Do you want to deny all of those people who are twice shy now? Do you want those people?
What's up with the look on Alien Sitch's face? This is the second half of a comic. Of the first half this was drawn by CT. This is of me and Adam looking at the horrible Sitch Furby that she drew.
Yeah.
Rather the horrifying Sitch Furby that we drew. So this is our reaction to it.
Yes. This is our repulsed reaction.
Pyramids lasted for 5,000 years. How can they be bad? Oh, that's a good counterpoint.
That is great.
I don't have a retort to that one. I'm going to take the L on that.
Yeah.
Dumb Money Media for $5 says, just here to shill. Ha, ha, ha. My vids have gotten a little bit better with flow. Thanks for the tips, guys, on videos on a vid you guys saw last year. Happy face, heart, 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 heart.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I do too.
I do remember
Check out Dumb Money Media.
I remember I accused him of buying views, and you were like, oh, Adam, how dare you?
No, that wasn't Dumb Money Media. That was someone else.
How dare you?
That was somebody else.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think so.
That was someone else.
Really?
Yes. Dumb Money Media is our friend. Okay.
You really want to do this again?
It is. You're 100% wrong. You were 100% thinking of someone else.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Dumb Money Media said that he was asking us for some. Okay. He makes YouTube videos and he asked for some advice or gave him some tip about something. I don't remember what it was, but I remember talking about it briefly. Concept existed. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I accused him of buying views, and Dumb Money Media said, yes, you're right, I did buy views, and was totally came clean. I mean, buying views is not a bad strategy. Like, a video that has more views will obviously get more views. So whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not insulting, but I'm glad you're the key. Buying views is a strategy that is ultimately you have to make good content. So I'm glad we could help you with some ideas for better content. Dumb Money Media has another super chat. Did we read that one?
We have not.
Dumb Money Media for $10. MMT in my mouth and S class is best class.
S class is the best class.
And S class is best class. I wonder if you guys could interview or review Reggie Middleton's granted US and JPN DeFi patent. It covers so much banking sector, Exifers, and crypto. I mean, I'm interested in that. I'd look at it.
Look it up. I don't know anything about that.
I was going to say, Dumb Money Media.
Yes.
I hope you're not making MMT videos now, because that's death to your channel. I speak from experience.
Mm-hmm. What was I going to say?
Was it something
I don't remember.
about Reggie?
Oh, Satoshi says, Adam, your tip was to buy views. Maybe you're projecting your tip and advice onto Dumb Money.
That my tip? I mean, that wasn't my tip.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sebastian Service for 5 pens says, play Wolfstride. It's Cowboy Bebop plus Mechs, the game. Also, CBDC are trash and defeats the original purposes of cryptocurrencies and DeFi.
Crypto tips. Reggie Milton defends his DeFi patent. All right. I'll know what's going on.
What is DeFi?
I have no idea, but I'm going to figure it out.
Okay. I love
this stuff. I'm fascinated by crypto. Guys, I'm fascinated by crypto. I'm not a crypto buyer. I think crypto is making a lot of people money right now. I don't want to begrudge them that. But ultimately, I think a lot of these cryptos are going to go to zero. That's my own take. So get that money into your bank account as quick as you can. Well, that's the thing, because I had a friend of mine that got out too early. So
I just saw the picture you sent me.
Oh, you did? What do you think of that painting?
I'll describe this to you guys since we can't put it up.
Why can't we?
This is the same artist. No, you cannot put this up.
Yeah, it is. It's John Kieran.
This is a John Kieran picture it's like a man and a woman. They're both wearing like business attire.
Uh-huh.
The man has his dick like stretched out weird, like above the table, and he's like holding it in his hand. And
the woman they're sitting at a table.
They're sitting at like an office
type setting.
An office table with like coffee cups. And the woman has her shirt open and her tits are out, but they look like they're so long and circular. They're like fucking cookie dough rolls, like sausages. It looks so bizarre. Like it looks like her boobs are melting. And they're just like looking and smiling and talking to each other like they're having a normal meeting while this is going on.
So she's got her tits on the table and he's got his cock out. What's
it looks so ridiculous. It looks so stupid.
This was America back in the day. These were simpler times.
I don't even get it.
It's so David Lynch. This artist is amazing. I don't see how
you just like that aesthetic when things are just weird and you're just like, oh, okay.
Well, it's a combination of the fact that it's so weird, but it's in such a traditional,
right? I understand,
like painterly style, like a traditional impressionist style. That's just, I mean, it's fantastic.
DeFi stands for decentralized finance. Oh, that makes sense. CBDC is the central bank digital currency.
I wonder,
what is he patenting exactly? He's trying to patent like the process of this?
I don't know.
Huh.
I looked up a video on it on crypto tips.
Cyborg for $2 says, on a side note, Sitch needs to watch Musoku Tensei. Okay. I'm not familiar with this one. A Jobless Reincarnation is a Japanese light novel about a jobless, hopeless man who dies after having a sad, reclusive life and reincarnates in a fantasy world while keeping his memories, determined to enjoy his new life without regrets. This is like this is that Another World. Is this like what Another World standard genres are based off of or something? Or is this just another one of those things? But
I don't know. You tell me. You're the
listen, I'll stick with
game
Konosuba.
expert.
I'll stick with Konosuba.
/ anime expert.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with Konosuba. Which Adam would love. I don't know if he could find. I don't know if it's dubbed anywhere. I guess it is. I put a clip of the dub. I'll have to find Konosuba for Adam sometime.
Oh, I did try to watch that one
Hellsing.
Hellsing, yeah. Hellsing Ultimate, and it wasn't dubbed, so I didn't watch it.
You have to watch on Funimation. You can't watch on Hulu.
Yeah, I think Lovely Lucifer was trying to get me to watch that, right?
A bunch of people were, yeah. Satoshi was a rebel for 500 knock-knocks. Thank you, Satoshi. Says, I didn't mean to ascribe any stance about crypto to Adam. Oh, I read that one already.
Thank you.
Prodigy for $2 says, shout out to CoffeeZilla and Spencer Cornelia.
Yeah, I like CoffeeZilla. I watch a lot of his vids.
Yeah, he does cool vids. Kyoti Doge for $20. Thanks so much. Says, oh my fucking God, this hurts to listen to. I work in the crypto sector as a developer. Just get a professional on to talk to you guys. You're just fumbling around here. You're right. I have literally zero desire to ever talk about crypto ever again. I am not interested in the topic.
I listen to a lot of crypto talks because I'm fascinated by it, but like we shouldn't be talking about it. I completely agree with you.
I have no interest in talking about the subject matter, and I know nothing about it. So there you go. That's fine. We'll not talk about it anymore. I'm so on board with this. Yeah. I'm so on board with this. You don't have any idea. Thank you.
I mean, if we were talking about crypto over MMT, we would. I mean, the views would be like through the roof.
Sure.
But I feel like
I have to care then.
I don't feel right about that. Yeah.
Prodigy for $2 says it's valuable because it's the hardest money. That's true. It is the hardest.
Yeah.
Hard, thick money.
Very hard to hold in your hand.
Yeah. That's true too. That's true too.
I'm sorry. It's a comedy show, okay, guys? I had to say that. I was forced by my gut intuition to say that.
Elis, the Aquanaut for $20 says, hey now, glad to see you both. Could be the first hybrid with both Sitch and Adam in my head every time I make a tough decision. A plus S team always wins. Well, there you go. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. You're like, what would Adam say? Now, what would Sitch say? Now, how would they argue about it for 45 minutes?
That's right.
What would the outcome be?
That's right.
What would the video clip the next day say in the title?
I like that. Instead of the angel and the devil, you have a little Adam and Sitch on your shoulder.
Yeah. What's good?
As God intended.
I feel like we were good sounding boards for each other. So, I mean, I feel like it's definitely. I mean, I handily destroyed you in the trans bathrooms debate. It was like it wasn't even close.
Is that why you apologized afterwards?
Did you?
That I'm sorry I strawmanned you, Sitch.
Oh, I forgot about that. Holy shit.
I destroyed you so badly that I apologize for strawmanning you after the fact. Yes.
I forgot about that. I did forget about that. I did get triggered and didn't really hear what you were. But at that point, we were basically.
Look at this, and he changed the title of the stream, the video again.
What? I changed the title?
He changed the title again.
Listen, Sitch,
let it go.
Sometimes I sleepwalk, and I might have changed the title when I was on one of my sleepwalking. On one of my sleepwalking phases.
Look at this fucking guy. I should retitle the video. Adam is a cunt.
What? That might. I don't know. I was telling Sitch before the stream began. Well, maybe I shouldn't announce this system that we have.
No, you shouldn't.
I go I try to walk the line on titles. I try to go like as clickbaity, as incendiary as possible on titles, but I have a feeling cunt would actually. I think that might be too far. What was the title? I can't remember. I was sleepwalking at the time. What was it?
I don't remember the title. We're not gonna talk about it anymore.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Wasn't it Adam's logic destroys Sitch's rampaging elephant?
Something bullshit like that. Okay. Some bullshit like that.
Oh, okay. No one would get that title anyway.
No. Sword Scale. Sword Scale for $20. Thank you so much, Sword Scale. Says, oh no, we read that one already. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, guys, you don't understand. You need someone who's invested deeply into crypto to smooth talk you into it. There's no incentive to BS there. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, we're going to bring someone on and they're going to say all the things that I'm used to hearing and actually have responses for. And they're not going to be able to respond to any of my responses. I mean, I've played this argument out with so many people on Twitter, and I just
Did you see CT fixed your famous artwork out?
No, what happened?
You had to look at it. It's pretty funny.
Oh my God, she made the head even smaller. That's terrible.
Bruh moment for $20 says, hey cowards, you guys should definitely watch John Doyle's breakdown of Beauty and the Beast. Most hilarious video I've seen on the internet. A team is best team.
Awesome. I'll check it out.
Yeah. Even though I think John Doyle's a
homophobic
moron,
bigot,
an idiot, but I'll check it out if it's funny. Kano for $10 says, hello, my fellow Kubites. Trevor is just ornery because his melanin only contains half a soul. Anyway, go prepare for my power to go out on Thursday. Yay, deregularized grids being unwinterized. Oh, that sucks. That's terrible.
Why?
Because in some, I don't know what state he's in, but some states they're having, maybe he's in Texas, they're having problems with like if it's too cold, the power grid going out, remember?
That's, oh yeah, that is.
Wasn't there a bunch of places in New England that this was just happening in?
Oh, going without power. Can you imagine? Oh.
Yeah, with no heat. Jeez, terrible.
Yeah, horrible situation.
I said there's a bunch of articles saying people in Texas are worried about it. So
was that because of deregulation? I guess.
Yeah, remember? Wow. I don't know. I never looked into that story. There's a bunch of talking points being circulated about whether it was deregulation or not. I don't remember. I don't know. Who knows?
Stug, how dare you? I want you to delete that super chat.
Stug for $2 says, quote, I destroyed Sitch in the ... bathroom. Adam. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
You're not going to show CT's fix?
Oh, I can. Sure.
Guess everyone what a real artist does.
This is real art now.
Yes. Tyler Speecher for $10 says, long time ago you failed my name pronunciation, probably. It's Spiker. Well, I failed it again. Tyler Spiker. Aiden was close. It's German. Also, I'm also not German, but my dad's adoptive father was. Oh, wow. AP Club for life. Give me that mommy milker monarch. There you go. There you go.
MMM theory.
Is Pinhead going to be your mommy milker monarch here?
Look at that.
I mean, she's got the milkers, but some other problems may arise.
Those hands are giant.
They are. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, Sager has expressed disappointment in Peterson in a recent AMA. He thinks his last GRE appearance was not good at all and has nothing new anymore. Isn't Sager a fucking moron, though? Didn't we talk about this?
What
did he say that triggered the shit out of me last week? He said something that like
Sager did.
I could have swore he did. I could have swore Sager said something last week that I was like, Chat, do you remember? It was a week or before. I went on some rant about Sagar, and I don't remember. Listen. I was just angry. My elephant was out of control. I don't remember. I just block it out of my mind afterwards.
That's what happens when your elephant takes off.
Yes. But I could have swore I was yelling about him for something. And I'm pretty sure if I was upset about something, then that means it was valid and worth being upset about.
Your elephant erases the tape as it goes.
That's true.
Destroy the evidence. I like Sagar.
I don't like that show. Crystal Ball is a moron.
I do think that the Jordan Peterson JRE is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone that listened to like the most of it or the whole thing and said it was bad, I wouldn't trust that person's opinion with anything.
I love how they talk about the mischaracterization of Joe Rogan's politics. And Jordan Peterson so quickly says, "You're a psychedelic hippie." Like, and Joe Rogan just pretty much nods along. Yeah, that's true. It's like, how can these people try to characterize Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan as like right-wing, alt-right Nazis?
Right.
That make that exchange. You guys are fucking idiots. They don't listen. No one on the left that's making any of these arguments listen to any of the podcasts. They just listen to the incendiary clips that Surf's clipped out.
Apparently, Joe Rogan was supposed to be on Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinski's show at some point.
Really?
Not Joe Rogan. Jordan Peterson.
I know. Yeah.
And he canceled for some reason, but
probably because he thought they were going to do the same thing the New York Times does. Because
these people are hacks.
Right. Someone gave him a heads up that Kyle Kalinske is a communist. And he's like, "Oh, you can't trust communists."
Yes. Kyle's a communist, and Crystal is on the road to communism.
Yeah.
She makes all like it's so annoying. She makes all the very standard like left sock dem arguments about America's evil. Look at what the CEO people are doing now. Like, it's just, even if it's true, I'm like, okay, but your opinions are so stereotypical. Like, everyone knows what you're going to say when the story comes out, Crystal. Come on.
Yeah. It's dumb.
Okay. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian. Oh, that's one I just read. Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadian says, interested in female sexy ab drawings.
Of CT?
Oh, of CT. I thought he was asking CT if CT was interested. If CT wants to draw sexy ab drawings of CT, that's up to her. Okay.
Yeah. Why don't we ever get any sexy drawings of CT? It's always like sexy drawings of me.
It's up to CT to draw those. Okay. I'm not gonna pressure anyone.
I guess
CT's a strong, independent woman. She can make her own decisions.
Technically, that would be sexism. So you can't really.
That's right.
When you do it to me, for some reason, it doesn't qualify as sexism. I don't.
When you sexualize Adam, it makes him uncomfortable, and thus is hilarious.
I really don't understand the rules of this sexist, not sexist dynamic, but
that's part of what makes it funny.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Diogenes for $10 says, race grifters. Joe Rogan said the word black in 3 sentences. Time to whine and complain for millions of views. If nothing else, they're good at making profit. Also, I had to wear my lobster undies for Jordan Peterson. There you go.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
That's true. That sums up exactly what it is. It's all content mining.
It's true. That's true. Prodigy for $2 says it's still horrible and degenerate. There you go. True. Abdi Muhammad for 55, sexy sexist says,
are you really going to read that? You can't read that.
Abdi, we talked about this.
I know. What's going on?
He said, hanging out with my snake people. And they wanted me to have watermelons and fried chicken with Kool-Aids. There you go. Abdi. Too spicy, Abdi. Listen. Too spicy. Okay.
Yes.
The expert layman for $5 says, while there are no bicycles in World of Warcraft, there is a dungeon called Slave Pens, and it is populated by the Naga. Hence the guild name. Naga belong in Oh, slave pens. Wow. I never thought about that. How did I miss that joke? That was such an obvious joke. That never even occurred to me.
Terrible.
Though, to be fair, in the slave pens instance, the Naga, the snake people, are the ones enslaving others. They're not the slaves. So
really,
yes. So there you go.
Wow. These must be the Ibram X. Kendi.
That's right.
Snake people.
Yonkers OF for 8 Aussies says, I too had a dirt bike stolen from my locked carport by my neighbor across the road. Luckily, my next door neighbor had CCTV. Oh my God, your neighbor
got him.
Wow.
Got him. That's an uncomfortable situation, isn't it? Like, oh yeah, by the way, we're neighbors, right? It's like,
jeez, what an asshole.
Yeah, that would be painful. Getting in conflict with your neighbors is just never good.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad your next door neighbor had a CCTV to catch the fucking asshole. Damn.
Yeah.
Joshua Stewart for $1. Thank you. Man from Inner Space for 5 Aussies says, hey guys, will you critique the politics on my channel sometime? I want to test my Chopri-doos.
What is that?
Chopri-doos? I don't know. Let's see. Go to channel. Oops, something went wrong. All the things, like you used to be able to click on people's name and go to their channel, and YouTube just said, fuck you. That feature? We're going to get rid of that.
I hit the little arrow in the super chats and it opened it right up for me.
Okay,
Man from Inner Space.
Fuck you. Okay,
I'll check it out.
Doesn't work for me.
There's like a little arrow that comes up next to it in your super chats and sticker activity.
Yeah, I know. I clicked it. Man from Inner Space. I just keep getting the movie Inner Space.
Really? No, you're lying.
Here we go. I got it. We'll test your Chopri-doos.
Okay. Sword and Scale for $20.
Thank you so much.
20 freshly minted Bitcoin dollars. Thank you so much for buying Bitcoin, you guys. Who are these government shills that are for more government control, centralization, inflation, and regulation? Your keys, your coins. Oh, that's a Bitcoin thing.
Yes.
Most are just jealous they were too dumb to buy Bitcoin in 2018. Well, right. I know some are jealous that they sold Bitcoin in 2020,
right
before it blew up. So
that's what I said. I would be surprised if they start regulating Bitcoin. That would just lose a lot of its appeal.
But tell me, well, obviously, since you're super chatting, you've moved some money out of Bitcoin, which is what I always suggest to do.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, I wish I got into Bitcoin.
The thing to do. This is the thing to do.
Listen. Yes.
The thing to do.
Yeah.
Sell half. You sell half and you hang on to the other half. This would have avoided my friend's scenario. Because my friend would still have made $1 gazillion. He would have, instead of making 20,000, he would have made 10,000, and then he would have watched. If you sell half, and it goes to zero, at least you got some money.
You still made it, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can sell half and make up your principal, that's a good strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. That's always a good strategy. Because then at the worst, you came out even.
And you stay in the game in case it runs, in case it continues to grow. And then when it gets giant again, sell half again. Keep it going. Yeah.
Vosh's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, Sitch, you're just jealous of Michael Eric Dyson's. Oh, Jesus.
Paluncture.
What word is this? Pulchritudinous. Never heard this word. Pulchritudinous. It means beautiful. Michael Eric Dyson's pulchritudinous use of the English language, where your chalcology
seeps out in
cacology, bad choice or words of poor pronunciation, seeps out in a kind of proving the point here.
Enumeratory fashion.
An enumeratory fashion. There you go.
Maybe.
True. That's true.
What's enumercatory?
It means to like ooze out of something. I actually didn't know what that word means, even though I can't say. Sword Scale for another $20. Thank you, Sword Scale. Says, Sitch, what do you think of female artists whose art is to get nude in public, a la Milo Moore? That used to just be called porn in my days. I'm not familiar with this lady. Let me Google her for completely research purposes.
Is it wrong if Sitch believes yes for some artists and no for other artists?
Listen, it depends how hot she is, right? Doesn't that really answer the question?
If he has an inconsistent standard, let's say, one artist, he says, no, I'm not really into that. And another artist, he says, yes, this is definitely art. I guess.
I remember seeing an article about this a while ago. She was like walking around topless, but she had like a little box with curtains on her chest that like people could go by and like look in or touch or reach their hands in and grope her. It was super weird.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
Do you remember this?
I do, yeah.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not super on board with that stuff. So if you want to go make like weird art, I guess I mean I don't think you should be doing it in public like this. Maybe I'm just a prude, but
right.
Ew, there's like a picture. Oh my God. Oh, though I think it's blocked off though. I hope this wasn't public. There's a picture of her and she's like standing on two boards and it looks like she like period blooded all over a canvas.
Oh, well,
in public.
That's definitely art.
So, yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
Frieza, Lord Frieza. Thank you so much. I didn't know Frieza was Canadian. Though I guess it makes sense considering how authoritarian they're being. Frieza for 10 Canadian says Justin Trudeau gave a statement on the trucker protest. Can you guess what he focused on? The Nazi and Confederate flags. 99.9% of the people are decent human beings. The PM chose to denigrate the half the country because of that. Yeah. No, it's true. That's right there. There's an extremist at the protest, so I get to smear them tactic. Yep. The whole thing. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's very disgusting.
Probably a Justin Trudeau aide.
Right.
At the protest with the flag.
Yep.
Reptilioid.
Satoshi was a reploid for 100 knock-knock. Sorry for triggering the crypto people throwing money at you to argue. That's fine. Keep throwing money at us. We appreciate it. On an unrelated note, crypto is a negative sum game. The block size should be 4 megabytes, and Luke Jr. is a religious nut job. There you go. I don't know what any of that means, but
I don't know who Luke Jr. is. Isn't the block size 4 bits? I'm not sure.
They're saying it should be 4 megabytes.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
So
I do know bigger is better according to crypto terminology, according to block size. Stug for $2 says, we already read that one. Thank God.
Asif says, Sitch, my name is a Hebrew male name. I gave up on teaching Americans how to say Asif, but it's not as if. Well, am I saying it right? Is it Asif? 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 I would say Asif. Or no, I say Asif. Asif artsy. Awesome. Sorry. Listen. I should know better. I know.
Literature Devil for $2 says, impreg.
Thank you, Literature Devil.
I know. Literature Devil's book is coming out soon. You guys should buy it. It's
yes,
he's getting it printed.
That's right.
Yes.
Dr. Alpha Miracle Child.
I got my copy coming soon.
CT further fixed the painting apparently.
Oh no.
So yeah, she's really fixing art here. We got our own professional art fixer upper here.
Oh no. And CT did the male version of CT. So you get your rippling CT abs.
Oh, did she? She didn't send it to me. Where's this?
You don't get it.
Okay.
She's
you can put it up.
She unfriended you on Twitter.
I see. It's because yeah, I see. She's just jealous of the fact that Doomer really loves me.
Yeah, she's totally super jealous. This is a
Doomer's cheating on you, CT.
This is what Sitch likes in his women. Barbie
tiny
doll,
heads.
Barbie doll size heads.
Tiny heads on giant bodies. That is what Sitch looks for in his women. That's true.
Yeah.
You know how, like, there's like that weird thing with like, oh, they would bind their feet because they were into tiny feet. Well, listen, you got to bind their heads. Okay.
How would you kiss this woman, Sitch? Assuming that like her hands are proportional to your hands. What would
I swear that picture? I swear that's like the fourth version. It looks even smaller than the one that she sent on.
What would a kiss look like?
It would be like you encompass her whole head. My God. CT says Blep did that. Oh, okay. Okay.
Here you go. Here's CT's rippling abs.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's loading up because I can't see it yet.
Oh, yeah. You don't get to see it.
No. Let me keep going. King Harland of Norway for $1 says, hippity hoppity, all your bikes are my property.
Oh, my word. Coming at us. Hippity hoppity.
All your bikes are my property. I don't know why that's so funny, but
it is.
That's very funny.
It's funny because it's degenerate. It's fun.
Let's see. Oh, there you. I have seen I seen that. That's an old picture. That's buff male CT with the abs. It's funny because it actually looks a lot like, that looks like, oh, what's his name? Professor. That looks like when in the South Park video games when Butters becomes Professor Chaos, and it's like he becomes giant and buff. It kind of looks like that.
Cool.
There you go. Not CP for $1 says, fun fact. With one of the social credit systems, you get points for every China dollar you spend in a certain store, coincidentally owned by the company providing the system. Oh my God, that's so disgusting. How the fuck are there how is there anyone so despicable here that simps for China? They're so evil. It's hilarious. China is literally like the dystopian Black Mirror, every 1950s science fiction future Orwellian society. China is like 100% going in that direction. 100%.
Is it?
Of course, there's a social currency system that gives you points when you spend money in stores that are government approved stores or by the companies that made the system in the first place. Like, what is this?
I heard people like the social credit score.
I read those replies by Chinese bots too.
I heard people like the social credit score because it tells you, listen, would you like to live in a country where there was a social credit score pointing out the fact that Lance of the Serfs is an incredible liar?
But it never would.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, Lance would be, we'd be touting the party line.
I mean, if it was an accurate social credit score, though, you'd be down, right?
But that's the issue. There's no way it could be. How could you ever have an accurate quote unquote social credit score?
Yeah.
It's just a way to completely control citizens' actions and make them completely.
You're right. Lance
shut the fuck up. Never question the government. Never question the mainstream. Do
Lance
whatever the government says.
Yeah. Lance would be the biggest suck up on.
Of course
he would be like ratting people out. Oh, look, they did a bad thing. Ding their social credit score.
That's what he's already doing now.
He is, basically.
That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Except there's just no government authority.
Right.
He's doing it for free. Imagine if he was doing it when he was getting paid by the government to do it.
Oh, man. I mean, he is getting paid by...
That's true.
By his patrons.
That's true. That's a good point. I think he's become a permanent fixture on the Young Turks, one of their shows now. Because when I went to the Young Turks YouTube page, there's like a bunch of them. He's like on a series of them. So there you go. He's finally made it.
Did we do that on stream or did we just laugh
We did
about
do that
it?
on stream.
Okay.
Yeah, we did do that on stream. We talked about it briefly. CT for $1 says, stupid question time.
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe each other in 3 words?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. How would I describe Adam in 3 words? I'm going to say artistic, renegade,
Mm-hmm.
elephant. No, artistic, renegade, thinker. There you go. There's the nicest thing you'll ever hear Sitch say about Adam for the rest of the year.
Artistic, renegade, thinker. I like it. I'll take it.
There you go.
What do I have to do? You?
Did you get it? Artistic, renegade, thinker. ART. Your art. Oh. See how clever I am?
Okay. Clever. Insufferable. Egomaniac. How about that? There are my 3 words.
Perfect. I love it.
Come on, you can't ask. Why does CT always do these really hard things?
I know she does. She's like, here's a stupid question, but it's difficult.
It is super difficult.
Listen, CT, you can't ask men to be nice to each other. Okay. I had to use up my entire year's worth of niceness for Adam right there. I'm gone forever.
I'm gonna try to be nice too. Okay.
No, that was my entire year's worth. I hope you liked it because it's just gone. There's no more.
Took a lot of free will to do that. Sitch.
It did.
I commend you.
Thank you.
If I had to describe Sitch though, I would say Sitch is honest, which is like what you definitely want in anyone you associate with.
Anyone that's sending you money.
Anyone you do business with, definitely, yes. But also, friends and stuff like that is best. Honest, thoughtful, I would say. He's always thinking about other people. God. He's always like, how would this affect other people? And let me see. What's another good one? Tenacious, I think.
There you go.
He's very tenacious. Yes.
I try.
We always often try to use that tenacity to our advantage. We try to Sitch on things that we want to know, but are too lazy to research ourselves, right? Yes.
Sitch, I want to know about something. It's true. There's so many times people in super chats, just regular chats, like, Sitch, look into this. I'm like, no.
Totally. But that tenacity works in our favor often. So, all right.
LOL Crypto for $1 says, everyone who argues for tech and crypto are invested and need more people to buy to get profit. Not sure if links work here, but the title is in the URL. And it says blockchain study finds 0% success rate. That's impossible. How can it be 0%?
What was that?
There's some study that claims that there's 0% success rate in blockchain investments.
Really?
I don't understand how that's even possible.
I mean, I know a couple people that are just rolling in money from crypto.
Right. That's what I'm saying. How could it's like literally impossible?
Like this guy's literally bought a helicopter. Yeah. Sitch, have you ever bought a helicopter?
I have never bought a helicopter.
Can you imagine? God, I would love making that phone call. Yeah, I'm interested in a helicopter.
Oh, wait, no, it's not about investment. It says they were looking at people trying to use blockchain for a wide variety of situations. I don't know. I have to actually read this and care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about blockchain. I don't care about crypto. Stop asking about it.
So the people who do care,
I don't care about it at all.
It's so weird because it is exactly like the pandemic stuff, which I have zero interest in. It's like people are so eager to dig into this stuff to just own the other team.
Right.
It's like I mean, I don't begrudge people who are making money on crypto, and I don't begrudge people who don't want to invest in crypto. It's like,
yeah, why? Right. Why does anyone care?
It's the same exact thing with the vaccines. I don't begrudge anyone who doesn't want to get vaccinated, and I don't begrudge anyone who does. It's like, it's just like, I'm against mandates. I don't understand how, like, what more needs to be said about that.
CT for $1 says, okay, another question. Very difficult question.
No, fuck you, CT.
What is the weirdest or most obscure fun fact you know? Totally not asking this so I can tell everyone that corn is a fruit, and that information upset me enough to want to inflict it on everyone. First of all, that's a fucking lie. Corn is not a fruit. You're lying. I don't believe you. If I type into Google, is corn a fruit, and I get a yes, this just literally will be the 100% confirmation that I'm from the original Bearstein universe. I have now transitioned over.
Is corn a fruit?
Corn is a vegetable and has always been a vegetable.
While eating, I don't know.
Is corn a vegetable?
Corn is both a fruit and a grain, botanically speaking.
What? No.
There's a slightly weirder reason.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay, who cares?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So corn is actually a vegetable, a whole grain, and a fruit.
Answering the question whether or not corn is a vegetable sounds like it's simple, but it's actually complicated. Whole corn, like you eat on the cob, is considered a vegetable. Okay. I was about to lose my fucking mind, CT. But the corn kernel itself, where popcorn comes from, is considered a grain. To be more specific, this form of corn is a whole grain. To complicate things a little bit more, many grains, including popcorn, are considered to be a fruit. This is because they come from the seed or flower part of the plant. In contrast, vegetables are from leaves and stems and other parts of plant. This is why several people think of a vegetable. This is why several foods people think as of vegetables are actually fruits, like tomatoes and avocados. Tomatoes are fruits? All right. So corn is actually a vegetable, a whole grain, and a fruit. Listen, this sounds like a lot of propaganda nonsense bullshit to me. Okay, corn's a vegetable. Anything else is bullshit. Anything else is some socially constructed, deconstructed leftist Marxist infiltration of our government and our grocery stores. This is critical food theory worming its way into our grocery stores and our supermarkets, and I won't stand for it.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
I won't stand for it.
Did you give out your obscure fact yet?
No. Everyone knows my obscure fact. We talked about it. It's that daddy long legs are not actually spiders. Mine
is taxes do not pay for spending.
You're such a piece of shit.
Did I trigger you yet?
Oh my god. He's like, it's got everything circles back to MMT, baby. Any opportunity, any chance.
Don't tell anyone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, CT.
Okay. It's a secret. You were gonna sneak it in there. There you go. My obscure fact was that, and it was always about water bears. But I feel like water bears are too popular. It's not obscure anymore. So, Dr. Dealer for $1 says, quote, but that's mine. You can't do that. Famous last words of Sword and Scale after someone breaks into his Coinbase account and trades his Bitcoin to an anonymous account made by some Ruski before offloading it to people who don't care that it was stolen. There you go. Diddler is not convinced. Not convinced about the crypto, apparently.
Holy cow. Dumb Money Media did an interview with George Gammon. That's awesome. That's totally awesome. George Gammon. He has a YouTube channel. He's the rebel capitalist. Oh, you don't watch his vids?
No.
What? You don't watch anyone. YouTube is a community, Sitch.
Adam, I'm busy over here listening to ASMR. I don't know what you're watching.
Yeah, okay. That's all he watches on YouTube.
Just nothing but ASMR. Okay. Yeah. Nothing but hot chicks whispering in my ears. Okay, so they rub the microphones with their body parts.
Cool.
Dr. Thom for $1 says, hi guys. I'm playing in chemicals right now. That's not good. Don't play in chemicals. But I have a question. An evil wizard casts a magic spell on you. Oh no! You are switching bodies with another YouTuber. If you act quick, you can influence who you switch with, but you can't pick each other. Who would you pick? I don't want to answer this fucking question. I'm not gonna answer this question. I have to actually think about this.
We have to switch bodies with what?
With another YouTuber.
Another YouTuber?
Yeah.
Switch bodies. Is this like a permanent switch?
I don't know. I guess so.
Let's see. I mean, A lot of chicks like Hassan. He's rich.
That's right. He's rich. There you go.
Okay, I'm switching.
And then,
wait,
listen, how
I gotta tell about what's the intelligence. Do I get to bring my intelligence with me?
I think I'm assuming you keep your personality and your consciousness. So.
Oh God, I could have so much fun in Hassan's. How long?
So yeah,
how long am I in there for?
You get to go on the Hassan becomes anti-communist arc. That'd be fun.
Oh, that would be a blast.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Does that mean Sitch is on the Sitch or Hassan's on the Sitch and Adam show?
That's right. I guess so, unfortunately.
All of a sudden.
Adam, you sound way dumber.
You're a lot more communist now. What happened?
Magor for $3 says A-Team likes their audio pristine. There you go.
True.
That is true.
Yeah. Yes.
True. CT for $1 says, in case anyone was wondering why male CT exists, I drew Sitch and Adam as women. Mm-hmm. You can't gain anything without giving something in return. To attain something of equal value must be lost. The first law of alchemy. That's true. That is actually what happened. That's why that picture exists.
I can't wait to watch this video. Why Beauty and the Beast is implicitly right wing. John Doyle.
Oh, okay. We'll have to check it out.
This does. Look, Vosh did a response. John Doyle thinks Beauty and the Beast is a far right manifesto. How is Vosh is really responding to John Doyle? I guess John Doyle is blowing up, man. Vosh is like coming after him.
I was so upset. Someone sent me a debate. It was a debate between Vosh and Kyle Kalinske.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah. I listened to like 5 minutes of it. It's pretty boring.
I listened to 5 minutes of it, so I don't know if it changes. But in the first 5 minutes, I was like, "Oh no, Vosh actually is on the correct side of the argument."
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Because know it's completely accidental.
I know. I was like, oh, because Kyle was like simping for Russia, and I was like, oh, Kyle. Like Kyle just hates America so much.
Mm-hmm.
But Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says, would you two lick the female CT abs?
Mm-hmm. I'm married, so I'm not able to.
Listen, we have to, because otherwise you get called a bigot.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I can't do it.
There you go.
I'm spoken for, guys. Sorry. But Sitch, I'd be all down. I'd be holding his head down there, like, lick him harder.
Well, I feel like, Patrick keeps asking these questions. I feel like Patrick's trying to self-reporting a little something. If you know
Patrick Mulligan wants to lick CT's abs. Really?
I'm just saying. I think Patrick Mulligan is trying to trick CT into drawing some CT abs for him to lick. That's what I feel like is happening in these super chats.
I would feel really nice if the Sitch and Adam community ended up in 2 people getting married and living happily ever after. That would make me happy. I'm just saying. It's just a goal of mine.
Okay. CT says in all caps, "No, I do not consent."
What?
There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you
go. CT Simp Squad. What? This is.
Kavah says, do not lick CT. One Abaddon for $22.22 says, just want to remind everyone, A-Team reigns supreme. And while I personally suck at drawing male anatomy, I encourage others to continue drawing sexy Adam art.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you for the super chat. Don't encourage them.
Oh, I very much encourage that. 100% encourage.
Did we get Sword and Scale for $20? Only a moron keeps his money in a Coinbase account. Learn things. Norwegian, not your keys, not your coins. I mean,
there you go.
Yes, I would have to qualify myself as a moron, because if I did buy crypto, it would definitely be through a Coinbase account, because I would be so worried that it would be stolen from me that I would not.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Yeah. So there you go.
It's not a rational fear at all. I've just read all the horror stories of people who've lost large amounts of crypto from getting hacked or doing stupid things. And it's just, yeah.
Dumb Money Media for another $10. Thank you. Says Reggie Middleton's patent was submitted in 2014 and approved in December 2021, meaning almost every crypto banking transaction we know right now falls under his patent. I'll send you info on Twitter's. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think you sent me the same video that I looked up, Dumb Money Media. So
does that mean that everyone, I'm assuming that means everyone in the crypto sphere hates his guts, right? If he's going to start trying to collect, a penny on every transaction or something.
Chris Jones for $5 says, Adam, you can't trade stable coins for dollars, only for crypto. Well, how do you get the dollars if you're buying crypto? Like if you're selling Bitcoin, aren't you getting some sort of stable coin back in the transaction, or are you getting dollars back in the transaction? I don't know how this goes. I've never bought Bitcoin, so
I don't know. I don't know what a stable coin is compared to
people convert their
other
dollars.
forms of crypto.
People convert their dollars to stable coins in order to buy crypto. So if I have dollars, I'm going to convert them to stable coins first and then buy whatever crypto I want with stable coins. Because people like to buy crypto and they like to buy other or Bitcoin and other coins, Bitcoin, Ethereum, that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, but all I know about stable coins is what I've heard from the hearings, the congressional hearings on cryptocurrency, and that one of the speakers at those hearings was the guy who has the biggest stable coin or stable coin exchange, something like that.
Right.
And one of the congressmen was going after the stable coins because there's no evidence that there's like no transparency with the assets. People are giving them millions of dollars, and where those millions of dollars go after they're turned into stable coins is quite unclear at the moment.
Okay. Interesting. Sobek for $5 says modern art ended in the 1970s. What we're talking about is contemporary art. Confusing, but don't worry. I'm a based artist, and most are faking the woke. There you go.
Oh, I bet. Aren't we technically in the postmodern phase? I believe contemporary art is postmodern.
I don't fucking know.
We're definitely in the postmodern phase.
We're in the post-contemporary phase. We're
Chris
in the
Jones for $2 says,
phase.
Isn't fraud already illegal? Yes.
Yeah.
By definition.
Right. I don't understand the question. I was just talking about like in terms of crypto fraud stuff. But there's still, if there's no authority over it, then it doesn't matter, right?
Well, and it's not fraud. That's a really good question, because
maybe it's not categorized as fraud specifically in the law.
Like what happened with the Minecraft server that you were talking about, where they took the money and ran?
Yeah, they take all the money and they just disappear.
They probably had some terms and conditions that you had to sign that said in the terms and conditions rather clearly that
they can do that.
We can take the money and run if we want.
It's still fraud though. I mean, you can't put anything you want in terms and conditions, and then people, despite the stereotype, you can't sign your life away in the terms and conditions.
Okay, well, that's an interesting question. Yeah. That's the reason why it works is because each individual, it's a collective action problem. Each individual doesn't really have a huge incentive to sue because they're only out like $50 or whatever.
I don't know if that's the issue. It's even if people sue, there's the issue of often you don't know who the people are.
Oh yeah,
where they are.
That too.
And then I don't even know if you can, in a U.S. court, like, I don't know the answer to this. I'm sure maybe some of the crypto people will know. What kind of lawsuits are there over cryptos? Maybe the laws just there's a giant loophole, and crypto doesn't fall under any current any of our current laws. So you can't actually legally in the U.S. commit fraud with crypto. Maybe. I don't know the answer to these questions.
Holy shit! I just noticed something else.
What?
You're never gonna guess who else responded to John Doyle thinks Beauty and the Beast. John Doyle. There's a video.
The
John
Young
Doyle.
Turks.
John Doyle thinks Beauty and the Beast is the blueprint for his authoritarian utopia.
Oh,
Chud
really?
Watch.
Chud Watch.
Guess who it is?
Thought Slime?
Hannah Reloaded.
Oh. Jake and Hannah.
Jake and Hannah.
At least it's not Jake.
It's just Hannah. Just Hannah responding to Jonathan Doyle. Man, I'm not a Hannah and Jake fan, but you have to marvel at that title. John Doyle thinks Beauty and the Beast is the blueprint for his authoritarian utopia.
Chud Watch. That's a very good title.
That's a
very
good
powerful
title. That is a good title.
A good title.
Yeah. That's so funny. There are so many responses to this video. Mm-hmm. They're like, we finally got one. We finally got a true far right person. Let's all respond. It's better. It's better when they're actually real authoritarians.
Right. Well, we'll watch the video, see if it's worth talking about on stream.
I don't know much about Jonathan Doyle. I only know from the one thing that we covered.
The one debate we saw, yeah. I mean, he was advocating for crazy shit in that debate.
Which he was pretty authoritarian. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
He definitely wanted to come in your bedroom and direct.
Say, he did. He wanted to bring the camera into your bedroom. He wanted to sit there on the little director's chair. Say, okay, in this scene,
right,
you're only going to do
missionary only
on the back, face up, in the name of procreation. I want to hear 20 Hail Marys afterwards. Okay?
God is watching.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I sent you a comic that I want you to put up. I want our chat to try to figure out who is who in this comic.
Oh, is it the one from the?
I tweeted this out.
I
earlier.
love this comic.
Yeah, it's a great comic. CT for $1 says, quote, CT always asks hard questions. I'm sorry. Would you rather I ask about your political views that I already know? LOL. I mean, that's true. That's fair.
No, I would rather you didn't super chat like we've told you a million times before.
That's true. Yeah, stop super chatting.
Don't super chat.
That's
it's
true. Easy. CT, stop it. Stop it. Okay. I know that me saying stop. We forgot. Wait a minute.
I know.
CT does the opposite of whatever we want. CT, keep paying us money. Okay.
CT, whatever you do, do not send us $1,000 super chat.
Sword and Scale for $20 says focusing on fraud cases in crypto is like saying we should abolish the US dollar because of Bernie Madoff exists. The utility of programmable money is what makes it useful and also what makes it susceptible to fraud. Well, there you go.
I get the argument, but I just the cost benefit for most people is that they're more concerned about losing their life savings than they are about losing their privacy. If you say, listen,
we're
either going to be able to track your money, and if it disappears into some fraudster's account, you're not going to lose any of it. We'll give it all back to you, or we won't look at your money at all.
Well,
and if it disappears, you're on your own. And most people in that case will take the loss of privacy, right?
Right. But and I think the counter to that, people who don't want that, is to say, well, listen, if you're concerned about security and when I'm more concerned about privacy, then don't invest in crypto. You can invest in anything else you want. Why do you have to come into our space, in our realm, and change the rules to the way you want them? Like, that'd be the counter argument.
Right.
Which I understand is valid. So I think what has to happen is the crypto people, I mean, obviously, I don't know who makes these decisions. The crypto community as a whole has to make a decision when they say, listen, are we more interested in becoming bigger and more mainstream? Because if we do become bigger and more mainstream, we will have to capitulate and eventually have regulations to what you're talking about, Adam, because the average normie, the average person will trade privacy for security most of the time in most situations. And so that's what they'll be looking for. Or are they fine with being more like the niche thing off, that's kind of like, doing its own thing that's not super popular. That's popular enough, but not super popular. Like it's its own little circle somewhere.
But what
and then they can do whatever they want.
The thing though, that becomes a problem is the niche thing is like becomes as big as mortgage-backed securities. And that's what's happening. That's why they're talking about regulating it. It's like, okay, well, now this having a tangible effect on the economy.
Right. That's the problem and that's a different issue too, because if all the big banks are getting involved in it and then they end up fucking up the entire economy with it, then
listen, if you
then they are going to have to do something about it, because unfortunately, or you just tell the banks not to be involved. I don't know.
You can't, because people are using crypto as collateral for actual dollars. That's what's happening.
Right.
They're taking out loans and using the crypto as collateral. So there's a bunch of bank loans.
Instead of regulating crypto, you could just say banks can't do that anymore.
Well, they've talked about they were talking about that in the hearings, making it so you can't use crypto as collateral on loans. But then, sword and scales, there's going to be another $20 super chat. Don't! How dare you say that I can't use my crypto as a collateral in a private exchange with a bank for a loan, right? I mean,
that's the problem.
That is the government encroachment,
right? But you have to make a compromise here, or either you can't do that, or if you can do that, then you're gonna have to accept regulations,
right? Well, that's a compromise.
Yeah, that's the issue. You have to, you have to choose. You can't live in both worlds. You can't have your cake and eat it too, as they say. Sobek for $5 says, it's bleak as fuck. I'm a black artist, and most of my peers exploit the oppression of their family and ancestors for profit. It's dark as hell. Wow, that's crazy. That is dark.
Yeah, I can't imagine that mindset.
Jeez. Yeah. I mean, I can totally understand that mindset. You gotta make we see that mindset every day on YouTube, Adam. I know what you're talking about. Well, I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed.
It's
nothing in this world is free.
But it is totally black pill, you got to admit.
It is very black pilling. It's very dark.
I was thinking about this because as an artist, I have like I've seen other artists get opportunities based on, oppression points, obviously, skin color. There are all these art programs that favor people of color and whatnot. So I feel like I have experienced the same kind of, well, I guess it's difficult to say it's the same level of discrimination as
Adam has faced the same level of discrimination as any black man.
I have faced some discrimination, and I have faced situations where I've faced privilege. But I feel like everybody has privilege and discrimination in their lives.
Sure.
I guess it is unequal. There are certain situations where you're like, I would not want that kind of discrimination.
True.
Yeah.
Ostrici for $10 says, I'm late to this conversation, but I own some crypto. Most shocking part is interest rates. Current USDC stablecoin offers 9% annual interest. They have paid it to me every month so far. Well, good. There you go.
That's just screams like
scam.
It does.
9% interest rate.
I see this all the time. Listen, I watch the crypto vids, so I get the crypto ads all the time, and they all scream Ponzi scheme. They all scream scam. 9% interest on crypto. I'm old school. Where is the value coming from? Where is the value coming from? Okay.
I mean, Adam, if you think about it, most investments they're all scams. Okay.
I disagree.
When you buy stock, you're not buying something that's real.
Sitch, don't make me beat you.
I'm gonna do it. Because only the first person that buys the original stock is actually giving money to the company and buying like the real thing. Everything else is just trading this amorphous idea of property around. That doesn't really affect the company directly.
Tell it like it is, Sitch. There is an underlying value to stock. It's based on future earnings, and those earnings reports come out every 3 months, quarterly. They hit or miss. But everybody in the private industry knows the game.
But that's not 100% accurate, because it's not like future earnings directly correlate to stock prices. No, stock prices are only correlated to how much people want to buy the stock. So yes, some people will base that off of future earnings, but they also base it off of a million other different factors.
No, I agree, but you're comparing that to something that has no underlying asset, zero underlying asset.
How is that? I'm saying it has the same. It has the same asset. It has the same asset. Is people want to buy it?
No. Listen.
No.
People, there, and we talked about this earlier.
Yes.
Yes. All prices driven by supply and demand. The reason people want to buy stock is because they believe that the future earnings are there, which is tangible value. The reason why people want to buy crypto is because they think the value of the crypto will be worth more in the future, because crypto is the future, and like there's no underlying value there. There's no underlying tangible value there.
No one buys stocks saying like, oh, I'm buying stocks because of the future earnings of this company. They're buying stock because they're like, the stock's going to go up. That's the primary thought process.
Or they're going to get dividends, and those dividends are based on
or they're going to get
future earnings. Yeah,
sure.
Does crypto? Sure. Oh, evidently this crypto gives 9% dividends. Like, okay. So where? I mean, and people have talked about this. So let's say everybody owns Bitcoin, like Bitcoin's. Well, here, what is Bitcoin at right now? Let's look it up just to be. Well,
I don't know. I'm not convinced so far.
Well, we're watching. As of right now, Bitcoin is trading at $38,000 a Bitcoin. 38,400 a Bitcoin. Okay.
Well, no, the underlying value to the paper.
How long do you? No, I have a question for you.
Yeah. Okay.
How long do you think Bitcoin will be trading at $38,000 if half the people wanted to sell their Bitcoin right now, or by the end of the week?
It would for like a minute.
What do you mean?
The minute half the people want to sell it, then it drops.
How much? What does it drop to?
To some ridiculously low amount. If half the people want to sell it, it would be fucking negative very quickly.
Right. And why would that happen?
I don't know, because there's some kind of panic, some run on the market.
Well, people would lose faith in the underlying value of it. That wouldn't happen to Apple, because people would go, wait a second here. Apple is a fucking company that makes billions of dollars every single quarter. Like, what's going on here? Someone would step in.
Adam, that literally happened in 2008 to these gigantic banks that all had physical underlying assets that people believed in until they didn't.
Think about what the asset was. It was mortgage-backed securities.
Right.
Yeah, people realized that the underlying asset was valueless. That's what happened.
Okay, you're right. That's a bad example.
Yeah, it's a hugely bad example.
Well, no, but the problem is that all these other industries were banking on the banks that were banking on the toxic underlying asset. So it had a chain effect.
This is a conversation that I always have with the Bitcoin people. What is the underlying asset? What am I buying? What am I getting for my money? What is the value?
I don't see the difference between this and stock. Okay.
This is another one. This is another one of those insane conversations. I can't believe we're even having.
Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Maybe this will elucidate some things. Okay. Is there a difference when you talk about the underlying asset? Yeah. Is there a difference between gold and Bitcoin?
Yes, a giant difference.
Okay, and what's the difference?
Gold is a tangible asset.
It's a physical gold chunk, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why does the gold asset have any value?
Because you believe that someone will want that gold for something in the future.
Okay. Right, exactly. So how is that literally any different than Bitcoin or any other crypto? It's the same principle.
Yes, but what I tried to illustrate with my example is that can flip in a moment's notice in a way that it's not going to flip with gold.
Right. So is the only difference because gold has been around long enough that flip will probably never happen because it's been so ingratiated in our culture and in our minds as having value?
Yes.
Is that the only difference?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you're right. That's true that is a difference. But...
also, gold can be used for there's all kinds of uses for gold. Like, there's no use for Bitcoin.
Not to the extent of its value, obviously. But...
Hold on. Let me bring up a picture of Mr. T. Gold can be used for jewelry, you dumbass. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's only used in jewelry because of its perceived value. That's entirely a social construct. Okay.
Not only that, I mean, I just read a book about a guy
Gold doesn't rust.
I just read a book about a guy who built a company basically from scratch.
Sauron can't make the ring out of a Bitcoin. I think I have to concede to that argument.
So you don't think you don't see any underlying value in what McDonald's does?
No, of course I do. What do you mean? I'm just saying I don't think when you talk about stocks, I don't. There's very little in my mind between a stock and cryptocurrency. Except for a couple of very flimsy psychological constructs. Now, most people believe in these psychological constructs that you're talking about, Adam, including you, and so that does give it power. So maybe that means that I'm incorrect because people believe in this smoke and mirrors shit, and that's all that really matters.
The stock is not smoke and mirrors, though. The stock has an underlying asset.
Stock is completely smoke and mirrors, Adam.
This is just your bias. You're basically.
This isn't my bias. What do you mean?
This is exactly what's happening here. Sitch sees zero value in stock, so he sees.
No. Don't say.
And he sees zero value in crypto because he's basically saying. Well, you're basically saying there's no underlying asset to stock. That's exactly what you're saying.
There isn't.
You just said yes. Yeah, I understand.
I'm saying there isn't a real. I'm saying, well, no, there is psychologically.
There is not
There's nothing
wrong.
real.
That's completely wrong.
Okay.
There are companies that own assets and things. Uh-huh. When a stock goes to zero, they sell off those assets.
That's true, but
that's not what I'm getting at. The stockholders are literally paid out of whatever they can get for the remaining assets of the company. Mm-hmm. So they're basically saying, okay, we thought this company was worth this much because they had a system to earn this much money in the environment.
Right.
And it turns out they're not earning that much money. Really, the company is worth this much. Here are the trucks and all the tangible assets that we can sell off. We're going to divide those tangible assets up among the amount of stock that's out there and pay you off what the stock is really worth. Okay. But we're still talking about the worth of the underlying assets.
That's a good counter argument.
Right.
That yes.
What is the underlying asset of Bitcoin?
They will sell off and chop up the company to pay out for that stuff, which is true.
What is the underlying asset of Bitcoin? Tell me.
Right, and there's zero. There's nothing. Okay, but when people buy stocks, that's not generally the thought process. They're not like, oh well,
What? Listen, so this is
when I buy McDonald's is going to end up going out of business, and they're going to end up chopping up to sell off.
There's a conflation there
or whatever.
I love how Sitch and I interrupt the fuck out of each other whenever we start arguing. But there's a conflation issue that's going on here. Okay,
is there?
Yes, I am talking about sophisticated stock purchasers, and you are talking about people who just pick a stock and don't know anything about it and just buy it.
I'm talking about the normie. Oh, you're talking about investors? I'm talking about normies. Okay.
But in your experiment, you're basically saying that there are no sophisticated investors, that all investors are just dumb.
That's not my argument at all.
Okay, so what are you saying then?
I
don't want to straw man.
Okay. My argument was literally what you said back to me about gold. Mm-hmm. Okay. The conceptually, the only difference between the underlying value of gold and Bitcoins is that in our minds for thousands of years in human history, we assign gold
Not
this
true.
arbitrary value.
Not true. Not true.
What do you mean? You said this earlier.
Not true. You listen. You're thinking
So
of this.
You're taking it back. What you said.
You're thinking of about this is so low resolution that Jordan Peterson would be very disappointed if he heard this argument. Okay, gold has a value today, right?
Yeah.
But that value could change.
I know.
They could invent something, a time machine that requires parts to be made out of gold, and then all of a sudden, what's the value of gold now? Well, now it's fucking priceless.
Yeah,
now
so
it's
you're
like,
just okay. So you're just arguing just something has to be physical because it can. Yeah,
listen,
but no one's
the value.
Adam,
the value of Apple.
No one's buying.
What
gold
was the value
thinking,
of Apple before the iPhone?
No one's buying gold thinking that in the future it'll be worth more because someone needs it to make time machine parts. Okay,
yes,
that's
but it always is going to have some tangible use value. Like I'm just saying, jewelry is one tangible use value.
Right.
Time machines is another. We place different values on things.
Time machines are not a tangible value.
Well, I'm in the hypothetical experiment. It is, but like the Bitcoin people, I always ask. I'm like, what is the underlying asset here? Right. People in Bitcoin make the same argument that you are making. They're saying, I'm buying this because it's going to be worth more in the future. People are going to want this more.
Does Sitch and Adam know how Bitcoins are created? I don't know about Adam. I only know, I thought that there's some weird algorithm that people run, and then the algorithm you run has a chance of producing a Bitcoin or something weird. That's all I know.
Right. Right now, people do want Bitcoin. Okay.
Yeah, Adam, a golden laden meteorite could hit the Earth, and
gold's value could drop to
100 times more gold than we ever had, and the price of gold would just drop to nothing.
Right. Guess what? Right. A Bitcoin meteor could hit the Earth, and no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I know. Okay, whatever. I feel like we've talked about this.
Bitcoin is based on scarcity, but I think the issue is. The thing that the coin people don't take into account is desirability. Like it's not just scarcity. It's also desirability. It's scarcity plus desirability.
Okay.
Like people have to desire the thing.
Right.
And right now they definitely desire the thing because they think it's going to be worth more. As soon as they think this is not going to be worth more, this is going to be worth less, the desirability drops to zero and the demand drops to zero.
Dumb Money Media for $10 says, love you guys, and thanks for the lulls and encouragement. My channel is small, but I'm having fun. I'll send you Reggie's contact info on Twitter because it would be fun person to have on XOXO. Thank you. And Dumb Money Media also for $2 says, Miami coin is offer 125% interest rate, not a scam.
Oh,
I would be very skeptical of 125% interest rate, but
is that? I can't tell. Hopefully you're on our side, Dumb Money Media. So
do not be very cautious before you invest in anything that says it has 125% interest rate. Okay.
I'm all in. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Sword and Scale for $20 says
no.
What?
What is the underlying value of the U.S. dollar?
Sword and Scale says, what is the underlying value of the U.S. dollar?
Please, no.
Do you want to talk about that while I go to the bathroom?
I don't. Okay. Oh, okay. I can. Well, I mean, if you have to go to the bathroom, you have to go to the
bathroom. The government. Go for it.
I will. Are you leaving already? I have to. Is he gone yet? I have to talk some shit about this. What the fuck was that take? Apple is not worth anything. Just it's all psychological smoke and mirrors. It's like. Don't these companies create products that people want, products and services that people desire, that people couldn't live without, like Big Macs and stuff? Okay, so Sword and Scale. What is the underlying value of the U.S. dollar? I'm going to tell you, but you're not going to like it. The U.S. What creates value for dollars is taxes. It's completely. Taxes drive demand for people to possess U.S. dollars. So that creates the underlying value of the dollar. I know for libertarian types, it really, I mean, it just feels oppressive. It really does, but it's true. And we all buy into this system where we want our dollars to maintain value. And so the taxes are how that happens. Hopefully there's another super chat here. Dumb Money Media for $5 says, Bitcoin can reach the same value as gold if you start seeing all the central banks buying it and they, IMF or governments, make it a tier 1 asset. Well, you see, Dumb Money Media, that's like, what would incentivize central banks to give away all of their power? What would incentivize anyone to give away all of their power, all of their ability to this is why I don't think Bitcoin is in competition with central banks, but Bitcoin has no way of winning against the central banks. The central banks, like the governments, have a monopoly on currency because it's how our system operates. This Bitcoin is operating outside the.
Okay, I'm back. We can stop talking about crypto forever.
Okay. Well, just to sum up, this is exactly what happened in the housing crash. So the banks created their own Bitcoin type asset that they traded outside of the central banking system called mortgage-backed securities. This became like an asset that banks cobbled together that turned out to be, in the end, monopoly money, because the underlying asset that the mortgage-backed security was backed by was a bunch of mortgages that people were in houses that there's no way that they could afford to pay. So sooner or later, those mortgages were going to foreclose. The assets were going to be worth far less than anyone anticipated. And there was going to be this huge contraction in the asset supply / money supply, because these assets become money. So I know a lot of the Bitcoiners know about, like, inflation is caused by an increase in the money supply, but not a lot of them seem to realize that when Bitcoin goes up in value, that's creating a larger money supply.
Exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Yes, yes. Prodigy for $5 says, we shouldn't talk about cryptocurrency. We don't know what we're talking about. Adam, a half hour ago.
There you go.
Well, the thing is, though.
Yes.
If someone can tell me what the underlying asset is of cryptocurrency, I'd be happy to hear it. So,
did you read Dumb Money Media's before that one?
I believe so.
Bitcoin can reach the same value as gold?
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay. I mean, isn't Bitcoin worth more than gold? I mean, I guess it depends how you price it, right?
Satoshi was a reptiloid for 100 knock says, what's the difference between gold and tulip bulbs? Hint, look up the tulip mania. The stock market is heavily regulated for a reason.
True.
Yes. Satoshi is obviously on my side, which it's ironic that.
Well, they shouldn't be, because that argument has nothing to do with anything I said.
But you know about the tulip craze.
I do know about the tulip craze. Yeah.
What was the underlying, quick question, what was the underlying asset in the tulip mania craze?
Tulips.
Tulip bulbs.
Yes. Right.
At least there was an asset, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's your tulip bulb, Mr. Sitch.
I was saying.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, but I don't want to get into it again.
Sword and Scale for $20. Adam, I'm going to destroy your argument. The value of gold isn't based on tangible value. It's based on scarcity. If gold were everywhere, Bitcoin has more. If gold were everywhere, okay, Bitcoin has more scarcity than gold. You can't transmit a bar of gold via iPhone. I'm telling you. Sword and Scale. Listen, just remember what I said earlier. Sell half. I'm not against people making money in cryptocurrency, and I think cryptocurrency is a super fascinating, interesting technology. I have done some day trading. I have done some stock trading. So, like there is underlying assets when you're trading stock. The desirability of things you have to take into account. And while Bitcoin has an amazing amount of desirability right now, if we could press a button that made Bitcoin desirability nothing, how does the scarcity matter? What does it matter that there's only 21 Bitcoins? Nobody wants them. Desirability is a huge part of the equation.
Listen, I think Sword and Scale is doing quite fine without our financial.
I know. Okay. I know. I have.
You just want to maintain that, right?
I literally have a friend who does this again and again and again. It's insanely depressing because he gets in a situation where he does some crazy like options thing, and he's like worth $5 million. He's like, Adam, I'm worth $5 million. I talked to him like 6 months later. He's worth 200,000. It's like,
right.
Stop doing this. Please stop.
It's a rush though.
I know it's like gambling. It is like gambling. But I give him the same advice every time. Sell half. Turn half that 5 million into 2.5 million. Turn it into real estate. Turn it into tangible assets. I know, Sword and Scale. You can't send a house. You can't send a house over your iPhone, okay?
That'd be cool if you could,
you can't email property to yourself, but you can build a second story on it and live on it.
Listen, you can't email someone the laughter of your first child. You can't email someone dump that you get to go after, the first minute of the dump when you've been holding it for like 2 hours and you just really got to let it rip, okay? You can't email someone a beautiful sunset. I guess you can't email someone a beautiful sunset, but you know what I'm saying. Because I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Electric Elephant.
Talking about crypto. Okay,
Electric Elephant for $5 Aussie says Rogan got in that subtle dig about Neil Young inspiring him by singing "Keep on Rocking in a Free World," though. Pure class. Ice cold.
I did not perceive that as a subtle dig. I did not at all see that as a good dig. Maybe I'm too naive here, but I think that was a real story.
He did say rock. He was like, rock on, Neil. He's like, you keep on rocking in your free world and I'll keep making millions on Spotify.
I guess that's where you're from. Okay, I guess that wasn't a not so subtle dig, but whatever. It was classy. Ice cold class. So in this comic, by poorly drawn lines, we have a mouse and a bird. And the bird says, I think
answered your question like a million chats ago.
I think I'm ready to be amazing. And the bird said, I wasn't sure before, but now I'm down. The mouse said, that's such a coincidence. I just realized I'm ready to be a piece of shit.
Right. Poorly drawn lines is the comic.
There you go.
This is amazing. So
the question was, who is Sitch and who is Adam?
Right. Do people want to respond in the chat now, maybe?
Sure, they can.
Okay. I heard people in the chat before some were saying
we all know the answer.
I was the bird.
There's no, everyone knows Sitch is the mouse.
Really? I mean, listen. Now think of right before the Jangles debate and tell me who the mouse is and who the bird is.
That's why I said when I tweeted this out, I was asked who is who. My first thing was I say we take turns, which I think is the most apt.
It is answer. Totally. If you're talking right before the Jangles debate, I'm the mouse all the way.
We take turns. Listen. Me and Adam both want to be the mouse. Okay.
Yes.
Everyone wants to be the mouse.
Yes. Of course. No one wants to be the good cop.
No one wants to be the bird. Okay.
Dumb Money Media for $2 says, "Oh yeah, the central bank's never gonna do it." Ha ha. Well, I mean, okay, maybe we disagree on that, or maybe you do. Maybe you agree with me. Yeah, central banks are not going to do it. They don't want to. They have too much power to lose. Not only that, the central banks, by law, have a job to do. It's called, what is it called?
I don't know. Yes.
Currency stability. Come on, I'm so worn out.
Currency stability.
Yeah.
I mean, that's their goal, right?
Central banks are low inflation and low unemployment.
Right. Well, no, that was the part of the problem is that banks have moved more to currency stability and price stability over by sacrificing employment. Right.
Well, anyway,
that's the Kelton argument.
You can't. It's very difficult to run a business in an environment where the currency is fluctuating wildly.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we're experiencing this in the comic situation. Like, we're making a comic. Our printing costs are going up fucking exponentially now.
Right.
You know, way more than we had anticipated when we got into this project. So that's a bad situation for businesses. Central banks, their whole job is to avoid that. Now, it's pretty insane that they call Bitcoin a currency, since it doesn't do the one thing that a currency is supposed to do, provide a stable platform for business. So, I mean, I think of cryptocurrency as an investment vehicle, which I think more and more people are seeing it as. So
Jenko says Bitcoin is backed by electricity and machines used to mine it, along with the value that it provides as a system.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
Right.
But the value,
I know it doesn't really address what you were saying.
In exchange, I mean, I can't go out and buy groceries with crypto.
Right.
Dumb Money Media for $5 says, I like crypto because gambling is fun. But most of my investments are in gold, silver miners, and energy food stocks. But I'm still broke and dumb. Ha ha ha. Oh, okay. Well, at least you're diversified.
Metalworks says the actual correct answer. Metalworks says chat is the mouse. That is correct. That is correct. It was a trick question. Chat is obviously the mouse. Okay.
We always try to be amazing. Chat is great. I mean,
true. Not our chat, like just the chat, the idea of chat.
Oh yeah,
the group chat that exists in all streams everywhere. Okay, they all know it's true. You guys know it's true.
It is awesome. I mean, well, my cat almost fell off the
Sword and
table.
Scale for
because OBS quit and reconnected, but I think
it says no data right now. Oh, but excellent connection. Maybe it came back.
I think it does it. I think the 20-second delay like makes it so it doesn't actually miss any of the show. So, well,
guys, let us know if if it kept going or if there was a skip or something.
Well, we're back.
I don't see any chat mentioning anything.
Sword and Scale for $20. Clearly, if you don't understand the underlying asset of programmable money in a digital world, then I don't know if I can explain it to you.
There you go.
Well,
I mean, Adam is pretty stupid, but
well, I'm definitely not the smart guy on the show, that's for sure. But Sitch is moving more and more into my role as he makes these takes on stocks having no underlying assets.
You just don't understand my argument. You're just too stupid to understand my argument.
I guess so. Yeah. That's okay. Please forgive my stupidity.
Yep. Fondue for $5 says, I haven't gotten to crypto because it seems like a Ponzi scheme. You need someone to buy your crypto with dollars for the value to mean anything.
Yes.
It's also true of stocks and most other things. Oh, Rich Jammer for 50 P's says, Supervillain Anonymous NFT when. There you go.
Can we even do an NFT in this environment? I feel like if we do, we're going to get more hate than love. Everyone seems like completely against NFTs now.
I don't understand any of it. I'm a simple Sitch.
Sword and Scale says, what the fuck? You didn't read my chat.
No, he said never mind. We didn't. We got to it. It was when we cut out. But we got back. Utter Nonsense for $1 says, you guys think cleaning your room and not telling lies is good? That's intellectual fascism.
I guess according, I don't know. They use that term.
They do. They
don't even care that it lacks any meaning the way they use it.
The official S class, who I'm pretty sure is actually not the official S class. It's actually a dirty faker. Says slouch forward and keep your shoulders forward. Lie or at least do not tell the truth. Be imprecise while talking performatively in speech to mean mad white men. Kick a cat when you encounter one on the street. Don't upload a video in over a year. There you go. Bitcoin for $1 says, imagine if you keep your car idling for 24/7 and it produce. Wait, let me read this again. Imagine if keeping your car idling 24/7 produced solved Sudokus, you could then trade for heroin. Listen, I'd be on board with that.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. Is that what
you've never done heroin?
That's true. I haven't. I never will because I'm a good boy.
Missing out, man.
Don't even joke about that. Heroin's a highly addictive, highly dangerous drug. Correct.
Yeah, I've heard that, but
oh my god,
I'm skeptical.
I gotta end the stream. Anyways,
what's going on?
That's it. We're done.
Don't tell your mom I said heroin was fun.
Done. We're done. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous super chats today and on Sunday.
We'll be turning this stream into an NFT later today that you guys can buy, own, and purchase and trade with your friends. You can own this.
We're not doing
entire stream just for you.
Thank you for this incredible conversation about crypto and currencies and NFTs and all that stuff that I don't know anything about. But I hope you all have fantastic investments in the future. I hope you all have a fantastic week. And don't do drugs.
Bye-bye.